Into the pit we go. Shigetsu leading the charge. Feeling uncontested so far in this game on the Terrorblade, as he should. Yankee Cool amping them all up with these Illuminates coming through.
I'd like to think he should be able to get out. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Phase shift to dodge TX. Even a
Look away.
Centaur Stomp to help out, but like the TA. 311 CS, but no contribution to the game as of yet. Yeah. Right, to be fair, like, what's he really gonna jump? A Kunkka? Not gonna kill him. The Dark Willow that can Shadow Realm, alright, not killing him. The Naga Siren that can Mirror Image to Dispel into then Song. Nope, they're not killing him. Keeper of Light, oh wait, there's a Blinding Light. That's the mischance. Terrorblade, oh, he's got Sunder. Like, every hero has a way to go, thank you, TA, but you need
Not
more
today.
items to deal with us, yeah.
Yeah. This is going to become a real issue, even with the BKB as well. And it's just good drafting. You know, it's honestly good drafting from Marina to make sure, even though they don't have any like direct Giga counters to TA, because I'm not sure those exist, we have, again, all heroes which just cannot be really blown up by her in a nutshell. You're going to need supports to come in and deliver a little bit more than they currently are.
He's tickling on the tier 3.
Forcing the enemy back. Trying to be as annoying as possible. Talking about being annoying, Purple Paradise about to get annoyed by Queasy here. Oh, not quite. Link away. They will escape. Although, Nikki Cool on the side. In the daytime, there's not really much chance of this gank happening. I see Purple Paradise against. They're still here. This puck is very annoying.
Yeah, good puck players are able to always skip waves in aggressive positions and, you know their limits of their escape. It is very useful to have that in your team. But also, it's just like the way in which eSport are playing is like a contradiction to the heroes that they have, right? Like, you expect them to be more aggressive, and of course, to all the points we've mentioned, there's reasons why they haven't, but at what point will it turn around for them? You could argue maybe post Aegis Terrorblade as he walks up the high ground. If he gets hit by a hoof stomp with a tusk punch and the T, like if everything goes into a hero, they can blow them up. The BKBs of course protecting themselves from being put to sleep from the Naga Siren. They do have that burst potential, the turnaround. They need to try and find a way to create this opportunity. At the moment they're just not being given it. We're in a team are moving together and ensuring that no one's left on an island. Can be picked off.
Interesting that Shigetsu's going for the Daedalus in this game. And I feel like especially versus TA, something like Butterfly usually is the choice. Another hero which loves buying MKB, and the extra attack speed really helps you to get through her refractions quicker. But this kind of just shows that you don't want this Centaur being able to just be up and be a frontliner against you. You want to be able to take him out. That's a big damage. Add to call. It's going to get caught out here. Could cost them that fresh Aghanim's on the Keeper of Light. The Ignis Spiders coming on down. Cannot ignore it. Everybody's a moth when the
mini map. Look at all the Radiant heroes. Just not in base.
They are not
guys. Skip top wave, go mid wave. Alright, climb the jungle. They're also underneath a ward. So it really seems like, guys, they don't care that we're doing this.
Yeah. No, free back.
Maybe post meta, there's gonna be no Aegis in 30 seconds. Meta is also on cooldown for 60 seconds. I think I found the best way to nerf Terrorblade. You ready?
Yep.
The cooldown of meta doesn't start until the end of meta. Oh, X-Back.
That would be pretty brutal.
Oof. I mean, maybe you change the cooldown so it's like kind of in between the two, right? But the fact that you press meta and then when it ends, you still have 50 seconds until the next one, right? It's like, well, technically it's 70, right? Because it's 50 duration.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Would be a nice way to nerf its fake ultimate.
Someone lays blame.
So I kept thinking, you know how they're adding more of these items which have positives and negatives?
Yeah.
I kept thinking if there's like any way you could create an item which like gives you, say, 30% cooldown reduction, but your cooldowns are paused when you're dead. I've always thought that'd be an incredibly cool one, but also very, very snowballing.
Like anyone with low cooldowns would be broken on, right? Because you don't care if it's on cooldown whilst you're dead, because it's like a 10-second spell.
Yeah.
I think there's a large window of that being very broken.
Yeah, that is right. only purchasable on heroes with cooldowns of 60 seconds or more.
There we go.
Or only effect spells with 60 seconds or more. We'll get there. We'll get there. It'll take some.
You workshop it.
Yeah.
Maybe day 4 of the qualifiers, you can bring this back up with a new version. But jumping onto the back line.
A bit of poking and prodding. Oh, the effort team, they want to do a bit more than that. Queasy's taken out of the occasion straight off the bat. Not ready for that engagement, but look at the damage coming out onto the Templar. Assassin Snob is gone. All game farming. Turns up, guys. Unlucky. Just cannot stand toe-to-toe to Shigetsu at all. This one might be over to you guys. I'm sorry to say it.
Wait, why are you sorry? I had no investment in either team. Make it sound like I'm a fan of
your darling team e-spoiled.
Yeah,
you have personal relationships with each and every one of those players. Both in-game and out. Might be dropping a game here. I'm sorry to say to you guys.
I'll pop back to tears, don't worry. Never want a public snub on my team. I just checked. Actually, oh wait, no, that was before.
Oh, I thought you were being really toxic, yeah.
No,
like, I'm happy that leads you.
No. I just thought I'd protect the stats real quick. Oh, jump into TV.
The range barracks is still on 10 HP. Oh, okay. Unlucky. Mega creeps out at the 30-minute mark. It turns to day, and that light reveals the full destruction of the e-spoiled base right now. Purple Paradise trying to do what they can. And what they can is not a whole lot. 3-man hoof stomp, 4-man hoof stomp in fact, looking pretty nice. Maybe a bit of follow-up damage going to catch out Nicky Cool here, but guess what? Till the end says, yeah, let's everybody have a quick timeout here, get ourselves back together, and then go back in. But Snob looking for till the end on the sidelines, and again, no vision to get the kill. They can't just keep on getting this damage off on Snob. And now Snob awkwardly walking away under the cover of BKB. Not how most players want to use their BKBs. And to go on the run, but my god, the absolute smacking coming out from Shigetsu. The left-right smack, not quite enough to finish off the deer though. Enchantress will escape, it will not, it's dead in the backlines, but Queasy will fall to purple as, well, Shigetsu just keeps running through them, and GG disconnect comes out from Magical. They're done. The towel has been thrown in game number 1.
Victory!
Runa, making it look easy.
Yeah, just a really good game from Runa Team. I think I like the fact that Runa Team entered this draft with clearly good
Your choice. To battle. What drum sounds this beat of war? Yes, master. Oh, yes. Your guts. Crawling. Yes. No chains can hold me. I scramble. Steal ahead. For the master. Rage unleashed. Yes. Yes, master. Finally! Have magic. Ah! My pleasure. It all comes down to this. All pick. Masked but honorable. Change, but still the juggernaut. Prepare yourselves for the main event. We go. Of course. It's an honor. A fine idea. We bring our blade.
try and play it again. Of course, I think this time around, Runa team is going to be first pick, so they're the ones who are going to have to deal with the, do we want to first pick the TA? Maybe they don't first pick it because they understand how to counter it, how to play into it, and they just want to let it into the pool to show confidence. TA, then take the TA yourself, and then be like, you know what, we know how to actually make the TA work. You just don't, and it's kind of like a power move. Sometimes it happens in a draft, especially a game too.
Yeah. I hate it when that happens as well. Like I know how that feels in that situation. You play a pub, you like pick a really strong hero, you get dominated. Next game, someone else picks it on the enemy team and they beat you, and you're like, oh no, I'm so bad. But hopefully they have a stronger mental than I do. I'm sure they do. Yeah, not hard.
Yeah.
Shaman and Ursa taken out of the pool from Runa Esport. They're going to get rid of the Bristleback and the Undying thus far. So still big question marks here. Still plenty of strong heroes left in the pool.
Yeah, it's Ursa ban. I'm such a fan of it, right? Because you ban it in the, let me check what number ban is it technically. 4th ban. Okay, so in the 4th ban of the draft, you take Ursa, and now Esport would have to go, do they actually want Darkseer? Do we have to now waste a ban on Darkseer in the next 2? Because like I said before, this logic, it then puts other heroes into the mix. Actually, you know what? It's more like, you know what? Please, if you're banning Ursa, you're probably going to first pick Darkseer. Take it. Have your Darkseer. We don't care. Which then opens up for like a Sven response or something. But I just love the fact that you don't often get that many mind games in the first phase bans, but at least in this series, both teams have utilized Ursa in a way to force the draft, and Esport are not falling for it. They do not care at all.
Absolutely not. No, keep to your own game. And yeah, don't fold your cards just yet. So what do you go for, Runa, here? You've got the ban, and then you've got the pick of the litter. Which one do you grab?
So yeah, TA is available, Beastmaster's available.
How do you feel about Beastmaster post nerfs?
Still very, very good.
Right.
I think if anything, people are now respecting, of course they're playing Helm of Overlord more, right? But it just annoys me that we didn't see more Helm of the Overlord on the previous patch. Because it's like, it was so good. Like, with AA being so dominant, like, why weren't people going Helm of the Overlord? Like, that didn't get buffed, but suddenly now it's like equally as good. And that's what, like, it kind of upsets me with like pro players where they're often very stubborn, but Darkseer,
sorry, Waste has like a corgi. This is very important. We see so many cats, yet we never see dogs.
Oh, I see. I just thought you were calling me. I was like, what the hell, no? Like, like, I'm talking about some drafts, and you're like, oh my god, chill, not Twitch chat.
Okay, we've got off the dog cam, and I'm very upset.
Okay, be careful here. You're throwing around the word so freely.
There's a dog on the cam, not on this cam.
Wait, Nomad, until you see it. Brother, context.
I'm just making sure everybody's aware.
You're gonna get clipped on your front page of Reddit. Could you just call? Yeah, wait, hold. Now wait to see it, Nomad. I'm trying to keep your job intact.
It's got Waste's camera.
You're desperately trying to ruin your career here.
Speed run. All right, we will wait, but if it comes back again, then I will shout again. But anyway, yeah, there we go. Look at those ears.
5 seconds.
Oh. Damn, what a way to draft. Just sitting there with little guy hanging out. Anyway, Pangolier coming out for Esport as a response to the Darkseer for Root. Hey, there we go. We got the full. Oh my god. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
All right, time to play some DOTA.
I'm sure some boomer in chat was making some puppy joke, I'm sure.
That was excellent. Well, no, I've got a big smile on my face, but corgi look like to brighten up our days. And yeah, anyway, talk to me about these heroes, P. Governor. We've got a Darkseer on one side, obviously going to come out. This hero is very, very popular at the moment, and Pangolier on the other. I guess you get a bit of flex with the Pango, right?
Yeah. Second pick, you'll be able to take it to the end of the draft between off lane to mid. Critically, it's just it's faster pacing than a Darkseer, because when Darkseer buys his first item, it's like a Vanguard, but the first item on, or maybe Mech, but the first item on Pangolier is Diffusal and let's go take a fight. And Darkseer, he needs levels and items to feel good. So there's like this kind of like early game window where Pango just threatens the Darkseer really nicely. Of course, Runa team banning out the Kunkka to protect themselves. They don't want to have to deal with the fight of the Pangolier with the control of a Kunkka as you try to run away and you get X back. It does open up potentially for the return of like Disruptor and stuff. We don't see the heroes too often, but like a Tusk here, that's fine. That's, you know, setting the foundation, could be 4 or 5, but depending on the next 2 picks from Runa team, I could easily see a world where Esport get the Disruptor themselves. It's a hero that we're seeing a little bit more in pubs, in top level pubs, but you know, Tusk, Disruptor, Pangolier, get a really big ticket, you know, carry in there as well, and you can run through the map and threaten them really nicely.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love to see this aggression from Esport. It's what was missing last game, so hopefully they can play with it this game. Batrider, Runa. I do think this hero has a little bit of subtle flex. I've seen this hero in pretty much every position at this point. In the competitive games, we only really see it come out as a 4 occasionally. I think we've seen a couple of 2s.
There you go, yeah. It's mid or 4.
Yeah.
And then depending on the team, maybe a 5, but a Batrider kind of wants a bit more farm and access to the jungle, so 4 is quite nice because you can just do the triangle farm the hard camp. And Runa team actually take the Disruptor themselves. Whew. Oh, riveting stuff. Yoink. No Disruptor
that
for you,
draft
boys.
hype, it's different.
Hey, I'm enjoying it. I'm sorry. I know you might in chat be like, they pick hero, cool, but I'm like, you know what? Fair play. There's some mind games getting thrown around between the 2 teams.
5 seconds.
I mean, it's a great Disruptor pick, especially versus Pangolier. Anything which allows you to blow this guy up before he gets off his ultimate is really, really strong. And now you've got 2, Lasso and Kinetic Field, Static Storm.
They could really mess up the combination as well. They could lasso the guy and glimpse him and then not be lassoed anymore. They could grief each other if they wanted to.
That is true.
I wouldn't mind Esport. Maybe the thing with Batrider is very good against BKB cores that want to stand their ground. So Gyrocopter could be a good option for Esport, but with the Batrider, makes it a little uncomfortable. But then again, Batrider also counters, or at least kites like a Sven. But I think Sven or Gyro are the 2 that I'm leaning towards. Heroes that don't really care about the Darkseer at all. And yep, they go for the Sven. This drafting looks real fun though, man.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in form. I gotta wake up. It took me 3 games, but we're here.
No, you're here. You're breezing through this one. I'm spectator mode. I'm in. You know, you're driving the motorbike.
Nope.
I'm in the little sidecar with my little helmet on.
I've got a bad knee, made up, self-inflicted. So now I'm gonna get off the motorcycle. You're now driving, and you tell me what you want.
Did you just get off a motorcycle whilst I'm in the sidecar and
just crash?
Oh God, why?
I need a new co-caster. Oh, the 18 pick TA. Oof.
Damn. Well, they do it in the end. Runa, they do get the TA after all, and why wouldn't you, to be honest with you? It looks great here. Like, sure, you got a little bit of kiting potential with the Tusk and the Pango, but like, I'm not worried. I'm just not concerned at all. It is not the same as last game. The Pango can die to TA. That is one of the biggest problems Pango has in this matchup. It's that TA can just rock him. AA as well, you know, obviously TA pretty much 2 shots him every time at any point in the game. It is miserable. Big concerns here.
Great back from Enigma, yeah. On the Enigma. Because it's like, now that I see the TA, you kind of want to put the Pango to mid lane. So the Esport bans will most likely be Puck +1. And then for Runa team, TA is your carry. So you need to ban out the Zoo heroes that can overwhelm and take your tower. So there's Enigma, and Beastmaster is still available. So that could be one option. And they don't even ban... Oh, damn, they don't ban the Puck. Okay. So Esport just don't care on that front. Maybe Runa team have now got a pretty happy time with that pick, but yeah, we'll see if Runa team want to take it. But
seconds remain.
I don't think they have to though. Like, they could go Ember if they want as well.
5 seconds
they could. It's just like the double supports of AA Tusk really hate enemy mobility, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And technically then Storm will look good, Puck will look good, Ember will look good, but I think the early game kiting is all you need. And like Puck's more mobile, where you blink in, you get the glimpse, then you orb out, and sure, they banned the Beastmaster as expected. Nothing too crazy. Unless they want to go super crazy, I feel the most default response is the spirit that we mentioned, or the puck that I mentioned, or the spirits.
Yep. Okay. Puck comes out from Runa. He's spoiled. Final pick for them. They got to get themselves a really strong offlane to pull this one together. Man, it's a tough pick here as well because you got to lane into the TA as well. So anything like Tide just becomes almost impossible.
Maybe
5 seconds.
Kind of like Underlord, but again, the lane is just way too hard.
Yeah, maybe like but Medusa fell off so much. Like Medusa with the hammer again, I don't really see it at all in top pubs anymore. So it's like I don't really like calling it anymore in drafts because people just lost the love for the hero.
Yeah.
Well, they have no time, so we don't have to think because the game's forcing them to pick, luckily.
Yeah, and Void Spirit comes out from them. So the offlane Pangolier, mid lane Void Spirit. Yep. Yep. I mean, I don't think they could have got themselves a better offlane pick than Pango, to be perfectly honest. I think you just kind of have to pick something that survives and pokes and prods the lane and maybe try to get a kill with your Tusk. And then go for something more stable in mid. However, Void Spirit...
I mean, I think that was I think there were options, but with the time available in the draft, to find the correct pick is very difficult. So I do think there were better offlane options.
I'm not sure.
But it would have taken...
They kind of knew they were letting through the puck a long time ago, I would say.
Sometimes in drafts you forget about heroes. Like, they might have just banned Tiny and Kotal to respect Nicky Cool and gone, God, the puck, you know? Maybe. You'd like to think that they were thinking about the hero, but yeah, you never know. Sure. Again, the thing with Pangolier is a very aggressive offlane. I am just a little worried for him where what happens when he goes to like swash out and gets glimpsed back in. A lot of the offlane toolkit for Pangolier was, the double mobility spells, but Disruptor hard counters the mobility of heroes, right? So we'll see if they can find some kills. I guess the saving grace for eSport is Pangolier always seems to find ways to get good kills, to turn it around with shield crash with the double jump, and I've seen so many offlane Pangos take the tower at 6 minutes because you utilize that catapult wave, you get a couple kills, you twin gate in, you just slaughter any hero you see in front of you once you get some good levels. So yeah, I think Pango's TA lane is critical for this entire, the narrative of this game, and yeah, I'm excited to see which team can kind of pull ahead in it, and yeah, we'll see.
Prepare for battle.
Well, indeed. I mean, would you say that eSpoiled have a better draft than in game one, or is it looking pretty much the same?
It is a better draft in regards to it's very simple to make a move in the game, right? If the net worth is within 4 to 5k gold, even if they're behind, it's very easy to go Sven plus AA, get kill. Tusk plus Void Spirit, get kill, right? So the comeback potential is always possible. Yeah, and their lanes are pretty decent, right? You've got a melee hero against puck, so you're able to threaten the CS of the puck. You have a Sven v Darkseid, so Sven should get complete free farm. It really just boils down to, can Pango do well enough in his lane to enable the AA and the Tusk to bring life to the Void Spirit?
Just 30 seconds.
And we're going to get to see the other facet on the Batrider this time around. Earlier today we saw the sticky napalm one. This time around we get to see Stoked, which is cool. Again, Batrider's in a really nice place where he can have either facet and be pretty happy with it. Did they miss that ward? I think they might have. Yeah. Sentry is a little deep there, and it should be able to get them the D ward onto the small camp straight off the bat, meaning the first wave should spawn for them. And bounties could actually go 3 the way off the Dire. I don't know why Nicky Cool's being tipped here. You got any ideas? Should we assume bang a joke?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I was like, how do I want to take this this layup from you? Do I want to create some fake narrative or what? I flustered in the moment. I didn't know what to do.
It's all good. Yeah, it was a long ball. It was a long ball indeed. Right. not one you needed to return, so we're all fine.
Yeah, ever since I failed improv in rehearsal, I'm really just I'm off my game, mate. I'll be honest.
Improv's hard, man. Yes, and is an art.
I like yes, but makes it way more enjoyable.
No but.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I was saying no but is
the next
like
level. It's true improv there. Well, only a master can handle that. So I think again, Purple Paradise last game. You know, you're on this park and you just have so many answers and an orchid coddle coming at you. And I just can't really play the game you want to play. This time around, it's going to be similar in some regards where there are answers to you around. However, I don't think you need to necessarily be going for, like, you can have a more aggressive build here. You can get the Witchblade and be a bit more up in people's faces. Void Spirit just a bit tankier than Puck, especially with Sanctuary. So yeah, we'll see how Purple Paradise can perform in a slightly more free game. A lot of hate coming onto Albica here. The Cold Feet's not going to come off, which means Albica will be alive. Still, out of the lane on very low health, but you're a Darkseer. Doesn't matter. I say that. Easy, yeah, getting very busy onto Snarf here, and we'll be getting first blood. Very nicely done. Even looking towards Astacora as well. Going for the double, and with Vacuum coming out as well, it may well just be enough to get themselves a secondary kill. Oh my goodness, Queasy. Impressing last game and doing the exact same thing this game. Suicide into the tower before anybody comes back for the XP.
Yeah, and he takes the stoked facet, right? We saw earlier today the napalm facet. This time around, he wants to go for the more bonus movie, the bonus spell amp, and yeah, I like it a lot. There's a lot of chase down potential in this game.
Yeah,
4 melee heroes in an AA.
In a really good spot where you can actually pick both depending on the situation. And there's not enough heroes which are in that position. It's really fun when that happens. And down on the bottom side, actually glimpse back to try and get Shigetsu out of here, but I don't think that's going to make a difference. They've still got a lot. Oh, Fraction comes off cooldown, and the swashbuckle missing. That is a combination which ain't going to work out, but Shigetsu is going on a very strange journey here. And, well, one day will die. Hang on a minute. Refraction coming out, trying to kill Rota instead, and will do so. Can they get the Lota? Wait, what's our cooldowns? Oh, he doesn't get him. He doesn't have mana. No mana for the shield crash. This is the most awful thing I've ever seen.
Oh, no refraction, off we go. But wait, he now has
mana for the shield crash, but refraction's up. Is it going to matter? Oh, Shigetsu, why? Yeah. I mean, staying there too much longer was going to... Look at this wave coming under tower.
That is a massive wave that TA is losing. But even though, sure, some memes occurred, how many creeps did he miss? 1 creep so far. That's now going to be, what, 2... Aggro to the flag bearer. Okay. Loses out on the flag bearer. 3 creep. Not as bad as it could have been. It could have been so much worse.
Yeah. Should be able to scoop up all of these range creeps as well. So, yeah. And if you stay in that position, you know, yeah, it's funny to us, and most of us will probably just stay melded there. By us, I mean me and chat, not you, T-Governor. And but ultimately, you need to get back to that wave. You cannot let it go. Dying, you miss a couple, it's fine. Surviving, you get the wave. So
that was even if he survived, right? Having no HP would have been awful.
Yeah,
I'd have been so despair. I've never seen a Lotus fight that fun, actually. That was great. You see something new every day.
This is what they had in mind when they introduced Lotus Balls. This is what they thought would happen every game.
Yeah, true. I think the change to positionally picking up items is so much better than just who can click quickest. That's like, ugh. That's just boring. But now it's actually got some life to it.
And the thing is, when do they take it a step further and start having, like, you know, test dummies which you have to attack to activate the ring or whatever? Like, do you remember
wire? No.
Diatide, when you had to attack the candy stash to get the candies out of them? You just got to try to, like, focus back.
Yeah.
A billion candies.
And that game mode was fun up until the point where people, like, learned the correct heroes, like Nature's Prophet and Windrunner, and just fully break the fun of the game.
Oh yeah, it's like every one of those events. Like, for the first 2 days, it's sort of fun, and then people find a way to cheese it and try harder, and it's like, okay. Till the end, Oh, it's fine. It's Roretta who's dead instead. Gotcha. It's Waste 21 on the run, and he might be in some trouble here. No spells available for another 2 seconds. Oh, that shield crash ain't gonna come back in time. It's a double kill for Shigetsu. Waste 21 will go down. At least he's got time to go and pet his dog.
It's a very, very different game here, right? The TA already part of 3 kills compared to the previous TA game where, what, you finish the game on 1 kill. Very, very different entry to the game.
Dire's middle tower is under
Angular
attack.
TPs to the mid. Level 4.
This is an interesting move. Well, Queasy is going to take flight, but with the amplified damage on Purple Paradise, they can bring down Queasy for sure. Mickey Cool going to come over and say what's up. Mickey Cool needs a bottle refill, so we'll be going for the bounty here. How's our top lane going? It's been pretty quiet up here.
There is
Just farm versus farm.
Radiant's middle tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
The Batrider, sure, he did help get a kill both on the Sven and the A, but after that, the lane did stabilize for the Sven. He didn't overplay his hand. They played on the pool. They've chilled out on their aggression. It helped immensely.
Interesting to see how actively Shigetsu plays compared to the performance from Snov last game. But a very different game, very different draft.
On the hunt for
People are coming to his lane
radiant
to help him, right?
forces
It's like
to their
they're going to the TA to bring life to the TA. And this is where Queasy can get quite annoying
Dire's top
with
tower
the
is under
tranquil boots and the windlace with the Firefly. Unless he's getting like stun locked down, you can just keep running through the jungle, reminding the Sven of his presence. You put an iron shell on top and a ton of damage, and might even be able to cliff the Sven here. Oh, okay, he stepped to the side.
Yeah, might just be a little bit dead. Let's see, can they do enough damage in response? He's getting strong. He's gonna fall. Queasy does enough. What a play from the Batrider. Tip comes out from Raya as well. That is a great pick-off. Just as he pops a God Strength as well, so that's now on cooldown. Can't farm with it. Stack failed as well for Adsecure. It's not looking like Sven's day today.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Queasy is having a wonderful series.
Yeah,
Dire
for real.
should look
Big
to their
standout player in
top
this match. And as we say, when we're watching these opening games, you know, these open qualifier teams coming in, happy youngsters, always looking for potential. I think Queasy's showing a ton of that at the moment.
I mean, I think half
Happy
of the
youngsters
TI
and solo.
there we go. Yeah.
Dire should look to their top tower. Eager to know.
Yeah, I think half the TI qualifiers, it's all about just kind of showing up to then look to the next season, right? Like, remember the whole that's like how Sableye became prominent, right? Was it Hippomaniacs? Was that the correct team? I think it was.
There was, yeah. Well, Hippomaniacs
off on
and
that.
Chicken Fighters.
Has fallen.
Yeah. But it's like because of Hippomaniacs, people actually go, damn, Sableye acts. Then he plays on Chicken Fighters, and then, you know, life continues, right? But without the TI qualifiers, he would have just been another offlaner, right? Like, very cool.
For sure.
They do see the Sven, but don't have enough vision to then get the glimpse off.
Important to remember as well that, like, after TI and after EWC, we're going to be heading into the period of swaps and shuffles, and you know, you want to make a try and turn some heads at this point. Maybe get yourself a position, someone gives you a trial or something. The end is a little bit dead here. Purple Paradise brings him down. Now look over towards Albacore as well. Albacore though, vacuum wall coming out. Snob's got to be a little bit careful here. The Sven is losing his health to the Batrider once again. Queasy running him down right now. Purple Paradise as well, also going to fall to a Batrider Duxie, a combination. You have to respect the Bat. Oh my goodness, he's running them down. I mean, it's the Iron Shell as well, of course. Like, it looks great because it just looks like a Pulse 4 is running them down. And he kind of is, but also he's Iron Shelled and Surged and all that good stuff, so...
Yeah, just to be clear, like, half of the damage right now is Iron Shell and the Firefly in conjunction. But still, the map play that Queasy has is just devastating. He is on the tower though, so he does need to be careful. Has a wand. Already used one jump, so can't get back up to high ground. Has to take the long path, and Waste 21 is so desperate to get a kill. He's dragging his entire team into the river, into a coil.
Yeah, this is a huge overextension. Purple Paradise having to jump in and then immediately astral step away. The whole team chasing. Needs to find a way out of this one. Sometimes the easiest way is the best way. Run straight back to the tier 2 tower. It will be safe, but the tower will not be. And hammered down here by Shigetsu, by Albuquerque, and by Queasy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, really, team, they're playing just very cohesive, right? Ensuring that anytime a player makes a move, there's someone else to kind of cover that move. Batrider wants to go aggressive, Darkseid buffs him up. You want to go middle, even the TA rotates in to ensure the tower falls quickly, right? It's 5,000 gold lead, but that is very, very efficient kind of map play happening. And you got to think, like, how does Dire take a fight at the moment? You got a Halberd on the Darkseid, soon to be Blink on the Batrider. So many cheap skirmishing items are available to turn the fight in their favor. What Void Spirit, he's 2 components deep to an Aghanims. Pangolier is nowhere near a Diffusal Blade. The guy is poorer than the Batrider.
Oh no.
Yep. And the Sven still just trying to farm up with his Mask of Madness. Like, there is no core, no hero on the Dire team that is truly strong, other than maybe the AA with Ice Blast. And that is the final lifeline for Dire at the moment. Get a kill with the Ice Blast.
And we go into middle lane, maybe getting it onto Nicky Cool here. Yeah, Nicky Cool does have the Frostbite upon him, so has to find his way out of this fight, but does join up to, no, never mind, into Purple Paradise, who takes him down, but Queasy will get the return kill onto Purple Paradise there, making it a trade of mid laners at the moment till the end, looking like he might be dropping as well here. Wastes 21, catches him out in the river. And there's nothing that till the end can do about that, but that's cool. We'll dive to Albuquerque as he drops the wall, the Iron Shell jumping in and punching down to the AA. So couple of spells being traded, couple of kills coming out from both sides. I think you've got to be happy with that if you're E-spoiled.
Yeah, you take any win if you're E-spoiled right now. Even if you're trading gold, like, there's 100 gold advantage after that. The 4 kills that occurred. You take it. It is time for Sven to recover. It is time for you to kind of breathe under the pressure of what Batrider Disruptor can do on the map. Snov, of course, needs to use the ultimate to farm up. He's going to have the Echo Saber complete very shortly till he's got away. And after that, grab the Blink Dagger.
Still feels like a long way to go for Snov. But he's getting there. Oh, unless he gets ganked right now, which is looking to be the case, but E-spoiled are also ready for it. They're bringing the heroes over. Who's in Albuquerque? Will choose to play elsewhere on the map. Waste 21 backing out, leaving this tier 1 tower for dead.
Is in danger. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire should look to their bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They did smoke to steal the wisdom, so 1 for 1 on the wisdoms. Can they get Nicky Cool? They see the ward.
Get this kid. Oh, not if you do that. Not if you do that.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, he might even die and get caught up. Will he break it instantly? Sven's in the neighborhood, but no one else is actually around.
Let's see. They've got the Ice Blast coming through, and that might be enough to kill off Nicky Cool. Let's see. Low. Nah, nice connection there. Redemption for Purple Paradise. We get snagged up by Queasy, who might just be able to run him down. And the Warrior comes in with a punch, knowing he needs to stop this Batrider. But Batrider cannot be stopped. Finds one, moves over to Purple Paradise. He's running low on skills right now. Shigetsu's chasing as well. Queasy gives him the vision, and, well, will make it pretty easy to finish off this Voice Spirit. Trying to do what they can, but Shigetsu finds it. Queasy once again getting on top of them, dropping the voice line. Too easy for Queasy.
5, 3, and 7. Part of everything that you want to see from your position 4.
definitely.
And also, I rate the fact he's just playing traditional Batrider. Play on Firefly, be annoying, throw down a napalm here and there. You buy Force, Blink, you then get Force. Like, he's doing it like the old school way. He's not doing some like, oh, I'm gonna buy Dragon Lance and like right click some buildings, and you know, it's just be obnoxious. You know, grab heroes, reposition them, and yeah. He's showing that both styles of Batrider are very good. Or this style of Batrider, sorry, is very good.
One big difference is that if you ever get shard from the Tormentor on this style of Batrider, then you just feel stinky. It's so underwhelming.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Invisibility. Cool.
Oh, we found him.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah, get his ass.
Very much on.
Yeah. I love it when we get two massive ultis using the pulse 5. Oh god. Easy showing no mercy.
Yep. At the same time, the Shota is with an invis rune, scouting out very aggressively, hauling his team over, you know, sweeping throughout the map. And another ultimate used, and another kill. Okay.
On to Pango. Yep. Another one going down. Albuquerque now on a mega kill streak on the Darkseer. Darkseer with a pipe, with a Heaven's Halberd. Going absolutely bits.
Oh, yeah, okay, he can just, yeah, always dodge that one to simulate. But now, we need to appreciate and respect the fact that there is a partial timing for eSport to utilize here. The Aghanims is 100 gold away for the Void Spirit. That big AoE silence, you know, the puck. You can die in a silence. He has a Witchblade, he's looking for Blink. He's not going for yours. Same thing for the Batrider, right? He has Blink, he has 4-star. He commits to the engagement. If they jump in, swarm onto a hero, and then just from the backline, a multi-hero silence comes into the mix with an Ice Blast on top. Like, there is that burst potential. And Sven has the Blink Dagger with the Echo Saber.
Yeah,
sure, that 9,000 gold down. Yeah.
You'd love
Any
to
hero
see...
can die.
Yeah. You'd love to see a BKB or something on the Sven out with this.
Oh, they're looking for the TA. They're going to find him. Let's see.
Fire the AA blast, they'll still be able to get off the stun, and the damage coming through onto Shigetsu. It's a great pick off here, and a kill for the Sven as well. That's BKB money in the bank. Over towards the middle lane now is Purple getting jumped here up to the high ground, but getting glimpsed back. Doesn't have a way to dispel it anymore. Already used to simulate, in some trouble now, and does get brought down. Aghanim revealed, and Aghanim doing nothing.
It took me a second, because when you said purple, I kind of forgot that voice spirit's called Purple Paradise. And I was like, Batrider is the player in the purple position, but he's not dying. What are you on about? I was like, oh, wait. It was very jarring.
A purple hero, so...
Yeah. So many layers and so dark here, crazy. No, we're not going back to this whole purple thing. You decided that the first series of the Road to TI.
Yeah, yep. With the
amazing
with the TI theming, very good.
Mm-hmm.
You like that. Darkseer as well in this game, very good.
They're looking for Sven. They see Sven.
Where's Sven? Nice glimpse actually, breaking the coil, and that's going to be jumping in. They want to try and fight this one. Purple Paradise says, yes, please, I want to use my Aghanim Scepter, and he's absolutely doing it right now. Till the end will fall. Albuquerque could be in trouble, but it's a little awkward. There's just not teammates here at the moment, because Rota and Atakor are killing off in the back lines here. Queasy is actually gone. Finally, they find a way to deal with this guy, and apparently it's support on sport violence, which is the solution, and now Waste just getting run down by Albuquerque. Albuquerque, slowly but surely, running down the Pangolier. Oh, he's got a swash! Up to the high ground he goes, but the trap is there. Albuquerque gives him a little tickle, and that puts an end to Waste 21. Rota on the way up to the high ground, should be alright. That's going to put an end to that. Another messy old fight here, but one which does eventually go the way of Runa once again.
And we get to see a bit of a, I guess, an arrow from Queasy. He jumps onto the A, doesn't get the kill, he dies to the Tusk, and jump up, getting silenced up. Void Spirit also goes down. Okay.
Nicky cool.
The aggression is getting met by some rebuttal finally.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Paradise is turning up. They put on the boxing gloves and they're looking to scrap as Till the End gets punched up, taken down. There's going to be another kill going their way. These spoils, they do not want to have two Stompy games in a row. They're showing a bit of life here in game number 2.
then the trade would be go for Tormento on the Radiant side, whilst Dire, they obviously take the middle tower. With the Ghost Strength down, that would be a Roshan for them. It would be very awkward if they start hitting Roshan. Or a tag team, but still.
Good, but they won't.
They continue to farm, they're not going. If Ghost Strength had like an extra 15 seconds, they may have entertained it, but
Yeah,
it's
true.
difficult.
I guess it's the spell effect. 20-minute Roche trade agreement. Roche Tormentor trade agreement we started to see sort of become popular in this patch. Not going to happen this time around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to have to give up their Tormentor here. He's spoiled. Still 17 seconds left on God Strength cooldown, so turning up to a fight isn't really possible. But when it's back, it's BKB God Strength spend.
Yeah, got the intuition already. Okay.
This feels like it could be a mistake, but they need to get here quick on the side of E-Spoil.
They have to break the initiation. Don't allow the Void Spirit in the A to get into the pit.
No, they cannot.
Their spells.
Well, down goes one until the end, already taken out. No buyback available. They need to leave this pit right now, but they cannot let the Sven have it. Things are about to get awkward indeed.
Agents of the void.
Sven kind of reading the situation pretty well here and just going back to farming, recognizing that no team's in a good position to take this Roshan. I'm not surprised there's no ionic trap outside or in the pit.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Oh, walking very aggressively down the river. Look at Sven. He's just rocking in. That's because he knows Purple Paradise backing him up. Cannot find a target though. Bounce back, meaning the Blink Dagger is cancelled for Sven. So Stop can't really help out Purple Paradise right now. Purple Paradise getting dragged back. Sven looking for the opportunity. Gonna go for it. Running into the mix, but cannot find a target. Gets up on Albacore. Throwing up at the stun. A few more clicks will be required and they will get him. It's a trade. We're edge for Albacore at the moment. Waste 21 goes rolling past Shigetsu until the end. They will run after him. Damage out, on to the Pango, and he will be gone. Shigetsu gets another. 3 big kills.
Yeah. You can feel the pressure getting to both teams. On one side, you have the initiation, coil onto a Void Spirit, the T, then jump to Tusk, and then you then have to static storm the Void Spirit as well, and everything's going a bit weird. And look for Dire, you've got Snov jumping on the stand, but he has to disengage quickly, and Pango jumping in, Ice Blast not really connecting, and oof, both teams in that fight just, you know, the pressure of the series getting to them a little bit.
Definitely.
Yeah. You're gonna see the replay. Yeah, so it's like double jump Void Spirit, doesn't connect. Ice Blast hits just the Batrider, and now you have a weird fight on a Void Spirit. A couple spells thrown on the Tusk. Sven pops his ultimate, jumps in, goes, oh, wait a second, what am I doing? Yeah,
There you go. Find a guy to hit, get him down. TP out immediately.
So everything was just a little bit, don't know. I'm not going to say it again, but yeah, you get the point. Fight was weird.
Absolutely. You just need a little bit more from the Sven initiation there, and unfortunately, Queasy made it really awkward by cancelling his Blink Dagger early, not giving him options. Plenty of time to reflect on it as they lose their bottom tier 2 tower. 11k gold advantage for Runa at the moment. 24 minutes in. It's a lot, but these Spoiled have shown us that they are willing to fight in any situation. This game, they're showing a lot of life, a lot of momentum. Enough to turn the game around? Not quite yet, but enough to put threats in. But King counts the lasso out onto Purple Paradise, throwing an ultimate until the end as well, just to make absolutely sure this Void Spirit is killed off.
And they're pinging the Sven, they want to continue the fight. AA is dead. Void Spirit's dead.
BKB out of this one. Doesn't have the TP though, so even if he does choose to, well, turning around, wants to kill off Queasy, but Queasy jumping himself away. He gets back. The Sister's Shroud doing absolute work here. The Schnoz on the run, but Nicky Cool keeps on chasing. Glimpse comes back to drag the Sven back into everybody to his demise as Albacore takes him down, vacuums him into oblivion. Waste 21 jumping around the fight, trying to dance, but this man will dance no longer. Queasy throws out a tip, and they will be losing the Tusk. 4 heroes dying in a string of unfortunate events recoiled there. Okay, nice little bounce till the end, but maybe not actually, as he's still got health to work with, but no, will fall to Purple Paradise. He comes back into it. Purple Paradise can be a little bit careful. silences are a little bit annoying. Link up to the high ground. Cannot stay in range with Shigetsu right now. Shigetsu is getting way too
blink in, or
yeah.
He was entertaining it. Yeah, I don't really get the tips there. You know, Tusk randomly tipping the Batrider. Maybe he's tipping it because he's still holding the Sister Shroud, which is maybe the reason why he's like, you know what, fair play, boss. You kept it from your tier 1 to your tier 2. The Darkseid did have it available in tier 1, but he'd opted to move towards the mana draft in tier 2. So he didn't keep that evasion. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Queasy just keeps us going to tier 3. Why not? You're the one jumping into the middle of the fight. If you can stop the Sven from right-clicking you, you're going to keep that every day of the week.
Lasso, big catch onto the Sven, drag him out of position as BKB is just available now. Maybe he can find a way to turn this around, but I don't think so. The Tusk thinks so, tries to jump onto the TA, and also the Ice Blast coming through as well, but it's not quite enough. The Sven dragged back in once more, glimpse back, killed off again. Sven is no more. Ryota also going to fall as Nikki Cool going in deep here. Trying not to make his team in something too heavy as Queasy gets to surge out of the backlines here, completely safe. Purple Paradise dragged back again. The glimpses are so annoying. It gets them another kill. 3 heroes down on the side of E, spoiled here. Runa looking to finish off this game number 2 as they keep it going, keep on killing. Waste is gone, 4 now gone. They cannot keep themselves alive on the spoiled. Barracks is gone, and they'll look towards the middle side as well, T.
Well, you're going to take Mega Creeps here, they take bot with ease, you're going to respawn on Tusk and AA, but you can't do anything. You're going to have to use a glyph. Delay the inevitable, and there's no reason to back down. Sure, foil, lasso, wall, stand some wall and cooldown, but who cares? Once we're up in 2 seconds, then you get the lasso, you get the Tusk, you overstep your mark, you're against one of the best repositioning heroes in the game, you don't respect it, you are dead. You are dead.
Gets them another, yeah. Here we go, they're going to try once again. The Sven trying to run into the midst and just blow up the Templar Assassin, but he's tried to hold his BKB. Will get the TA's first life, they'll also kill off till the end as well. Can they get TA on the second time around? A brilliant timing there from Waste 21. BKB pop 4-star for away Shigetsu. He can't get away with it. There is no way. But there is a way, and he's found it. Shigetsu is gone, forced off to the low ground by himself with the Hurricane Pike, of course, and getting out of danger. They did not have enough in the tank. The timings were good, but unfortunately, when you're 22k down, good doesn't cut it.
What a 4-star as well. That is everything you want to see. And yeah, look at the graph. It's so damning. You can have support here, you can have support there, but they're not getting the big kills. Must say though, the graph changes in the recent patch are absolutely spectacular. Like seeing the damage over time at the end game, it's so fun to see like the trajectory of heroes and how it changes, and oh, beautiful patch. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, another lasso, another kill. Goodbye. That's the core taken out of the equation. No more ice blasts for you. Is this an invitation to go for the barracks? Shigetsu doesn't think so.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Honestly, this could be a game that the team just go, guys, we'll eventually get racks. We don't need to overplay our hand. Let's just get another Roshan. Like, you know when it's going to respawn. You have the TA in your team. By the time that you get the next stages, you're going to have Swift Blink on the TA, which will further amplify the kill threat when you get a lockdown. So yeah, I don't feel like I'm expecting Runa team to do anything special here. Hit some creeps. Also, you're just up to 500 gold away from an Aghanims. You prevent a BKB or anything, and yep, you're a game away from progressing yourself into the second round of the upper bracket, getting your invitation to play up against Na'Vi, the second seed in the tournament.
I like to, the way you say it makes me think they get like a little letter.
Yeah.
Na'Vi.
Yeah. Depends on how you know, sassy Na'Vi want to be. The invitation can be very like, congratulations, you're going to be going to the low bracket or something.
By our hand.
I feel like they have some, yeah, I feel like they have some maturity and respect, so they probably wouldn't.
Smoke up from Spoiled. They want to take things into their own hands here. A little bit awkward though, as they are super split right now. Purple Paradise and Atagor going one way, the other three going another. I'm not sure this is how you want to smoke in this situation, but they'll come back together in the middle lane. Till the end. Yeah, I mean, 10 out of 10. Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. You got the acronyms. Yeah.
Look at the parachute cord in the most literal way possible. Here we go, Sven though, jumping in onto the Darkseer, and that's going to be a nice kill sample fight for the side of eSpoil, but can they find any more? This TA is not a target that's very tempting for them at the moment, and you can see Snov going around, looking for another target, looking for something a little bit easier for that sort of his to chop through. TA a little bit too dense. Whoa, jumping in, suddenly fighting 3 heroes, but the damage coming out from the Templar Assassin with the lasso from the Bat Rider, blinking away to keep himself safe, and Snov will fall. Queasy brings him down, and they'll be looking in for more here until the end's going to drop, but the puck bouncing around, keeping them held solid, allowing Shigetsu the time to get over and get off that damage. TA takes out 2 more. They will look over for more, but a TP out from Purple gets them out of there. Purple Paradise will be the lone survivor. The buyback comes out from the Tusk as well.
Yeah, just critically too far behind, even with the small glimpses of life, you know, bursting a Darkseer at the start of the engagement, Disruptor using an ultimate just so he can TP out, but it's just not enough. You're just too far behind. I mean, the comeback truly begins if they can find a way to, you know, contest the Roshan 28,000 gold behind. You know, make some magic happen at the pit with the Rolling Thunder and the Ice Blast and all this, you know, AoE damage that is perfect at a choke point. But with Sven dead for 20 seconds and Roshan about to respawn, it's once again unlikely that they can contest this.
It's a very big ask.
Not to be contested.
I know when it's coming out because we have the Templar Assassins, so... Patiently with an Ice Blast. I love that pause when the Ice Blast hits you from the sharp. It just gives you a minute to reflect on how much you hate Ancient Apparition.
Ah, god damn it, yep.
Anyway, back to killing Roshan.
I think everyone just hits a sigh. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Alright, bro, well done.
Alright, but you know, Sven's a quite simple hero. Aggro Godstrength can do 1500 crits. Like
Look,
this.
he hit Godstrength and did 1500 crits. Fight till the end. Sometimes it's good enough. BKB having to come out here as, well, Queasy tries to bait it out, but doesn't quite work out that way. Also, on cooldown, so not too sure what the plan was there for Queasy. But wants it, but now Snob he's in trouble. I mean, Shigetsu's just completely untouched through this. The Darkseer as well also to get off his illusions. They're looking for more. TP out from Aztekor is going to get him to safety. Waste. Ooh, nice attempt from Shigetsu. A little too close to the ball there, but Nicky cool. He gets it done with style. Ice in the veins. They take down 2. 3 dead on the side of eSpoiled. I mean, we got some supports on the Sven. It looked okay, but nobody else in the team able to do a single damn thing. And Dr. Paradise just kind of getting bullied at the moment. Has got himself an Astral Step. He bounces away to the side, but the vacuum with the right click. Shigetsu gets another. Buyback available. Gonna have to be used. The issue here is that, yeah, you've got a spend buyback, but you've got 27 seconds left on the God Strength. That is an awful long time to wait. They won't call it yet. They need to get their spend back in. One more attempt, but depending on how hard they're going to push this on Runa, either Sven has to fight without BKB, or maybe he gets a chance. Depends. Here we go. We're going to try and force this onto the backline straight away. It's not looking over towards Till the End, but there's the ulti coming out from Till the End, right onto the 2 of them, and the Aghanim's are safe from the Bat Rider. GG called from inside that lasso. The game is good, and it is over. Runa, they've put them down to a lower bracket. 2-0, great game.
Yeah, just queasy. I mean, the entire series, you gotta say, his Dark Willow game one. Yeah, he's very happy. But he got his puck. I mean, again, I just think drafting wise, eSpoiled just weren't to the same team. I think that the drafting of Runa team was very, very strong. It felt like eSpoiled, they had the drafting of a stack. You know, they've come together, they're playing the qualifier, but they don't have an identity. And picks and bans, they are exploitable. And Runa team, they are a team. It's literally in their name, and their draft exploits this. They get a last pick puck, they have the bat and the Darkseer, they can get the TA, but it's a TA that's Angolier lane. Like, the Pango has no break open the early to mid game was very, very good. And even if there's the odd kill here and there for eSpoiled, it never really shifted the tempo of the game. It was always, you know, Runa's team game to control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were very much playing from ahead the whole time, and they made sure that Albica was doing work as well. Queasy was doing work. Like, Nikki Cool, bouncing around, having fun. Shigetsu
You see 4 heroes, you pick it as on. But it is a very, very good hero. Correct hands in the correct draft, and yeah, just really good stuff. I think this series alone will influence other teams on kind of their perspective a little bit. I think how to beat TA was kind of showcased in game 1. How to play Batrider in the 4 position was showcased in game 2. So it'll be exciting to see if like this series has any other influence on other teams, because good takeaways from this to kind of shape the meta of this qualifier. And yeah, we'll see if other teams are, you know, doing their research and looking at this, because these are the small things that can help you as you go up against the potential Navis and Aurora of the bracket that we have us.
喂喂喂，喂喂喂。
Hello，队友呢？Hello。
I'm seriously getting tired of this place.
Aurora as their favorites, rightly so, but really it could go anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this region has been kind of on the come up for a long time now. And I really feel like they are really just starting to bear the fruits of their labor, right? Like Eastern European
10 seconds
been
remaining.
good all across a lot of top teams for a very, very long time. And as we're having a look at our quick schedule, as we start to glaze a little bit more of these. But Matt, it's definitely a team that a lot of people are going to look at, but we've got two very interesting ones for us today to try and jump into. And I think it's always special when we get to look at these closed qualifiers because we do get to have some fresh names, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And fresh names, but also fresh-ish teams. You look at One Move, for example. 4 out of their 5 players only joined this team within the last 3 weeks, and 2 of them only joined within the last 5 days, right? So it's like, how well are they going to be able to gel together? And, you've got Namiga, for example. You've got, from One Move, Vaja used to be on Namiga, so maybe there's some beef there as well, a little bit of extra spice or motivation just to be able to really put a strong foot forward.
Yeah, exactly. And we always enjoy seeing a lot of these teams, especially when they're starting to fight in the mud pits that are like these closed qualifiers. When you have those previous experiences, a lot of these different players coming together and seeing how they do fight. I do want to say before we move forward, One Move, it feels like a removalist company. Every time that I look at the team, no disparaging towards the esports org. I think the logo is quite nice, but anytime I hear anybody say anything, it's a removalist company. But they look.
Just the one. Yeah,
exactly. It's probably just because I've been doing a lot of moving as of late, so that's why I like moving's on my brain. But I digress. There's Dota to talk about.
Bashka, he is breathing in the whole atmosphere coming through right now with that nasal strip. He is going to be oxygenated like hell. Holy.
But look at Young G, Max relaxing right now.
True.
Completely
Posture
full
check
lounge.
is needed. For sure.
Probably already locked in the hero that he wants to play. He's just like, yep, just pick me this will be fine.
I mean, he's probably one of the most experienced players out of this entire 10-person lineup, right? Young G has been around for quite some time. He hasn't always been there at the very tippy top, but he's always been thereabouts, that occasionally, getting into like a tier 1.5 team as we get to see the man, the myth, the legend relaxing himself, really speedrunning through a lot of these bans too. I mean, a lot of them are, at least in my eyes, very obvious. Bristleback, Nature's Prophet, TA, and Darkseer, probably first and foremost. A little surprised that people are still banning out the Beastmaster, but I've always said this, there's no bad Beastmaster game. You can always find a way to be able to make it work, whether it be, axes into Drums of Slom, or if you just look to dominate the lane through your boars and then go Helm of the Overlord route. And any kind of BKB piercing stun is always going to be very good, but the innate being changed so that you're not able to tank the towers quite as easily with the block did hurt him a little bit, but clearly not enough to not warrant a ban. But AA, Centaur, these are pretty standard ones coming through. I'm trying to think of some other stuff. Shadow Shaman probably is one of the ones coming through. Ooh, Oracle. Okay, so that's a way to be able to counter out the AA, right? As long as you're able to wait out the Ice Blast for, I think it's 3 seconds, and then you use your False Promise, you're pretty good after that point, because you're still going to get all of the healing that comes at the very end of it.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of been tech for a long time right now to be able to deal with the Ancient Apparition. There's not really too many, I feel like not too many heroes that counter Ancient Apparition in the support role, and I feel like if you have these support heroes that can kind of counter a very strong support in their own right in the AA, it just kind of puts you in really good stead. Dark Willow has been a hero that we've been seeing a little bit so far all throughout these qualifiers. It has really been, I feel like, an Eastern European special for a long time, and just being able to combine it with, heroes like the Axe as well as the AA just means that you've got so much of this area denial that the Stampede feels, I don't want to say next to useless, but it feels rendered inert a lot of the time, and that's where the AAs really be able to kind of get that combo going and try and nullify some of these heroes that are going forward.
Yeah, I wonder if it's one of the things that for Namiga, Young G, he plays a lot of heroes. He hasn't been playing a ton of the puck lately, so I wonder if that's going to be something that they're also considering, just to be able to, take that away from One Move, because I feel like puck is pretty good, like another one of those answers to the the Centaur as well for that Stampede potential. Plus, anything that's able to just get onto the backlines and deal with Oracle is always going to be a good thing. He's, as we've seen from the player cams, he's gone by Grip, but I would say Gilgear, who I know him by, Dark Willow is probably his signature hero, so there's that added aspect to it as well. You know, when you're in these closed qualifiers, which, like you said, is really a bloodbath, there's only one spot for all of these teams, you want to go for comfort. And I was actually talking to you about this combination as well. The Tiny and the Wind Range are probably not going to be laning together because you do have the Oracle there, but Avatos combo into the power shot with the kill shot, I think it's called, Facet, is just so devastating. And you talk about ways to be able to deal with AA, you don't really have any saving potential for yourself. So if you get caught, you're just dead. I feel like there could be frequent instances where this AA just doesn't have a good time in this game if the positioning isn't perfect coming through from one move.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's something that they really need to kind of keep in mind when they get in towards the mid game, is trying to make sure that their positioning is kind of on point, because you have a lot of these heroes that, well, I mean, 2 of these heroes so far that can really kind of abuse a lot of these heroes if they are slightly out of favor. Another hero that we were talking about, we'll call it the green room, a little bit off air before we jumped on the desk today, was this Void Spirit, and being able to see him make a little bit of a resurgence felt like he was a little bit of an answer to pucks in the lane. But I feel like him as a hero being able to do very similar things to what Nemiga wants to do against the AA, but being able to do that, you know, conversely against the Oracle is a big bonus here for one move, where they can be the aggressors and they can be the ones that are on the front foot, where the AA can kind of just stick in behind of this ball, and as long as he gets his spells out, then if he gets caught, doesn't seem to really matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I personally, at this point in time, I prefer the Nemiga draft though, just because you can run this Tiny mid against the Void Spirit, and Void Spirit doesn't exactly have the most armor. So for someone like Tiny, who's going to be hitting you not exactly super frequently, but when he does, it's going to hit like a truck, you know, and I feel like that's going to be pretty impactful. Also, the potential to just flex it to a position 1 as well is a really useful tool for them to be able to have for their draft, especially considering they do have the last pick overall of the entire draft too. So I feel like even though they've got a ton of reserve time left on one move, Nemiga probably doing a pretty decent job at this point.
It feels like both teams kind of have an idea about how they want to go in both these drafts, whereas it feels like, you know, specifically with the side of Nemiga, they are ever so slightly ahead. So they will just get rid of the puck here and finish it off with a Dragon Knight. So another one of these tankier heroes is trying to, you can see from the bans already from Nemiga, just trying to make sure that this Tiny has heroes that he can burst and kill, correct? And I feel like the Dragon Knight was probably one of the only ones that's left in the pool that could, you know, survive a lot of this damage that comes out from Nemiga.
A little odd that they went for, I guess it wouldn't be laning into it, right? Like, it's a Void Spirit mid, so the puck ban does make a lot of sense, but DK is one of those few heroes that you actually do want to play into a puck with, just because you've got that super reliable stun to be able to catch him out. So still just feeling like maybe they didn't have the most reliable across the board to be able to catch a mobile hero, so I'll have to wait and see. The other issue that I'm having that DK does sort of answer is that they were, at least in my opinion, lacking a tiny bit of damage, especially if it goes to the later stages of the game. Nemiga has a very durable draft right now. Like Windrun, Gale Force to be able to move away, of course, Oracle with all the saving potential, Centaur, Tiny, enough said. So even just like a Monkey King, who we still don't know 100% where it's going to go. Like, it could be just played as a position 1 here, but looks like it's going to be Bashka playing the pos 1, Youngji playing mid against the Void Spirit. And you talk about that low armor that we were mentioning previously. Difference isn't going to have a pretty easy time into the MK as well, and it's just another way to be able to get onto that backline, right? Probably one of the best ways that they have to be able to deal with some of these tankier heroes is the Ancient Apparition with the Bone Chill facet, just using that strength decay to be able to just soften them up a little bit. But again, if you're dying to a Tiny, a Monkey King, a Centaur, a Wind Ranger doing a lot of damage very quickly, then you're not really going to have too much of a good time this game.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be on one move to make sure they're moving themselves in a very proper kind of way. I almost did it. I saw your face there. They just need to make sure they're protecting this Ancient Apparition and kind of at all costs, or at least bare minimum trying to get the spells off in an advantageous position, right? Because we already touched on the fact that we saw the AA in the first bit of the draft, and then with the Axe and the Dark Willow as the 1-2 combination, they're obviously trying to set up for this Ice Blast and try and catch a lot of these cores out. But, you know, if conversely they're the ones that are getting gone on it, it feels like it's a very hard draft for them to try and counter initiate. quite a little time. They do have the axe in the wings to try and get that counter initiation. But Matt, for me, I think looking across in the Mega draft, it really does feel like that they're the ones that can set the tempo and try and get this game on their terms, right?
I think so, yeah, but it's going to be really important for One Move to at least try and do that for themselves because, I mean, they've gone the Corrosive Dragon facet, which is pretty standard these days for the DK, but it does mean that they've got a little bit more of that pressuring potential. And, you know, if it does get to those uber late stages, everyone's going to have a Blink Dagger. Everyone's going to be able to jump in onto the backlines. Everyone's going to be able to find a way to disrupt the backline. And honestly, it's pretty important for both teams, right? The AA and the Oracle are who a lot of these team fights are going to revolve around in terms of, like, well, one, survivability from the Namiga side, but much more for the offensive potential for One Move. So that's really the mini game, I guess, that I'm going to be looking at throughout this game. Like, who is going to be able to take the team fights on their terms? Because just having a look at the draft, I would have to say that it's probably going to be Namiga that are going to get out of the laning stage in a little bit of a better spot. So I'm interested to see what One Move are going to be able to do to counter that. If it's just split push and try and delay until they get that first big item and then try and make a big move, or if, you know, they're just going to crumble under all of that pressure.
And speaking of trying to get on the front foot, it looks like both teams here are going for a little smoke in towards the enemy jungles, trying to see if they can spot anybody out lacking just a little bit here. But it looks like so far both of these two teams have been well aware of the shenanigans that are available, and they have just decided to avoid each other on either side of the map. So you're talking about the lanes so far here, you know, looking towards the side of One Move. Then if they are a little bit lacking when it comes to that laning prowess, how do you feel like that they're going to try and get this mid to early game trying to go their way if they do fall behind in the lanes?
I mean, it's the thing is, AA isn't necessarily the greatest at being able to, like, cut waves, for example, whereas someone like a Wind Ranger can. So I'm not exactly, like, even a Dark Willow who, hold on, are they going to try and go for a bit of a kill here to be able to start things off?
Oh, Mono
3v1
popping a lot here. That is a nice little Fortune's End there to be able to get off all of those pesky little debuffs. But now with all this damage and the right clicks, they finish it off. Corrupted with first blood.
That's a good way to start things off. You know, if the lanes are going to be rough for you, what better way than a first blood to be able to make that nice for you? And even just with the body blocks there, making sure that a few of those creeps went under the tower. So even though it's a rougher lane, the Axe is probably going to be in a pretty decent spot to be able to drag this wave back and have it in a much safer spot for them to be able to contest with.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for this Axe lane, right? To just be able to try and drag this lane into such a position where he can actually start to contest just a little bit. And even just starting off with that first blood is very, very big there for Corrupted here. So One Move starting off with a very good intro, but you can already see how strong a lot of these lanes are going to be for the side of Namiga. The fact that we've already got Young G, who's just putting so much pressure on a difference, and already in the top lane as well. The bottom lane, pardon me, at the Tiny is just coming out on top when it comes to that off lane for them.
For sure. I mean, XS Vampire also is just going to be hammering into this AA at every single opportunity. Little surprising, just considering AA does actually have a slight attack range advantage, but in terms of just being able to trade a little bit more easily, again, you've got more mobility as well as this Wind Ranger once you hit level 2, so there really isn't anything that AA is going to be able to do to stop you at that point.
That's very true. So we'll see how these lanes do fare for the side of One Move, about whether or not they're going to try and make a few of these rotations, try and put a little bit of extra pressure on potentially the Windrunner or the Centaur, or whether or not it is just going to be Namiga who's going to cruise out to an early lead here. So because I've taken such a long, I would say, hiatus from the game, I feel like I'm a bit of a blank canvas tonight. Mr. Danog, and I know you're a man that enjoys speaking about Dota too. I feel like my biggest question is, what is the main reason behind this Centaur hero kind of coming in and being strong? Because I'm a Centaur enjoyer, I'm just trying to see the power in him straight away.
I mean, it's just so hard to kill you, right? Like, it really does come down to that. You put a lot of pressure on the lanes where you're just able to put yourself out there, specifically once you've got the blade mail, because you don't need to worry about going boots, right? You've got the horsepower facet. You just need to try and get as tanky as possible. And hold on, speaking of Centaur, he nearly got a kill on the AA. Yeah, it just forces a lot of attention towards you that you need to deal with. And again, you're another one of those heroes that even if you're not there, you've still got a team fight affecting spell in the Stampede to be able able to impact in a big way.
Ooh. He's getting close. Almost killed the AA there. What are we landing on for the AA's name, by the way? BB3PX.
Let's just go BB.
BB? All right, okay. I always like to try and reach a consensus with you whenever we cover games of players with intricate names.
Yeah. I'm also just having a look at like what exactly they're going to be doing here on one move now that it's approaching the 4-minute water rune, potential time to be able to stack, because I really felt like he might make this move a bit sooner. As soon as you've got the boots and a full wand and a bracer on the axe, I don't feel like there's a ton of kill potential coming the way of Corrupted. So I do like the fact that they're kind of leaving him on his own a little bit here to be able to just soak up a bunch of free XP for himself, still do fine, because this mid lane is going not too great for difference, right? It might only look like 400 net worth diff, but when you've got that Monkey King hitting his level 6 early, just getting really up in your face, getting aggressive. Now he's got 3 points in the Jingu mastery. You just can't last it really.
Yeah, it's when things get a little spicy, and XX Vampire, as well as his boy Covis 9. Covis 9? Yeah, I'll go with
sure.
Almost to take out the AA once again, as we have a quick little look here towards the middle lane once again. And as you said, like, albeit it is a big start here for the side of Young G, it may not be reflected in the net worth. It's just more so that it's like it's getting to the point now where Young G is really just starting to take over this lane, and it's just going to exponentially kind of exacerbate the gap between these two heroes, especially if Young G is able to get a few of those rotations off with the early power runes. You can already see that we've got Corrupted just cutting these lanes here on the Grandmaster axe. So just obviously got into the point now where the axe can just kind of solo these lanes and just cut all these creep waves, and it's very, very hard for the side of Nemiga to try and contest this axe with how good of a start that he's had so far. And that's probably where you're going to be looking towards Young G, right, to try and come down and disrupt what this axe is trying to do.
It really can't be understated how important that first blood was. Like, it really did change the complete identity of what will be happening in this bottom lane. Right now it just means that you can make a few more rotations like Grip is doing up onto this top side. We talked about how beefy the Centaur is, but not if you're able to make a 3v1 situation happen. Although they'll know that it's a 3v1 situation, so where is the support? And XS Vampire is making that rotation towards mid just to make sure that the foot stays on Difference's neck, that he's not able to move at all or do anything so far this game, because he's the one that's going to be needing to provide a ton of the tempo.
They've got the amplified damage rune now on Young G, and I think this is a very targeted assault here on Difference, just because they understand that if this Void Spirit doesn't get off to a good start, then who do they really have to jump the Oracle? Like, yes, you can have DK and Axe with their Blink Staggers, but until then, it's all on the Void Spirit, right?
Really like the fact as well, yeah, it is completely on Void Spirit, and if you're going to go Blade Mail first on the Axe, it's going to be a little while until you get into that, right? So if you're able to, for lack of a better term, neuter the Void Spirit's gameplay a little bit, then there really isn't too much that he can that they're going to have from an offensive standpoint at that stage. They got a decent amount of damage into that tower as well, obviously just off the amp damage, but also soaking a few of those tower hits, making sure that the siege creep stayed alive. So very nice there, as might be getting baited in here a little bit, but who's actually the one getting baited?
Yeah, Young G's up here as well. Grips decided to come in though with the Bramble Maze, comes back in with the Curse Crown as well, but we're looking to see what this DK can do. The Eyesight goes in, gets the Dragon Tail off onto the Monkey King, but finally the Power Shot comes in and gets the kill there from XS Vampire. And it is all so nice for you to walk up towards those Wisdom Fountains, but sometimes you overextend just a little bit too far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is without the Monkey King just being able to jump through the trees, right? He hasn't gone that fast, and he went changing of the guard just to be able to have a little bit of mobility in these team fights once he pops the Wukong's command to be able to get out of a sticky situation. But with how... Hold on. Yeah, he should be getting it.
Kind of walked up the river and found 3 people from one move, and unfortunately that will be the difference in that middle lane.
Very good. But the thing that I was saying was, because of how well Young Ji was able to dominate that lane. It was a very tactical move, right? You bring 3 heroes mid around the 6-minute mark, so you get the amp damage rune, and then after that, the lane is pushed in because of how well you've crushed it. You need to deal with the creeps hitting the tower, which means that you can't contest when he goes to help with the wisdom rune fight, you know? So it really meant that they didn't get any tower damage going back the other way. Yeah, you got a little bit of free net worth, but all the while your DK was dying.
Which for a game like this feels like the more that the other two cores fall behind, the more pressure that falls onto Corrupted's head, because having such a good start on the axe, yes, can feel all well and good, but if you don't have another core to kind of back you up in a lot of these scenarios, it really does feel like that you get that extra pressure that gets put on you to try and get this blink dagger at a nice and quick time. As we already said, he's going for the blade mail first, so it's going to be delayed just a little bit longer, but then it also just kind of gets exacerbated by the fact that, you know, everyone's waiting for you to get this blink dagger because you're the core that's having such a good game. And then if these first couple of blink dagger, you know, ganks don't go your way, then things really start to snowball and fall behind. The rest of your cores are still starting to fall behind. You're not the one that's taking over the game, and it really does feel like it's quite a lot of pressure that's going to be put on Corrupted on the axe here if those two cores don't follow up. Whereas the side of Nemiga, like, we've just been able to have Bashka, who's just been kind of AFK farming, obviously isn't kind of crushing it right now, but he's just being able to sit back and farm on the tiny while you've got Young Jesus rotating around the map and doing what he needs to.
Absolutely. Hold on. Talk about these rotations. Here we go.
Yeah, Corrupted is in the middle of the ring, and that is going to be the first death for the axe. He was having such a good start to this game, but unfortunately when 4 heroes from Nemiga rotate behind your tier 1, there's not much you can do.
You talk about the importance of being able to control this axe a little bit. That was, I think it was only about 50 gold away from his blade mail as well. So that's going to set him back probably about another minute or so with the death time, plus the run back, plus the time needed to farm it up. And that actually means quite a lot, right? Like, it's a very different death to be dying there as Void Spirit.
Yeah, difference does have 2 astral steps here though, so as long as he doesn't get caught out, he can still get away. So we've got 1 more left in the back pocket here. They're going to go with the Stampede. Young G is going to go in, but they're directly on top of him. He's got no dissimulate either, and they catch him out with the Fortune's End, and Difference, unfortunately, doesn't have an extra step to get away from Young G.
Definitely doesn't. And you talk about the importance of that blade mail. Now you've got Covis 9 coming through, stealing a stack away. He's got the blade mail as well to be able to make himself. Probably won't be putting himself out there beyond the tower now that the Stampede is on cooldown, but I'm expecting that to be the way that he plays once he does have it back available for himself again, especially once he gets this cloak. He's actually going a Glimmer Cape for himself, just to be able to, I guess, have the more affordable option that forces them to use more and more resources specifically just to kill him, because I think he needs to play that, I'm going to say sacrificial role, but basically just bait. He's baiting everyone to go onto him, because if you don't, then he's going to force, like, creeps just hitting into that tower, the top tower. He's going to force, it's just going to be a really quick blink dagger for him after the fact, right? So how are you going to be able to address this? I think they need to get on the front foot now and try and take out this this Centaur before he gets too far.
And speaking of trying to get on the front foot, it looks like Young G is going to see if he can try and take down Corrupted here, though. Nice little use of the Fortune's End as well. They're catching up with the Berserker's Call. Young G, oh so low here, gets a lot of damage going out, tries to throw out the Wukong's command, getting stunned up though. He's lucky to be able to avoid that AA Ice Blast, goes into a few more of his soldiers, and Young G survives thanks to the false promise here. XS Vampire is able to take down BB in the backlines, but there's a lot of people here from one move. It's a lot of damage that goes in there from the Fortune's End and the power shot. So maybe with how low these people are here on one move, they can try and make an extra movement, but it looks like here with Bashka coming forward on the tiny, they don't want to have any of this smoke, so they will be able to get their Monkey King out alive, only losing an Oracle for it.
Not too bad. Again, Centaur just wasn't there the entire time as well, and they end up taking away the power rune as well. Not as for the Monkey King, of course. Void Spirit loves to have those very frequently. And you talk about the ways that they're going to be able to deal with the Oracle in the backline as well. Straight rushing an Aghanim Scepter here on Difference. He realizes that's the most important thing for him to be able to do this game, is just take out that big source of survivability, because that team fight went on for far too long, and this was pre-level 6 for Monodrama as well.
Oh, XS Vampire does get caught out here, tries to get something done with the Shackle shot, but with Young G in the area, they do back away from trying to take down that Wind Ranger. You just want to circle back to Covis 9 here. It looks like he's going directly for the pipe, considering how good of a game that he has had here. So it seemed like the Glimmercape was a little bit more of an active option, whereas now he's decided, you know, my team doesn't really need me, so I can kind of sit back and farm for a little bit more. And if he pops out with a Blade Mail plus a pipe, how are you supposed to kill these heroes, especially with a lot of the damage being magic damage? And speaking of magic damage, some of it's going towards Young G right now. They're going to come forward with the Stampede. Excess Vampire goes in here onto Grip. Fortunately for Grip, he's going to get kill shotted. Will not have the life to stay around. Also, BB goes down on the sidelines as well, so both the supports losing their lives for one move.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Centaur actually showed up for that one. What does he actually have coming out to him? Has he gone and bought a Blink Dagger or something beforehand? Or Heart of Terra? The Ring of Terras, yeah. Okay, makes a lot of sense. I mean, he just wants to make sure that he's as survivable as possible in that lane. He's even got a freaking chip vest as well for himself, so you've already got Retaliate. Now you've got that as well. Wonder when Bashka is going to put a single point into the toss, because I feel like that's the only thing that's really been holding him back from being able to contribute perhaps a little bit more in a few of these team fights. You know, around that Roche pit, maybe a toss would have been the difference with the 4-point avalanche that he had at the time to be able to maybe turn that one around, but we'll have to wait and see.
Potentially now at level 11.
Monkey. Yeah.
What you said?
I mean, where to now? Like, it really just does become a bit more of the waiting game. You've got the Blink Dagger purchased up now by Corrupted, so I wonder if they're looking to go for a play, or if it's just going to be a little bit more passive, waiting around for this this Aghanim Scepter for difference on his Void Spirit. I'd have to imagine that they got to try and make something happen now, because, I mean, what's the point of getting a Blink Dagger if you're just going to sit back and farm? You know, you got to make the most out of it right now when you can.
Especially when you're 2,000 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, maybe if he was a couple hundred gold, you could justify it, but double Blink Daggers now for the side of one move. This is definitely go time for them. They're going to smoke up with the Axe and the AA, but it looks like they're putting a lot of emphasis towards the top side of the map here for Nemiga. They want to see if they can put pressure on this T1 tower. They want to see if they can force out the Dragon Knight and see if Eyesight wants to have a fight. So they are going to start to connect here with Corrupted and BB. So looks like we're going to have fights on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. See what the Axe can do.
When is the smoke going to pop, though? Right underneath an Observer Ward.
Oh, probably not the person you want to go on here. They're going to go onto the Centaur, doing a lot of damage there. They do take out the Oracle nice and quickly, though. So Difference is able to come in and snipe out the Pos 5. We're going to see what else we can try and get here. Bashka comes in, goes forward, finally gets the toss as well as the damage doesn't finish off the AA, though. Now Cobus 9 is in the background doing a little bit of awkward damage. They haven't been able to secure any of these kills just yet in the Nemiga. They're starting to crumble here, man. Beautiful blink call once again from Corrupted. Finds out Young G, slams him down, dunks him into the fountain, and they're looking to see if they can take down the Centaur once again. He's a very, very tanky boy, but they've got so much damage. That kill shot, there's a lot of damage there from Excess Vampire. So they will at least stop the TP, but that is a lot of lives to lose there for Nemiga.
It is for sure, and it just shows you the importance of that Blink Dagger, right? When you're able to get onto the backline, when you're able to take out that Oracle, that's really going to be the big thing coming through from the shot callers, is Monodrama. You just got to stay well back, especially if Axe has been off the map for quite some time. To be fair, though, that's basically where he'd been farming for the past, like, 5 or so minutes. Even when they killed him previously, it was right next to the tier 2 tower, but you know, really nice initiation coming through, great teamwork coming through, getting the right target. And you mentioned it was, you know, maybe a bit of a questionable thing to try and go in onto the Centaur, but you just see how quickly back he's forced to retreat, and eventually did end up going down anyway.
Yeah, I think it really kind of worked out in their favor, the fact that Kovazan was the first one they went on, and this beautiful call coming in from Corrupted as well just catches out Young G, and as soon as they were kind of half-baited, they're like, oh, you know, they've used quite a lot, Kovazan's still alive, maybe we can try and make this work, and they get kind of like half-baited in, and the fact that they walked in with the Tiny and they didn't even get the kill on the AA. Maybe if Bashka got that, you know, the one-tap combo on BB, potentially could have seen them try and re-engage, but they just didn't get anything out of that, and then the Tiny had just overextended, and they were kind of left there with without many spells to use, so potentially it could have been a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at BB3's neutral item. He's got the Sister Shroud, so obviously that's going to serve him really well when you're getting like Avatos comboed. You're not going to be able to get those right clicks off because of the evasion, and even just the enchant that he's got for it as well. Brawny, 110 extra health, and that could be the difference in terms of being able to survive or not. Infused raindrops, just a lot of value coming through for this AA. He realizes how important his role in this game is.
Yep, especially with the double lotuses as well. He's just got a lot of this effective HP that he can try and rely on. So Corrupted is again trying to look for another victim here. He's going to go for a very early BKB. I'm loving this build coming in from the Axe, understanding his job perfectly. And it seems like that's kind of the name of the game here for One Move. And they're seeing if they can try and find the Monodrama. They're able to find him out in the corner. Difference gets him dunked. Comes down once again from Corrupted.
Very, very nicely done. And speaking of Corrupted, it is that corrosive dragon. Two C words, they're the same thing. You're going to be able to deal a little bit of damage into this tower as well. And you just see the instant value that you get out of that Aghanim Scepter as well, right? Wasn't even able to get off any sort of defensive spells because of the silence coming through from Difference. So very, very nicely done. I've been impressed by One Move. You know, again, this is a relatively new roster coming together, at least in terms of the players, obviously. One Move itself. Clovis 9 here.
They found him out. He doesn't really have a good way of getting out of here either. There's so many stops to these TPs. He's going to try his best here with the blade mail and the pipe, but all those barriers are going to do naught when he gets chopped through like that. We're getting close towards this 20-minute mark as well, where you're starting to see, you know, the Roshan and the Tormentor kind of exchange happen. But I think with the way that One Move are playing across this map, they are the ones that are dominating all this different map position. It's going to be very, very hard for Nemiga to try and, you know, get any of these objectives on the map.
I feel like that's the big difference, right? Like, when was the last time we actually saw Nemiga make a move? It was when Axe died like 8 minutes ago, and it feels like they've kind of been a little bit too passive in the meantime. Like, it seems like they're going to go for a little bit more of the active style with Tiny rushing a Shadow Blade now coming through, wanting to be able to, you know, eventually go into the Silver Edge, get a little bit of that break off, but more just be mobile, be harder to kill, kind of do the things that I was saying before, because if you don't have Dust, he might be able to get away from a gank, and of course it's effective from an offensive perspective too.
It just allows him to try and find those backside angles, and maybe, you know, he kind of changes the way that he needs to play this game, where he's, you know, trying to get rid of the Dark Willow, who feels like, you know, Group's been doing quite a lot of good work with a lot of these different CC that he's able to throw around. You know, try and find where both of the supports are in the back, and you can have Young G try and go for one, whereas Bashka goes for the other. We'll have to wait and see. Because as you said, right now in the Nemiga, they're definitely playing the much more passive game. And when we looked at both of these drafts as well, it definitely was the kind of name of the game was Nemiga had very, very strong lanes. And if they're the ones that are pushing the tempo, then they can start to take this game. But if One Move get into a position where they can be on the front foot and they can dictate the pace of the game, then they're going to look very strong as well. So 20 minutes is up now. We'll see. Where's the Tormentor? Bottom? No, top side.
The big thing for me is, despite having those stronger lanes, and again, I'm just going to go back to the First Blood, really changing the picture of what that bottom lane looked like in terms of who was going to win it. They haven't taken any towers, you know, like the lowest tower is at about a third HP, let's say, on the top side. And these days, that safe lane tower is so important. Like, if you take away the enemy's safe lane tower, they can't farm like 5 extra camps, which is huge. I mean, that's where this big net worth differential is coming from Eyesight and his Dragon Knight, right? Like, that's camps that he shouldn't be able to farm right now, but he is, just because he's got that safety net coming through from that area.
All right, Shadow Blade up and available here. Babashka is looking to see if he can get the kill onto BB, and is able to get it done.
Instant
so
value.
He's able to get through the Sister's Cape there.
Yeah, I guess the Acro Saber is helpful for that as well. And it's like,
I think he did it. Oh, he actually changed it. There's a Searing Signet now. That's why he died so fast.
All right,
they'll change it.
Needs to learn. Hold on, Axe, keep being in.
See who
bait someone in to go in. I mean, anytime you see 3 cores in the lane, and he's just walking straight back in.
Okay, all right, Cobus 9. They do get a Wukong's command here. Doesn't really catch too many people inside of it. Beautiful silence into the fear as well from Group. And again, you can just see this re-engage and disengage coming in from One Move. They're starting to get baited around here, though. They haven't been able to convert this into anything just yet. Now, Monodrama is one that walks in. They do catch out Bashka, though. He's the one that gets caught. That's a beautiful Yules there on the Corrupted. He just goes up in the air. No engage for you, son. Still has that BKB. Looking to see if they can get rid of Excess Vampire here. Bashka goes back in, goes onto the Dragon. I don't know if he's really the person you want to try and go in. They eventually do clean up Group, though. So both teams lose their 4s, Matt, and looks like they're both trying to go back in. Corrupted doesn't have all too much mana, so he doesn't really want to fight all too much. So when the dust settles, a 1-for-1. No BKB
one.
used. Is a positive.
No BKBs used just yet. Yeah, that's the big thing that I was looking at as well. You know, I was actually going to mention that Yule Scepter, and it being a great item, right? Because one, Dark Willow already had an ATOS at that point, so it allows you to save yourself a little bit. But particularly, you know, Axe, Blink, in, Call. The way to counter that is the Yule Scepter, but he had a BKB at the time corrupted. It's just he was caught off guard by that amazingly quick reaction coming through from Excess Vampire.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick Yules. Came in there to stop corrupted, but as you said, just slightly caught off guard. And I imagine next time when we see an engage like that, it's going to be a pre-BKB coming in from corrupted. So we'll see how these fights do pan out. But I mean, all things said and done, it felt like Namiga really got themselves caught with their pants down. They did a really good job at kind of kiting backwards from one move, really just trying to poke and prod them and trying to see if they can get any more of those resources out of them. But I mean, at the end of the day, you can just see so much re-engage from the side of one move. Like, they have 2 blink daggers and a hypermobile mid. Like, it's very hard for Namiga if they don't, you know, catch someone quickly and take them out and get that numbers advantage. You can see how awkward and hard these fights can be. So one move definitely still in a very, very dominant position right now. We'll see whether or not they can convert that into anything more substantial though.
Now, one thing that I do like that they did, especially considering DK showed that the Elder Dragon form had just expired, so you knew you had 40 seconds of no DK hitty tower time, which he's back to doing right now. They did get mid tier 1, they did get mid top tier 1, so they've opened up the map a little bit. It means that Cobus 9 has this top area of the map to be able to play around, and you might be able to force back one move to be able to defend their side of the map, but you've got a freaking DK. You've got a corrosive Dragon DK as well, so he doesn't need to move back at all. They're going to continue staying on the front foot and putting a lot of this pressure onto the tier 2 towers. And this is really where I was wanting to see a tier 1 tower focused prior to that 22-minute mark, let's say, just because it's allowed them to get way too farmed on DK in particular.
Oh, Excess Vampire.
Yeah.
Found and assassinated. Difference just goes in, Astral Steps, hits him with the silence, and then corrupted as long as he's within range. The dunk is quick enough. That's kind of the problem that you have with Wind Ranger, is sometimes she is very, very squishy. Monodrama is just, yeah. There's not much you can do there. You know, you kind of just...
Even stacked for him.
Yeah. He walked into a meat grinder and then gave them extra gold.
Now, I don't know if it's going to get to this point because they're looking like in a pretty good spot right now on one move, taking away a ton of towers, taking away a lot of the map that they've got to be able to play around with. They won't be able to push into this tier 2 top just because the wave was continuously shoved in by Bashka with that Shadow Glade. Centaur is going for an Aghanim Scepter, the old hitcher ride, sorry, the workhorse. I wonder how he's going to approach that, because it's not like he has a great hero to be able to put in the card and have them do damage, right? It really feels like a saving ability that he's going to be using, because they do have a lot of this single target-ish focus, right? In terms of the DK stun, in terms of the Axe Call. So Centaur needs to be counter initiation. Or, hold on, Monkey King might be able to find Void Spirit.
Yeah, but they are looking around right now, just towards the end of the shield ring though. They found out Cobus 9, looking to see if they can get down the AA, so they're able to assassinate BB. Now let's see what else they can get here for the side of Namiga. Looking to see if they can go down on Grip. Haven't been able to take down the Dark Willow just yet. Excess Vampire, very, very forward position here. Dunk on the backside, Cobus 9's dead. No Centaur for the rest of this fight, so a lot of their auras are out and about. Now they're trying to go back in onto difference. He's able to find out Bashka, found out there's Tiny, been able to do so much damage to the Wind Ranger in the backlines as well, and Bashka will just eventually tick down to the Dragon Knight and one move. Although they were the ones that got jumped, they turned around and threw hands.
I'm not really sure what happened in that fight in terms of Monodrama, because he has Blink Dagger and full everything. Everything is available to be used right now, but no false promise, no nothing. I think the fight just got way too spread out, and neither team really had any vision at that point. You know, it's nighttime, so any sort of little advantage that you can have is a godsend, but they were just way too spread apart, and he just felt a little bit too scared to be able to go in because of how targeted he has been up until this point. But it couldn't have been a better start to the fight, in my opinion, for Namiga. Like, they found the backline.
We'll have a look at the replay here. So they're able to go in, as you said, pretty much a perfect start for them. They take down BB. I'm trying to see here on the minimap about where Monodrama is. Very much in the backlines here. Isn't able to save the Centaur there. Wanted to try and get in towards the position. Gets into a very, very weird spot and then just blinks away and walks away.
Yeah. Really needed to be contributing a little more in that fight as well on top side.
Young
Although
G.
Aghanim Shard might end up saving him. 5 seconds left into that TP, and he's going to need to just commit to this fight. He might be able to go to the right. Yep.
Where he is though. He gets up to the high ground. He takes down.
The Nightfall.
Okay, all right. So he lives, but at what cost? Because you lost Monodrama to difference in the background here, who was just looking for some oracles.
They can kill this axe.
BK can try. He does BKB, but he's got so much armor now. He gets an extra dunk as well. That's the problem with these axes when they have so many stacks of Code of Blood. He is able to turn around. He gets all of the extra armor when it comes to the battle hunger as well. It's just, yeah, that was
also
ambitious.
I don't know why XS Vampire loved the guy, but didn't need to be in melee range there. You know, like it was a stun into a stun, and he's just like, you know what? You can call me. You can get a little bit of that turnaround potential, because yeah, I don't think that should have happened. Maybe, you know, the gank attempt still wouldn't have worked out, but at least you wouldn't have lost someone going for a 3v1 gank.
It would have been a nice pickup for them. Oh, Young G. Oh, they broke the tree. Young G, they know he still does not have the BKB. The BKB will not matter. They're just going to throw in the A as well, and he will catch everybody with that. BB is able to snipe out with Amiga players. Monodrama goes down. Eventually, Corrupted comes in, gets the godlike dunk as well. And I think, Matt, we've seen this tale before. It's a good start from the side of one move, and a very dominant start to this best of three.
It has been completely, and I mean, I really thought that perhaps at least Wind Ranger would have been able to do a little more to be able to keep these lanes pressured out, stop this aggression from coming forward, because I still feel like if it gets to the super later stages of the game, they might be able to still contest this, but in terms of the mid-game dominance, it's exactly what one move were wanting, and it really is a reward for how instantly they were able to take advantage of their timings. You know, every single time they've found a big item, they've gotten a kill, or they've gotten a big objective off the back of it.
Alright, that's a nice little shackle shot. In the back line goes Bashka, but you can just see how instantly one move turn around onto this Tiny. They don't get the dunk, but Eyesight cleans it up. Goes up onto the high ground, wants to take down XX Vampire, is able to get that one as well. And they are just jumping in, getting the calls. Corrupted tries to pull them outside of the base as well. They're getting stuck out by this Dark Willow. They are very, very tanky though, but eventually you can just see the excess damage they've got here for one move. Corrupted's looking to try and go in, gets towards the back line, gets on top of Monodrama. He's able to get the dunk. It's the false promise that wasn't there in time. Eyesight's getting nice and low, but that is only the first life, ladies and gentlemen. Corrupted still hovering on the sidelines here, wants to try and get another dunk, gets more of those Code of Blood stacks. Eventually they take down Difference though, so maybe one move. Trying to over-aggress this a little bit too much. If they lose that Corrupted here, this could be quite a lot of gold that's going to go in the pockets of Namiga. He's TPing out in the corner. They don't get the stomp. Oh, you hate to see it. You love to see it if you're one move.
There's 3 buybacks as well, 2 on cores, Bashka and Kovis 9, as well as Monodrama, and I really haven't felt the impact of this Oracle, right? Like, yes, the AA is a pseudo counter to it, but not if you're the ones that are going to be able to counter initiate. But it just feels like he's the one getting caught out pretty frequently at the start of a lot of these engagements. And even now, when they bought back and they saw them all TP away, they're taking the jungle, and I'm not sure if that's the best option. You know, you've already got a lot of lanes pushing in towards you. If I'm in their shoes, I'm trying to, you know, take a little bit of that lane pressure off and at least force them to have to take a bit of time to get the engagement in onto you.
Yeah. So again, you can just see
coming through.
Yeah, you can just see that one mover just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, as you said, keep pushing in these waves. There's not really that much wave pressure that's coming against them. Getting that tournament to finish now, got the shard up on Difference as well. BB almost copped an L there, but that's perfectly okay.
He used the Ghost Scepter, so he took more damage from the Tormentor, but alright, yeah, cool.
Brain. But it's a very, very dominant mid to late game here coming in from one move, and I think this is just kind of Corrupted paying back that start of the game, right? And it's what we talked about in the early couple of minutes. A lot of pressure is put on Corrupted, and seems like he's been able to stand tall for his team here and put a lot of that emphasis that was given to him in the early game into his own game, and then really just be able to kind of, I don't want to say carry the team, but do his job really, really well.
So the one thing that I did really like is that most of the time you do this in a like, okay, we're in a commanding position, let's just completely choke them out of the map and give them no vision. But it was a gem purchased by Excess Vampire when you're 16k behind, but I don't think they got any ward off the back of it, and well, that's another dieback coming through from them. 70 seconds without the Oracle. Like he just didn't walk into that bottom lane, so they ended up seeing the tiny Shadow Blade. They saw a potential smoke coming through as well. They just really haven't gotten the value out of this gem that they were needing.
Yeah, it would have been really nice for them to clear a bit of this out, but now they're just standing here and watching Eyesight take a mid-tier 3. They don't even have Corrupted anywhere close to try and fight. They at least know it, because... Oh, did he walk? I don't think he walked into that ward vision. Walked a secret shot.
It was just out of it. Oh, but it's the fear of the unknown, just like, you know, the Enigma black hole. You don't know where you need to land it. It's going to be a bit blast.
They walk in, they're able to come in with that workhorse to try and at least get the Tiny out of this fight, but that just means that Corrupted gets the two-man call. They Wukong up from Young G, and they're just going to leave it be. Eyesight goes back in. Bashka,
a dieback as well.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have too much life left here, especially when Difference takes him down. Corrupted goes forward here onto Young G, BKB the pod, but you can just see how much more this Axe is able to do than Young G. Beyond godlike for the Axe. And Corrupted 14, 1, and 8. G's get dropped, and that is game number 1. Going the way of one move off the back of a Grandmaster performance from Corrupted. You know, seeing this Axe pick, I really enjoyed it with the Dark Willow. I think he really to get a lot of that early emphasis from him.
Team pick.
Are they going to have damage issues on Namiga is again my question. But it seems like that might be the case, and you talk about ways to be able to quickly burst down the backline. Sven is at the top of the list. You know, again, this is something that I was talking with you in the quote-unquote green room about why TA is so good now, why Ember Spirit's being picked up a lot more, and hell, the Sven can probably be in the same category. Gossamer Cape does not exist anymore, so it feels like that is a huge buff for all of these heroes that just dish out that frequent damage either at the very start of a team fight or every 5, 6 or so seconds.
Yeah. So just, you know, these small little tweaks may seem inconsequential to certain people, but as you start to see it starts to get, you know, compounded, you know, maybe there's a few buffs here or there when it comes to these heroes and then these items that really, you know, when you think about it, can kind of neuter them a little bit more. So when they're removed, things can change quite a lot, as we can already see with a lot of these hyper contested heroes. I feel like Bristleback and TA are going to be those heroes that you're potentially going to be seeing a whole lot more of. In that previous series, you know, our little English gentlemen were talking about giving up the TA and being able to deal with it, and maybe that's potentially something that we're looking here for one move, being able to, you know, give up the Ancient Apparition and try and deal with it that way with these very scary tanky heroes. So
5 seconds.
It does feel like they need a bit more of the team fight, and that's why, you know, Ember, why the Puck are being banned out at this point. Feels like it wouldn't be a terrible Razor game, but again, it doesn't really offer that much in the form of team fight, and this does. You know, another way to be able to jump in onto the back lines. The Primal Beast can still be played as an effective mid though, and I feel like he'll have a pretty decent time. Again, the Pango is going to be useful to be able to just get away from Ursa, not really be too vulnerable there. There's going to be a Bat Rider coming through last. Okay, so is this a mid bat? Looks like it is.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, potentially it could be a nice little counter pick that we can have for one move, and Difference seemed very confident with that Bat Rider pick. That was basically a snap pick, like pretty much straight away. Even saw in his player cams, he looked pretty happy with that, looking back at the coach. So we're looking at one move right now. I think just this is pure vibes. This is raw vibes. It feels like one move have a lot of confidence from game number 1, and they have just picked a draft that they wanted to play. Whereas the side of Namiga, very reactionary. It very much feels like game plan after that. Kind of question mark, you know? And they've just picked a few heroes that are a bit reactionary to what was picked here from one.
That it took people so long to be able to figure out. If you've got an inbuilt farming mechanism, you're just great. You know, it's kind of why I'm surprised that we haven't seen a little more of the Magnus so far in these qualifiers, just because you can go either route. You can either go the Eternal Empower facet and just have that for yourself, or you can go the Shockwave build and perhaps be a little bit more involved in team fights without having to give up all of your farming potential. So something like a Sven, where all you really need is a few stacks, you're going to use the first few God Strengths just to be able to farm up that little bit more effectively, and then once you do join these team fights, either through an Aghanim Scepter or through a Blink Dagger, you're able to, you know, get off on the right mark, be able to find that quick burst kill, because you know they've got the follow-up there in the form of Pango, Void Spirit, and I'd say that's probably about it. You know, the Muerta, sure, might be able to contribute with a dead shot or something like that, but I'm not expecting this to be, you know, an AA, kind of like what we saw last game, right? Axe Blink Call into AA Blast makes sense. You don't have that same level of impact, I think, with this Namiga draft.
Yeah. You don't really have that, as you said, just kind of that I'm trying to find an eloquent word. Yeah, 1-2 punch, that kind of like snap like this is what we're doing, everything hits at the same time, and you pretty much get yourself a kill out of that. Takes a little bit more finesse and a little bit more lining up for this Namiga draft. So we'll see if that's able to pull this one out and completely change what my vibometer has been able to land on when it comes to mentality. So we'll see.
How accurate is your vibometer over the years?
I feel like my vibometer's been pretty on point for a very long time. It's just now that I'm actually speaking it into existence, and it sounds a lot less cool than what I thought it was in my head. There's definitely someone in Twitch chat just being like, "Ugh, vibes, bro. Yeah, very smart caster," you know. But whatever. We're here now.
That's all you need. That's all you need is vibes.
Exactly. That's how we get to. That's how we've been casting together for so long, Matt. You know, it's all about vibes. You can talk about numbers and hero pick rates and stuff as much as you like, but at the end of the day, if your team's not vibing, then you're not winning.
I mean, that kind of did feel like what TI 8-9 OG was pretty heavily around vibes, to be honest.
Exactly. It's just sometimes you just feel the pick, and we've seen it in multiple of the the true sites and stuff like that. Sometimes a player just says, you know what, I'm vibing this hero. I haven't seen it in 2 years because it's been Garbo, but I'm vibing it. And sometimes that's all you need. So maybe that's what One Move are relying on here is raw vibes, because it seems like they've picked a lot of heroes that they're very, very confident with, and I'm not saying that Namiga haven't, but like another Grandmaster 2 hero here for Corrupted, it seems like... I was
just about to say that, like another Grandmaster hero.
It went straight into this Batrider, like it seemed like something that he wanted to play, and the Void Spirit really just kind of pushed him in that direction. He was very happy about it, so... Let's see if it works.
I mean, it's just so obnoxious to have to play against a Batrider as a melee hero as well, right? It's kind of pretty similar to what happened last game, right? Like, Young G, he, on the...
was Young G last time, or BB. He's copping a licking, and once again, this is the first blood here in the top lane. So nice little start once again here for Covis 9, thanks to XX Vampire. So BB not putting the smackdown on that you would hope from a Dirge, and this is kind of what I talked about in the draft, right, where it felt like an Undying Ursa lane. I mean, on paper it seems kind of scary, but it seems like the Amiga have two very good heroes against this Undying to kind of just kite him around a little bit.
Vulnerable to the same stuff, basically, right? Yep. Like, you're going to be able to interrupt this pull. Looks like they probably will. Never mind. Range creep. Gonna get caught out here, but not the worst for XS Vampire.
Away from there.
Wondering when they are going to be able to drop that tombstone as well. Again, I would imagine that it's going to be some movement speed coming out pretty shortly for Vampire, because again, he just wants to be able to bully these melee heroes as much as possible. Of course, get away from the tombstone as well.
Able to walk in and out, go back and forth. And also with this as well, Eyesight's just not able to put the smackdown.
Oh, we missed the blood grenade.
It's just not close enough, so we're going to be able to deal with this. Nice little calling as well to be able to go down here on a BB. Has a lot of those stick charges though, so able to get the free kill here. And this Pango. Ooh, and imagine if that dead shot hit, BB probably could have been going down once again. But yeah, it's just the kind of snowball effect, right? The fact that XX Vampire is able to deal so well with BB means that the Undying can't pressure out Covis 9, and that means that Eyesight isn't able to get this early level lead to be able to bully out the Pango by himself, and it's kind of a snowball effect. So looking very similar to game number 1 here, Matt, where it feels like the early couple of stages have been going very, very well for the side here of Namiga. Oh, that's a nice little dead shot there to be able to bring BB back into the clutches of Covis 9. Access Vampire.
He's getting some nice. He's getting some nice double decays, but the thing is, like, you need to be getting a lot more out of this than what he has been, right? Like, you're an Undying. You need to be constantly buying regen for yourself, and if you're not getting kills, you're not exactly farming, right? Ursa needs to be the one picking up 99% of that farm, so I feel like eventually they're just going to run out of juice for him to be able to play around. So the fact that they're not really getting too much of anything is such a big downside for One Move on this top side of the map.
especially now that Cobus 9 has Bracer plus boots and a full magic wand. Like, Pango's pretty happy with how this lane is going. I know we're focusing quite a lot on top lane, but I feel like that is probably a pretty volatile space for them to be able to play around with. You know, looking at mid lane, Young G versus, you know, different Batrider's going to do Batrider things. Young G's actually doing relatively well, 21 and 8, up against the 18 and 7. So he's actually ahead when it comes to levels. So Young G's doing a very good job.
Corrupted's like 300 net worth ahead of a Sven, and he's getting a lot of this XP solo. So, and just one of these things where they were able to manipulate the lanes so that he's able to get a lot of these early levels for himself. And Gilgir is not going to allow Bashka to be able to get a lot of this, you know, completely uncontested. He's going to be annoying. He's going to try and maybe drag the creep wave away, force a little bit of this damage into the tower, and that's exactly why they go for this move now, because you're going to need to make a decision. Do you try and live? Do you try and fight? Do you try and go for the tower defense? Might end up just not dying, but not getting too much out of that at all.
Yeah, just with that, a little bit of extra move speed from Warcry just meant that Bashka was just slightly further away from Corrupted than we really wanted. Especially with the 2 levels in the Storm Bolt. We're going to get a TP down here from Monodrama, so Grip's going to be able to at least get the Bramble Maze here. Does miss out on the Blood Grenade. They want to see if they can try and get back on top of Bashka. A few more auto attacks. They get it done. Grip finishes it off, or Gilgir, as some may know him. The Corrupted.
Yeah, ended up feeding him over a healing salve as well, by the way. Activates the Marsh Mage. To be able to get away. Yeah, he didn't actually have the mana for the trample there, so nicely done by Grip to be able to feed him over that first healing Lotus, and ends up picking up the second one as well. So it's again a really solid offlane duo coming out here from Grip and Corrupted. I mean, even
it really feels like
it was Vaja previously as well, so he's changing his name up. Corrupted top side, maybe
TP out. Ooh, no, TP is too strong. What I was going to say is it really feels like that's kind of going to be the strong point here for one move. Is their offlane? Really feels like that they can give Corrupted or Vaja.
3 down here, by the way. They're really looking to try and contest this this Wisdom Runes, but I don't know. Can you afford to have all 3 down here, considering Pango just died and he died with TP there available? So he's not going to be able to get back quick. Necessarily needed to do it, right? Like, they've got hold on. Someone else is going to die. Gilgir ends up falling down. Will they be able to get a trade for it? Sure.
He does not have the stick, and now with the TP coming back in here from BB, they will just TP out on the side of Young G. So they lose their Sven for that, but they pick up another kill there on a Grip. That's a lot of experience going away here for the side of Omega, right?
It is, for sure. I really don't know why they chose to, you know, move over and try and contest that. Like, yeah, you ended up getting the Sven kill eventually, but it really felt like that was only because they stuck around for a little bit too long, right? It was a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, and they had complete understanding of where everyone was, just because no one was showing it all on the top side of top side of the map. So I'm surprised that they did choose to continue with that, as XS Vampire says hello to the grave once again.
Yep. That was walked in to try and contest the power rune against BB. BB said thank you very much for the regen rune. Dumped a little tombstone and indifference, did the rest. So very aggressive from both these two teams. 8 minutes in, 8 kills. Seems like there's a lot of different spots on the map that both these two teams really want to occupy. Kind of understanding the pitfalls from game number 1, the Amiga. Just trying to be a little bit more receptive to a few more of these aggressive maneuvers, and trying to be a little bit more on the front foot themselves, because I think that's really what kind of shot them in the foot. They just let Corrupted do whatever he wanted.
Completely. I think that's the area that I'm really enjoying from them so far, is that they are choosing to try and do a lot more of this aggression. Sorry, Difference isn't going to be able to chase down Young G in the mid lane. But the thing is, look at the warding game that they've been able to get up here by by one move. You know, they just had one dewarded inside of their jungle, but it's basically spot the Sven stacks, and that's going to enable a mid Bat Rider to very quickly take that. A Primal Beast, also with maxed out trample very shortly, is going to be able to take out any sort of stacks that are being built up. So I'm expecting even some deeper wards, like Gilgear's placed one down on the bottom line of the map, maybe kind of underneath the tier 2 tower is another option as well.
Yeah, just really looking towards, as you said, spot the Sven stats. So we've got some good vision so far, and probably potentially could be expecting the same thing coming in from the side of Nemega, right? Like trying to go towards the triangle and see what difference can get. But as you said, there's going to be a smoke coming here. So let's see what Corrupted and Grip can find.
Luck is favoring the Bat Rider, although I'm not sure if he went with that smoke being revealed a little bit too early here.
They go in here onto Young G. The fear comes in. They'll have the lasso if they need it, but it will just be the pulverize instead. Young G cops it from every angle.
And that's, I know it's not that hard, but again, the comfort from just having the confidence to be able to say, all right, Dark Willow, you start out the fight, lays down the Bramble Maze, make sure it connects onto the Void Spirit, and then that just secures the kill completely.
Just having
Still has the Arcane Rune, by the way. So we'll be able to start chasing him down almost level 9 as well. So we'll be able to have that 5th point in the Sticky Napalm with the Arsonist facet. And he's actually going for a Dragon Lance. So really going to be starting to do a whole lot more right-click damage in the not too distant future.
Really trying to build up the Smoldering Resin innate. Trying to get that little bit of extra attack damage. And as you said, with the Arsonist facet, it just means that he really just wants to build up a lot of those big sticky napalm stacks and seeing how much damage he can potentially do. So we are at a point now where it is looking like a tipping point for me. You know, in the next couple of minutes, if we see that Difference is able to get, you know, an extra kill with Lasso, they're able to link up once again with Corrupted. He gets another kill with Pulverize. If it's on a core or two, things can look scary, but they're looking to see if they can turn this back around. Monodrama goes in, Difference gets smacked down. Overstepped, didn't see the AA, and loses his life here. Bat Rider.
Does indeed, and we're already seeing a big difference here in the way that Monodrama is playing as well. As Excess Vampire tried for a bit of play, but it didn't end up needing it at the end. The difference between him playing a proactive versus a reactive hero, right? Like, AA is not a reactive hero. You want to be going out making plays with your team, and that's just exactly what he's been doing, moving to the bottom side of the map past the tier 1 tower, being there to be able to gank the Bat Rider before he gets a few of these big items for himself. Really enjoying the way he's playing this game in particular. And they're going to go for another smoke, realizing that by the time they get to that top lane, 15 seconds away is the Ice Blast cooldown. They'll be able to pick off someone very quickly. If it's Bat Rider again, that would be amazing, just to continuously put him in the grave.
Oh no.
He's counting down the timer on that ulti.
He's able to find him out, gets the Resonant Pulse as well. They threw out the Ancient Apparition, Ice Blast, and Difference. Bites the dust, so 2 deaths in a row here for the Bat Rider. I believe they saw him TP top when they were trying to go into Covus 9, so it just meant that they knew exactly where the Bat was, and one of those heroes that really needs to have a good start, and especially now going in towards this Dragonlance build, it's going to feel a little awkward, especially because, you know, getting towards the end of the Battle Fury here for Eyesight, pardon me, and just looking towards Corrupted to try and take a little bit of pressure off his cores, but Nemega, as you said, much more proactive in this game number 2 here, and really trying to pull themselves back into this series.
They're really wanting to defend this top tower. It's kind of the same thing that I was mentioning previously, right? How important it is to be able to keep this this area of the map as farmable as possible, but looks like they'll be able to get away. So Tombstone being dropped, TP's being used, but not really getting too much out of it on one move, except just keeping that tower available for themselves. So I wonder if they're just going to back up, get this this Wisdom Rune at the 14-minute mark, and then look to engage again onto that tier 1 tower up top, because you don't want to give Eyesight again just unopposed farm on this top side of the map. He's shown how quickly he's able to make an impact if you give it to him.
Especially on a hero like Ursa as well. If you leave him be for a little bit too long, he can reach that critical mass where he's very, very hard to deal with without any of these extra items. And that's when they can really start to get this snowball rolling here for one move. But kind of showing a bit of the,
yeah,
pitfalls.
Is he getting a solo kill? Oh, not quite. Doesn't have the mana to TP. Oh, just had to pop the clarity to do it.
He gets out, but as I was saying in regards to the one move draft, it's kind of the pitfalls they have. They really do rely on basically this Batrider or the Primal Beast just running in and catching someone. So you know, if you throw down this early Tombstone, it is very, very hard for them to keep the fight around it.
Is under attack.
It's like they're going to prioritize the mid tower, which totally fine. Just wanting to make sure that you're taking away a few more of those avenues to be able to counter initiate, to, you know, smoke quite so easily, to be able to move across the map. Again, like you mentioned, this is even Ursa. Once you get to that point, you know, he's going for, I wonder if he's going to go Sanjin Yasha, just because you are going up against, you know, the stuns coming through. It's the only thing that still has status resistance, even though it's only 15%.
Oh, it's a fight here around the outpost, and unfortunately for difference, he's been found out once again by another Ice Blast.
Okay.
They want to see if they can fight out on Young G here. He doesn't have any more astral steps, so he just dies. So they at least get the turnaround here, and maybe they're able to get this kill onto Excess Vampire as well. So yes, they lose the life there onto difference, but they at least turn it back around with a lot more of these cores collapsing in that area. So one move, they at least don't cop this on the chin. They get something out of it as well. It's a lot of gold.
Namiga got something out of it though as well. Oh, hold on, mid-fight, and it's a Pango with Diffusal Blade and Rolling Thunder coming in.
There's no real spells that are left available here for one move, so it's just supports going to try and get this Delta split, and hopefully they can just take a lot of this pressure and see if everybody else can walk away. So they don't really get any other follow-up. So I think it's just going to be Grip that's going to lose his life. He does throw out the fear, but it is a nice little jump there from Young G to get away from the Terrorize.
Even Eyesight just joinking away that haste rune, making sure that you know, Void Spirit isn't able to play around it as he looks to farm up this top side of the map. Although he's showing, they know that someone needs to farm this big juicy wave, and that's exactly where all of Namiga starting to close in onto, and just assuming that he is going to go again back into the quote-unquote safety of the jungle, but they've read this one perfectly.
Got a couple of seconds left on a TP, and maybe Eyesight gets his spider senses tingling. He does walk away from them though, gets back underneath the safety of the tier 2 tower.
Very nice.
Oh. Sometimes
Eyesight.
it just starts
It's got
to
the
tingle.
third eye.
That's why he's called Eyesight, baby. He sees through the fog of war. Oh, BB.
He does not.
Oh, no, unfortunately dead. Yep. TP is too long. And gets caught out, and that is just the life of the Undying, especially when you have, what's it called? Ceaseless Dirge. That's what it is. Yes, get that free respawn. I mean, it takes you a couple of minutes to get it back, but at the end of the day,
That's something that carries have, not supports. Yeah. Carries are able to sense that coming through. They were still able to place down that Observer Ward though, so I don't know if he can assume that that's kind of what was happening at that point in time, because obviously Undying ended up dying after the fact. Is he walking into this one though?
He has to be very, very careful about where he steps here. It is a very treacherous kind of area to be in, and as you said, sometimes the Spidey senses do tingle, but it's about whether or not they get the required information at the end.
Not the Undying again.
Gets caught out by Young G, especially with the Sagan Scepter, and he just gets found out and killed. Seems like the script has been flipped for the side of one move here. Very, very aggressive Namiga, especially now that Baska's got so much of this extra net worth. Blink Echo Mom all ready for the Sven.
Is under attack.
We're at a point now.
What I do like is, yeah, like just to highlight difference, right? Like he's taking a bunch of these stacks that were being made for the Sven, right? Like he is taking away a lot of this net worth in the quote-unquote safe areas because they were able to take away that bottom tier 1 tower. It's the only tower that they've been able to get, but it still is the most important one just because of what it means for how far you're able to get out onto the map. And yeah, he's died a fair few times, but if you're able to continuously cut these waves and, you know, just be annoying, be a little bit of a dick basically to the enemy team, it just makes it so much more frustrating for them to have to play around.
Dire's bottom tower.
Seems like there's potentially a bit of posturing coming in here for one move. They have the BKB up now on the Primal Beast, but it's Baska who's been able to find out Grip Blink Gold Strength Mask of Madness. Says see you later to that small little Dark Willow. But the rest of this smoke move hasn't been able to find anybody just yet, except for the Sacrificial Lamb that is BB. Corrupted is around, but with no extra damage, there's no real way for them to try and get this fight going. It looks like for the side of Difference as well as Eyesight, they do not want to have a fight of this at all. Corrupted, you did not just walk in towards that area. With the AA Ice Blast, he loses his first use of his BKB as well.
Yeah, not the way that you want to do it. You can afford to give up a support every now and then if it does mean the rest of your cores are farming, but that has not been the case at all. They're even still continuing to push in this mid lane, right? Just letting the creeps do the work for them. And with the way that they've been dying previously, just look at where Grip is standing on the right-hand side. He wants to be farming this, but he's like, I ain't stepping out there. I don't want to go anywhere close to these creep waves because everyone's just dying the second they show themselves.
Yep. And he pushed up towards that top lane just a moment ago, and Sven decided to God Strength and kill him. So it is just at the point now where if you're one move, you really need to try and get some semblance of map control back, because Nemiga is at the point. 20 minutes picks up. Tormented time for them. They can even potentially look towards a Roche with how large Bashka is right now. Very, very close to finishing off that BKB, and at that point, like, what are you really looking at to try and deal with this Sven? Doesn't look like the Ursa's going to be at the point where he's scary enough to fight him. Yes, you can lock him down with the Pulverize and the BKB, but like, do you have any damage to do anything? Like, not really.
They're getting into the Roche pit and trying to take it away before it gets to that stage, though, although Ice Blast freshly picked up with the shard.
Oh, that does so much work, and they just astral step in. Young G hits him with the Resonant Pulse as well. They're looking for the Ursa. He wants to TP away. Bashka doesn't get any of these extra hits, so the Ursa will not die to the AA Ice Blast. They take down Young G, and they take down Kovasnine out of that Rolling Thunder. For Difference, he's stuck on top of the high ground. Bashka's been able to find him and take him down as well. Now all they are doing is trying to walk away from Nemiga. They do at least get the charge away, so the Onslaught will be able to at least get the Pummel Beast far enough away from the Sven, who just copped the Cursed Crown, and Grip is just going to stand there and take the L for his buddy. And that again is just a interesting Roche potential that unfortunately turned into an absolute disaster.
Still standing, by the way, and, you know, just despite having the potential to just say, all right, one team fight, let's go do Roshan, especially considering what, you know, Ursa clearly capable of being able to take it away. They opt to try and chase down this Primal Beast instead. Not sure if it was the best option, especially considering, you know, you would have to say with a tier 1 tower still standing on the bottom side of the map, perhaps it's a little easier for one move to be able to continuously try and contest this.
Scanning for enemies.
I mean, that mid-air grab of the Rolling Thunder was really cool.
Sometimes
alley-oop and slam dunked him.
I feel like Primal is one of those heroes with these animations really produces some cool moments in Dota, the way that things interact. I do agree with you in regards to one move potentially just trying to constantly force this Roche pit. It is going to be a pretty heavy area of contention.
So the thing is as well with... Oh, yeah.
Right, it's just they want to try and fight though. Okay, so BKBs are plenty. They're going to go forward here on the Ursa. Let's see what they can do. Oh my god. Okay, it's nothing. You can't do anything. It is a no contest. They turn around and Bashka says, 1, 2, 3, you're all dead.
Look at all those calling spirits though with all the deaths. And normally you're very happy, but not if you're the ones, you know, on the losing end of that fight. And this is the play that I was expecting to see. God Strength still with about a third duration coming through, and yeah, just the amount of snap damage that you're able to do in that is kind of nutty on a Sven, and why it is one of those heroes, that few melee heroes still being picked up this game.
Like, just watch it. As we look here, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just BB that's saying, okay, they want to try and fight. Let's see what they can do here. Eyesight goes in, they want to try and take down this Sven, but he just turns around and goes 1, 2. And that is just... You just can't even react to that. Like, there is just nothing that you can do. Like, you are just dead. And
it's the old left, right, good night. That's all it is. You know?
That's
what are you supposed to do to react?
A straight up knuckle sandwich, and there's just, and this is exactly what you're saying. This is the reason why you have these heroes like Sven who just have so much physical burst that it is so hard to deal with, and they just let Bashka do exactly what Eyesight did in the previous game. He's just had so much free reign that now he's just gotten to the point where he has hit critical mass on a Sven, and they don't really have good ways of dealing with it because they just don't have the damage. Like, look at one move. Like, none of their heroes really do damage outside of the Ursa, but Ursa needs to be on par, if not an item or two ahead of a Sven, to even have a chance of killing him.
I think they do damage. It just, they needed to be a lot more in control at this stage of the game. Like, Difference does not have the net worth that he would have been expecting with, was it a last pick? I'm pretty sure it was. Last pick overall, yeah. Coming through from this. So that's the big thing that's, I think, lacking from their draft at this stage. And this is kind of what I'm wanting to see Gil do a lot more, is just push out lanes, put himself in a vulnerable position. And he did that for Corrupted previously, right? Where he put himself in between himself and the Primal Beast when they were going for the chase after the second or third previous team fight. I just want to see him do it in lanes, so that they're forced to defend on Amiga. Like, his positioning now is pretty good. Stand at the top of the stairs, be there to pop any sort of smoke to the Shadow Realm, and be the one to get the initiation off. Although Lotus...
Oh, the Lotus on the Pulverize is too big there. It's a lot of damage that goes out there on the Bashka, but he has a second life, ladies and gentlemen. They at least get the TP out there on Corrupted. Corvus9 is going to try and see if they can roll through any of these TPs, and they don't connect anybody. So that felt like it was a little bit more of a gentleman's handshake. They threw out some spells, they popped some BKBs, everyone said, all right, I'm too hurt. Let's go home.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still just looking at the difference between Bashka and Eyesight this game. 4-level difference, and I mean, again, anyone that has the inbuilt farming mechanism like the Cleave that the Sven has, you don't need to buy a BKB, a Battle Fury, so it means that you have a BKB. You can go into solo kill, very nicely done by Gilgear. You don't need to go into these farming items, which means that you're just so much more effective in a lot of these team fights. Imagine if he didn't have BKB in that previous fight. He probably dies during the Pulverize, but because he had it and popped, yeah, you were still disabled for the Pulverize duration. It just, everyone melted within 2 seconds after the fact because you're a freaking Sven, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. Being able to use all of this free space with that extra farming mechanism just means that players like Difference, who are supposed to be ahead, unfortunately just keep copying it like this. And I think, you know, obviously if he had his time over again, probably wouldn't have gone for this early Dragonlance, but the prior committal after such a good start to the lane. I understand why he wanted to try and go for a build like this, but when you look at it like this, you know, hindsight is obviously 20/20.
Even just going for the BKB, right? Like, what if instead he went the Blink Dagger, not to initiate, but just so that he could not only take away some of the Sven's stacked camps, but be able to go into the lane, cut the wave, and then blink away so that you're not just giving up your life to an eventual gank. Because you know the gank is coming, right? Especially now that Sven has the Blink Dagger. That's exactly what he wants to be doing at this stage, but no, it's just... It feels like he's not influencing the map enough, is essentially what I'm saying here. And he's not going to until he gets Blink, and that's another 1,600 gold away.
Yeah, still a long ways away, and especially with the Sven that's knocking on your tier 3 towers, he's been able to at least take one down. You know, Grip did a good job at least trying to slow it down for as long as he possibly could, and meant that they didn't get any more out of it. But there's just so much of this net worth that you have to start clawing back, and it's, I mean, like even looking at these heroes for one move, it's not like we get towards, you know, 40-50 minutes and they just start to instantly take over the game. Like, Burst is a hero that really falls off in the late game, especially in comparison to things like a Sven and a Void Spirit.
Primal.
After Nightfall, he's going to see if he can try and get a kill first. He's going to TP away. He gets it done, gets out as well. So, Corrupted. That's a big thumbs up from me, mate.
Yeah, popping the blade mail. Yep. Got him.
That's why XS by XD. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just get a little bit excited as a support. Kills don't come your way all the time, and when it does, you gotta try and yoink it as soon as you can.
Pretty sure it was from the it was the calling. Yeah. There's nothing really much that you can do. BB.
Oh, not the other again.
Okay, and at least got some spells off. Got a lot of spells off, and that means now they can go in onto the Sven, and they've been able to blow up the Sven. Okay, so this is definitely a fight, if you are one move, that you are super happy about. They don't have the pulverize, they get the lasso out here onto the rolling ball, seeing if they can take down this pesky pangolier. They're able to at least walk away from him once again. Has that Aghanim Scepter, so there's a lot of work, but no, he gets stunned up by the Ramble Maze once again, and now Eyesight getting very, very low. You have to be careful here on the Ursa. He gets away just in time with the Enrage as well. So a huge fight there for one move.
You just see the damage that you're able to output as Vampire as well, though, has actually gone the Boots of Travel. Okay, so wanting to make sure that he's able to join in any gank possible, but also realizes that, you know, with a net worth deficit, probably the way that one move we're going to play is a little bit more of this lane cutty style, and he knows that you know, he's able to join in at any time and get some pretty significant damage coming out as well. Just another way to deal with those waves is the new Aghanim Scepter that he's got, just increasing the range of the dead shot, or the radius rather, and of course the damage as well. So nicely done.
He's able to utilize a bit of that net worth, but what a good fight there for one move. So the first step on the road to recovery for them, but you can just still see no Nemiga, probably just a little bit overzealous there for themselves, just overstepping their bounds just a little bit here. And one move for more than ready for that.
Hold on, he's underneath an Observer Ward right now, Young G.
5-man smoke.
Blink Dagger.
Young G, be able to find him out. How much damage do they have? Oh, they're able to take him down. They do with the onslaught stun there from Corrupted. Once again, showing how strong he is. But now, Ashka goes in with the gold strike, looking to try and see if they can get this fight going. Massive blast that comes out before the BKB. Do they have the damage to try and take down the Sven? No, they don't. He is oh so low there. Finally, with the BKB wearing out, he's getting low. He has the barrier coming in from the Glimmer. So the Sven's going to be okay. And once again, you're seeing so much damage go in onto Difference. Unfortunately for Grip, loses his life to Cover's 9. There was a buyback out of Young G, though, to be able to get that kill there onto Difference. So a lot of resources expended for both these teams.
I'd say it's worth it, though, to keep the Sven alive, to keep that the snowball going for him, and you did get the turnaround kill onto the Batrider as well, so in terms of, you know, mid laner for mid laner, it's pretty big value. The one thing it is going to do is going to set Young G a fair ways back towards this Nullifier purchase, and as soon as I see an Ursa, that's really the item that I'm looking for the majority of the time, just because it really does hinder the amount of damage that he's able to do when you're just dispelling off the overpower, especially considering the BKB is already down to 7 seconds. So once that's 6, you really do start to, you know, affect his effectiveness, for lack of a better term, in a lot of these team fights.
Exactly. It really does rely on those overpower hits as well, especially as he starts getting higher and higher up in that talent tree as well. Being able to get those extra attacks is very, very important.
The Alpine Ursa set that he's wearing, by the way.
The golden version. It's not the original Alpine Ursa. That is actually the exact same, pretty much the exact same. I was going to say transmog. I'm so wow coded. It's crazy. The exact same set that my Ursa's wearing, except I have the little baby cub.
Very good. What's his name again?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'll check that for you while you talk about Dota.
Not knowing your children, honestly. Hold on smoke action. You got about 10 seconds, just letting you know.
All right, I've got multiple monitors up. We're good. We're locked in. What's his name? Dipper the Destroyer.
Big Dipper.
little Dipper the Destroyer here.
Hold on. All right, so
what do we got? The high ground has been taken though.
They've got the high ground. Anakin, no.
He walks in though. He's able to at least try and get a few more of these spells off. Doesn't get down the tombstone though. That's the problem for them. They go in directly onto the backline, trying to go onto Coverstone. Gets shrouded up by the Glimmer Cape, so that means that they can't get this extra damage. They finally get it done. He also wants to try and take down the Sven. Turns back around with the God Strength. Eyesight takes him down. So they take 2 big cores here for the side of one move. They get away from the Ancient Apparition Blast, but Eyesight loses his life after that Essence Ring. Seeing if they can take down Young G here on the backlines as well. They're looking to try and run him down. They catch him out there with the Primal Beast, and the damage is done, and one move only have one remaining member of the Nemiga to take down, and they will eventually get it from Corrupted. It cost them an Ursa, but at the end it was a price they were willing to pay.
I'm just, again, looking at the damage all throughout. 2 uses of the Shiva's Guard, 2 uses of the Trample, and once again, the perfect Pulverize coming through. He finishes that on basically 0 mana as well. And he's also going to get a completed Aghanim Scepter for his troubles, so just more of that damage that's going to be coming out. Break, not amazing for any of these big team fights, but it is still just going to be such a useful tool to be able to have to disable Blink Daggers, for example.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is you see this fight being started by taking down BB, but they instantly are able to get into the back. Corvus 9 doesn't get off the Rolling Thunder. They're able to compete through that, and then they have the follow-up BKB lockdown with the lasso to take down the Sven. They just had enough damage there for Eyesight to be able to get away from that, and the fact that he was able to just live that little bit of extra time meant that Young G took that extra bit of damage coming in from the Batrider, and as soon as the Sven dropped the table, like Nemiga, they really don't have any of this other crazy damage. They've been able to find out a couple more here on the Roche Pit. Just too busy looking at the replay here as we see a little bit of a stressed look on the face of some of the Nemiga players.
Not like this.
Understanding this game could start to slip away from them, especially if this Roshan goes the way of one move. They're going to go back in. BKB is being popped. They're going to try and take down XS Vampire here. Goes in towards that ethereal form, gets away from the grip, gets deleted by the Sven. Difference wants to see if he can try and get away from this Sven as well. Cut out that BKB, but they're taking so much damage from the Rolling Thunder, and that is just so many members to the side of one move dead. And Difference is the next one that is being locked onto here by XX Vampire. They've got damage from Bashkar. And again, it is just a fight that one move. They really wanted that to be quick and clean, and they just don't get it done.
That was really nicely done by Corvus 9, just being able to essentially 100-0 that Ursa. We talked about the importance of the BKB really running low on time, and you actually going to try and commit for this?
He has no BKB, so another 45 seconds until that is up and available. They have no buybacks either, so they're going to see if they can try and draw this out for as long as they can. They've gotten him out of the pit. They've got no HP left. Corvus 9 is the only one that's going to go back in. They take down Grip, but with that, Corrupted is a very, very hard kill to try and get here. They do a lot of work just trying to kite out this Primal Boost. It is very hard for him to try and get away here, but the Sven is able to walk in and take down the Primal.
Not even attempting to come in and throw in a Soul Rip or a Glimmer Cape, maybe just wanting to ensure that he keeps the gem. It would have been a very risky proposition, but I would have to say that even contesting that Roshan was probably the riskier proposition, and they went into a 2v5 situation, which is pretty crazy for mine. And yeah, I mean, what was looking like being a pretty damn even game is now swung back in favor of Nemiga once again.
Yeah, potentially maybe Corrupted felt with the Ag Scepter and the Uproar Dispel. He had enough tools in his arsenal to try and get away from a lot of the members of Nemiga. I guess, you know, if it's only really the Sven that he has to worry about for stuns, that he potentially has a way of getting out. But as you said, risky proposition for the side of one move there. I would have loved that if there was potential for a buyback from the Ursa or even the Batrider, because they were all so low from that fight. But lost a little bit more, lost the Roshan as well. And you can just see that this game is, again, starting to swing back in the favor of Nemiga. But it just seems like a lot of these fights, Matt, are determined by how these initial first couple of seconds go.
Yeah. Absolutely. It really does feel that way. And the big thing for mine as well is that I like this. You know, if you're dying 3-4 times in a row without too much impact like Young G was, he should just buy the Helm of Iron Will. You're going for the Nullifier. Just that little bit of extra survivability is probably going to do a lot to be able to just keep yourself survivable in a lot of these team fights, and it means that you're not losing as much unreliable gold as well. And as a result of that, they've won the past couple. He's only 75 gold away from finishing the Nullifier, and I'm honestly a little surprised that no one on Nemiga has gone for a Mage Slayer. Seems pretty damn good this game, considering some of the heroes that you're going up against and the fact that these BKBs are running pretty damn low. I think they're all down to minimum duration on all 3 cores. Yeah, surprised if Young G went for that as his next item after he finishes up this this Nullifier. He's still got a bottle and a wand, so he can afford to do it.
Yeah, could look to try and maybe get a little bit more lockdown. Maybe he wants to try and go for a Shivas himself. Potentially could be going towards something along the lines like a Hex or maybe even a Lincoln's. The Lincoln's would be very, very strong this time around. So it's going to be the BKB TP out here from Corrupted.
Didn't get the bash either on the Pango, despite Swashbuckle, Ags with the shield crash. So getting a little bit lucky there, but I'd have to say Corrupted's probably made his own luck through the majority of this game. He's still 10, 3, and 7, so playing a phenomenal one once again.
He's definitely been a standout for me across this series. The last couple of these fights have been either won or lost on the back of his initiations. So we'll see how these next couple of fights are going to go. So pretty much everything is up and roaring here for Eyesight. He's got Ags as well as the Shard, so he's got a whole lot of uptime when it comes to that Enrage. Now looking towards...
Have they seen Young G? I think this might be the first time he's actually gone out onto the lane, because you've still got a Ghost Scepter being queued up by Grip, which totally understandable, but against a Nullifier, not sure if it's the best option. I suppose he's still got the Shadow Realm to keep himself safe, and you only really need like a split second of the Yule Scepter to be able to purge off the silence. That's perfect force start coming through as well.
I was wondering if that was a bait or if that was just, you know, Grip situating himself in a position to try and bait out something. So they're going to see what they can do here with Bashka on the front lines. Again, it's the second life available, so you have to be very, very careful. Eyesight goes in. Doesn't have a good way of getting out of this. That's a nice little stun that comes in there, though, from Grip. So they've burnt through the tier 3 tower with the Roche banner down as well. It's hard for them to try and deal with these creeps. At least get them out of the aura, but this melee Rax is going to be going down. Range Rax, pardon me. Let's see what damage they can do here on the Bashka. They're going to pop the BKB here from Eyesight. He wants to get this first life. Gets it done as well. Oh, you know, onto the backlight, onto the AA. But that is the lasso that's being reflected there by the Lotus Orb. Now they're trying to see if they can survive for Eyesight. He's able to at least get himself away from this Fed, but look at all the damage he does. He cleaves through everybody. And now it's all on the back of Corrupted Indifference. How much damage can they do? What can they do? It looks like it's going to be nothing for them. They will have a buyback out on the Batrider, but with nobody else left, and there's no lasso either, it looks like it is just going to be an ultra kill for Bashka. And potentially a game 2 going the way of Namiga. We could be going the stretch for our first series of the night here, Denog.
I think we might indeed. You've got creeps inside the base. They can choose to take away more of these racks just to make it more of an absolute certainty. But after this melee racks, I'd be looking to whack into those tier 4 towers, at least force some buybacks out. But they should know that the lasso is still on cooldown, so no real need to feeling too anxious about anything. Even nice use of the Void Remnant as well, just to make sure that he's need to blink in onto the top side.
Yeah, no BKBs, no ultimates. Corruption's gonna walk in. Does have the refresher rob, so they have to be very, very careful for him. Goes in with the onslaught here. He's going to pop the refresher. Does have the BKB and the Shivas. Wants to see how much he can get out of them as well. So they come in with the lasso, seeing how much damage they can do here onto the Sven. They're just going to leave Bashka to his own devices. So the Sven is down. Tier 4s are still available for the side of one move. They want to try and get on top of Cobus.
Chase the ball.
Can they get close enough to him? It doesn't look like Corrupted's able to. So that refresher at least gets themselves a little bit of that extra onto the Sven.
Okay.
So
I still feel like they were a little too anxious there, you know, like they were worried about losing a very winning sort of game. But you know what, they still get 2 lanes of racks. They still are able to take down one of the tier 4 towers. So maybe I'm overly dramatizing things, but could have just been game right there and then if they were a little bit more, I guess, decisive with some of their movements. But understandably, considering they're already 1 game down, they didn't want to take that risk.
yeah, and especially with, you know, Roche potentially spawning in another couple of minutes, you know, you can play the slow game here if you are the side of Namiga. Because as we were talking about a little bit earlier, it really does feel like that, you know, as the later this game goes, there's probably not going to be too many issues for Namiga as long as they itemize correctly. And I think the Lincoln sphere is going to be kind of the cherry on top for a lot of these cores. Once you just start seeing multiple Lincolns as, you know, yes, there is ways of getting around it. Obviously, Batriders have been playing as Lincoln sphere since the dawn of time, but it just adds that extra layer of breakpoints that means that one move are just going to have to play that much better. to get a lot of these different jumps. So we'll see.
Just holding onto the magnifying monocle on the old Void Spirit there. Wanting that extra range so that he can just quickly jump in and get a lot of these silencers and nullifiers off. Not quite yet level 25, so that could be another useful tool if he's able to get into some of this crit, or if he chooses to go down the root aspect, which again, low BKBs, always going to be useful. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now. There's plenty for the buyback, but kind of imagine that he would want something a little bit more effective for a team fight that could be closing the game out here and now.
Difference.
Gets away just in time. Or does
close.
he? Or does he? The greed.
Oh no, difference. Difference.
To read the player. Oh, he's not showing.
Oh, they're going inside of the base.
Oh, they see it.
They see it. They know. Okay. All right. Crisis averted there for one move. That could have been the game right there. I love that play coming in from the Mega though. Because they understand that all it takes is one core kill. How many buybacks do we have available? None.
I will rip you apart.
Not a single one for the side. Oh, actually, it is grip. So
Kind of forced to just stay back inside the base right now. Doesn't have the boots of travel on the Bat Rider either, so if they're going to try and take a team fight, he needs to be coming right now.
seeing if they can catch anybody up, they go directly in onto the Ancient Apparition. They blow him up, so Monodrama is dead.
Not the worst pick.
Okay, Corrupted though does have the refresh orb if he wants to use that second BKB. Corrupted's done such a good job of being able to hold out onto this. No, he gets a beautiful save that comes in there from BB to be able to keep Corrupted away from the AAR splash. Now, with the refresh orb being utilized, they want to try and disengage. One move, walk away from this. Young G goes up onto the high. Okay, see you later, Grip. The only one with the buyback. Roche. Beautiful blink there. Oh, Roche. Okay, throws BB to a safe little spot. But now with the God Strength, they're about halfway through it here. If you are one move, you need to disengage. And they get that done. So now, if you own Amiga, you have a perplexing little puzzle. Do you walk into Roche with God Strength starting to wear off? And all people available for one move, or you back out?
I think they back out for now. Just you've got the gem, you de-warded around the area, you've got your own observer ward up, so they're going to be the ones to get a little bit of information, and they would have known that at least one smoke was used at that time, but they've got another on one
damage.
move trying to make a big wraparound. Yep, that would be huge. Now there's BB. Ooh.
Oh, it's a fake. They
Can you
do.
afford to go up here?
Smokes break. Everybody knows the rolling thumb is coming through. The real question is, where's Corrupted? He's the one that needs to try and get a lot of these different fights going in as well. Eyesight. They do not have the amp damage anymore, and as you said, die back there on Grip. They got the purge coming out onto Eyesight, but there's not that amp damage. They want to try and go forward here onto Young G. BKB being topped as well. Difference comes forward. They all get hit by the Ice Blast, and this is where it's going to be the Sven's time to shine. Walks in, bleeds through one, looks for the second. He's able to take down Eyesight. No BKB, no buybacks available, and Bashka gets the double kill. GG's is called, and we're going to a game number 3. It was all put on the line there by one move in that second fight, but as soon as they didn't
strong, like you said. Flat pretty quickly. When dives like this on the gyro, how much damage you can get out quickly. So if you try to blink in, and if global is available, or if they just happen to catch you, will.
Silence is here. This will pop the foul play, but one more auto attack does come through. Global silence now, but it actually gets the roll in from the Pangolier. He really wants to punch Lena, but he gets stuck. You need some follow-up. Shadow Fiend does have the blink into the Requiem, but it gets canceled. He turns around with a stun and LSA. But with everybody on the high ground, they are afraid to look for more, and you will TP to safety on the Lena. I thought he was just going to go in with the Requiem the moment that stun connects, but he doesn't know what's on the high ground waiting for him.
I mean, you have to be extra careful. You have to be extra careful when you know you're having a good game. Can't be Shadow Fiend. Can't be reckless with your positioning. Otherwise, you feed so much. Gold. Those precious necromastery stacks. I mean, that's another role that doesn't really. Yeah, these are just the regular temporary ones. Pango.
So Mjolnir's going to be the first item from Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of farming speed and damage. Then Pango almost at his plate mail. So then.
Forces. Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Radiant have fortified their structure. Middle tower is under attack. Monster kill! Double kill! are scanning for enemies. Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree!
You make peace with your sister. It is not good to die this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Now the fight resumes, but will it follow the same thread? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Is now active.
Sometimes case, but it can sometimes limit his role quite a lot. The Undying shard is how we stay alive so long. Observer jump on the pang.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Killing spree! Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe they go something a little bit more passive like Shadow Demon. If they're going to be going up against an axe, it's a pretty great way to be able to just stop a lot of that damage from coming through.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Demon is a pretty fair shout against the axe. Really kind of does stop a lot of the stuff that he wants to do. So
10 seconds.
Again, though, I feel like a lot of players in Dota. Okay, Shadow Shaman, good. Not very few players in Dota, in my eyes, are good at playing the reactive heroes, and I feel like Shadow Demon is one of those. So, you know, you have your occasional standouts like your Maposhkas, for example, who are just phenomenal at it. But
10 seconds.
it takes a special kind of person to have the patience and the
5 seconds.
spatial awareness, let's call it, to not be caught out, to not get baited into team fights, and just bide your time and sit back and sit back and sit back until the perfect time. And I feel like Gilgit probably isn't that one, just because of how good he is when he's able to play so aggressively.
yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the two sides of the same coin, right? Like these fantastic support players where it feels like one side are those hyper aggressive, really mechanically skilled kind of aggressive support players, and then you have, as you said, those Maposhkas as well. And I think also a big thing as well playing those reactive heroes is also trying to utilize your downtime properly. And I think that is a big thing for a lot of those players, is sometimes people can get in this false sense of, I just need to sit here and do nothing, rather than being able to, and I don't want to say anticipate, but being able to understand when you can take that idle time and when you still should be moving around and doing things.
With their last pick overall from Namiga, I kind of want them to see if they can get a puck all the way until the last pick of the draft. Yes, you're going up against a Shadow Shaman, and that doesn't feel great. And Nature's Prophet, even as a 5, has the potential to go something like an Orchid, so puck's life is a little bit more challenging. However, in terms of pairing together with something like an Axe and a Willow, feels pretty great. And even just the Jakiro feels great, the Tiny feels great. I'm just a little worried about the Shadow Shaman, but I feel like now they've got ways to be able to stop a puck from being just chained 100 to 0, basically. You've got Ice Path, you've got Outlet Toss. The shackles aren't going to be a big issue. It's just the Hex that you need to worry about. So I'd be looking to try and play around that. We've seen that you can play the Tiny Position 1 on Namiga. So we'll have to wait and see. And I quite like the DK's response to this as well. You know, kind of anticipating that this might be how it's coming. Look at how much aggressive pressure they've got as well on one move. And we've been saying that that's where both teams have really looked at their best, is when they're the ones to be on the front foot. They're the ones to be pushing. And right now, realistically, the only one on Namiga that pushes semi-well is Jakiro. So it's like, how are you going to try and play around a Jakiro? You know, you don't really want to have to do that for a position 5, but might just have to be the case.
Yeah, it's the sad part when you see some of these drafts really kind of eventuate. It's something that you just don't think about when you look at some of these heroes and you're picking the heroes, and then you just get, you know, to this point and you're like, oh, they actually don't really have a good way of taking towers. It's really mainly just a Jakiro. So see if they can try and alleviate a bit of that pressure with their final pick here. But I do agree with you kind of wholeheartedly when it comes to Dragonite being a great response. really just kind of has put them in a very strong position. They can kind of rally behind their DK, push into these towers. Centaur's able to get that counter initiation. Nature's Prophet can be Nature's Prophet, but the Mega as well. Again, some other aggressive heroes.
Don't hate the Lifestealer ban. I'm trying to see, like, is there any hero for one move where they can still keep this DK as flex for mid and position 1? Just because I feel like the puck is still a reasonable option for themselves, even just with some of these ban outs that are coming through. You know, you don't really want to play against an Ember Spirit as a puck. Feels very frustrating. I mean, Kunkka probably was one, but one move have banned that out for themselves. Razor, kind of neither here nor there. Necro, it's too much magic damage that you're going up against, plus an axe, so probably don't want to be going down that route. Really kind of stuck as to what one move might choose for this last pick overall. Like, I just keep thinking, you know, what's some percent damage that's pretty tanky against magic that, I mean, is it a Huskar game? But I don't know if you want a Huskar without knowing what you're laning into, you know? Then you might just get Monkey Kinged, for example. Or Sniper, or something like that.
Yeah, one of these very hard to deal with counter picks. And I think that kind of may lean us towards what that pick could be, depending on this ban here from one move. Got a lot of time to think about this in the next pick. So we'll see what they want to get rid of here. Okay, it is the Monkey ban. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I think Monkey ban is probably their safest ban here because they feel like they're covered with the puck pick.
And maybe they just wanted something that comes online relatively early, you know, just because you do have all of this push. You do have something that's able to get in onto the back lines and, you know, dish out a decent amount of damage. Like maybe this is the Mage Slayer game for the Void Spirit, right? Where you don't necessarily need the Aghanim Scepter. And you can just rely on everyone else to get you a ton of gold off the back of taking towers. So what is the best hero that's going to be able to contest up into that Void Spirit? Is it a tiny mid and then you run something else as a position 1 up against the Centaur? What would that be? Would they just go for Sven again? Maybe, maybe not. Is it a gyro sort of game? Death Prophet, okay. A little bit more pressure themselves, and we were saying that they were lacking in their own tower-taking potential, so I really don't hate this.
It looks like we're going to have a mid-Death Prophet against the Void. It's really going to come down to, I think, Corrupted and see who's able to really put a lot of pressure on in these next couple of minutes as we get into game number 3. I think, you know, obviously Corrupted, I feel like he has a little bit more of a straightforward game where Covers9 really kind of needs to put on his best Corrupted cosplay from game number 1 to try and alleviate a bit of their pressure. You know, they can have that Death Prophet that can kind of just sit in front and take these towers, put the pressure on, and then Covers9, you know, potentially coming around the back of those towers and try and catch out a few of these heroes trying to defend the tier 1s.
I'm just really thinking about what the Axe's item build is going to be this game, because you know the pressure is going to come towards you. Like, that's what they've drafted for, right? So if you go a Blink Dagger and you get a perfect call and you win the team fights, amazing. If the team fights don't go your way, you've just got no farming potential, you've got no impact, and it just feels like you'll be on a hiding to nothing. But if you go but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all about, I don't want to say luck of the draw. It's going to be definitely vibes based once again, to be able to make sure that he senses the game. So maybe vibes isn't the right word. Have a little bit more game sense to see where the game is standing when he has to make that decision. And when you're hovering around that like 15 to 1600 gold kind of mark for Covers 9, and see where he kind of lands in that kind of idea. Because, you know, if he's feeling it, that they're feeling like they're in a very good position and the blink's going to work out, then, you know, that's the shot. But could work out, could not. I mean, I feel like Corrupted plays
he
a lot
has
of
to
Dota.
go lane Mel. He has to. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's the offlane Melrine, basically.
Yeah. I was just looking at that. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna check him out.
Grip. Able to just get away. But they should know that if he was able to get away, it's probably because he had vision. So no one dropping in a sentry at this point. Maybe slightly mistaken. Checking if they've had any camps blocked up, and I suppose just saying that Cobus 9 is going to be left solo for the majority of this time, so they want to make sure that he's got those neutral camps to be able to play around.
Alright, looks like they're going to try... Ooh, okay. Nice little sprout there from BB. Be able to keep eyesight at least more fine for now.
So, I'm really just trying to picture in my mind, like, when is XS Vampire going to be making a lot of these moves? Oh, hold on. They've still got Grip up here. Are they going to get a brief glimpse of him? No, he's still inside the Fog of War. Are they going to be able to get a quick gank off? Looks like Vampire's won. They know he's leveled up Brambles.
They're going to try here on XX Vampire. They come in with the Shackles as well and the Chicken Fingers. Looking to try and get the first blood and the career. So that's a big snipe that comes in there from Grip.
For sure. Talk about the importance of having these boots of speed as well on your Shadow Shaman. It just means that ganks like that are so much more impactful, and especially when you've got this Chicken Fingers, you know, 15-second cooldown, so occasionally you want to be able to just run in, get a right click off, back off. I mean, the Shackles, I know it's had it for a while, but the heal component that it has as well feels really nice when you're just looking to try and, you know, contest and trade against someone like a Jakiro that doesn't even need to spend mana to trade with you. He's just going to be using that liquid fire as much as possible. Nicely done. No,
just looks...
oh, still gets the pull off.
Just enables you to do quite a lot of work.
I still hate that Jakiro is like by far the best D-Water in the game just because you've got the double attack.
Double tap.
What am I supposed to do? You can't outskill. And this is on Ozping as well when I'm playing. So it's like, it's already hard enough.
Yeah, so I'm just checking Corrupted. He has almost 20,000 matches.
Seems about right. Speaking of Corrupted, might be in a little bit of danger. Gets hit by the Dual Breath and the Blood Grenade and a bunch of spells from Monodrama. So a decent little start here as another kill.
Yeah, it was just BB just coming back in from the fountain. Just gets directly on top of XX Vampire, and there's not much that he can do. So plenty of kills across the map here for both of these two teams. So nice little hot start for both of our Eastern European teams looking to stay alive in the qualifiers and not go down into the lower bracket. For those of you running along at home, it was a full double elimination bracket, and unfortunately for Mr. Corrupted again, he is taking an absolute licking. You'll walk away. As I was saying just before, double elimination bracket for all these teams. Best of 3s, best of 5 in the grand final. Only one spot to the road to the international, because there is already such a large representation of Eastern European teams. Over the next couple of days, Mr. Danog, you and I, the Australians, and then
the British.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to offend them.
They're pretty good. They're not going to get offended by that. Although Gareth does get offended by being called British. So he's like,
maybe he shouldn't have been British. Anyways,
true.
BB, ooh, okay, the double there with the sprout. Covers 9 is just trying to chase him down. So he's buying a lot of time here for Isolate, which is pretty big. You get the Berserkers. Cool. Oh, okay. Maybe the Sati was going to Hadouken there, but that was taunted.
It's not too bad though. Again, like Eyesight just gets a bunch of this farm for himself. I mean, just look at his net worth, right? He's 500 net worth ahead, and it's just going to continue to grow, getting a bunch of denies off as well. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you. I do find that
Someone must have been thinking about me.
Difference paused, eyesight unpaused. Excess Vampire says good pause, good pause. Now Young G again, just continuing to lay a smackdown in this middle lane. Rip. Let's see if we get Excess Vampire. Doesn't get the extra auto attack.
Oh, he hits the wrong
Excess
tree.
Vampire. No, no, no. You hate to see it, mate. You really do. Yeah, I agree with you,
freaking
mate.
Nature's Prophet hero. It's just so good at everything, and
That's
it's just going to get better and
PTSD
better.
from his pubs. He's just seeing flashbacks.
This isn't even just a recent thing where he's been busted for way too long. As that's nice. Just going to get stuck in there with him. Oh, the creep blocking him off.
Grips here as well.
Not right.
You have some choices to make with Nature's Prophet, and unfortunately, if you choose the wrong tree, you die.
He's going to be even better at ganking in the not too distant future, almost picking up that Urn of Shadows for himself. Standing next to that bounty rune, I'm sure he's talking a difference right now, but may not have the time to be able to walk back into the jungle to be able to pick it up, even though he is taking a bit of a beating, like we've been saying against Young G.
It really has felt like Young G is really just kind of put one over the top of Difference. I do feel like even in that previous game where Difference had that final pick, it felt like that Young G was doing a very good job on the Void Spirit.
For sure. I mean, he's, like we've been saying all throughout this, is Difference even just misses a flag bearer creep there, so not coming by the even easy to secure farm that's up next to him. Young G probably has the most high level experience, I would say, out of all these 10 players. So, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's showing a little bit here in the prowess. Mr. Grip, though, going for a little trip in his favorite rocket ship, zooming through the jungle, picking up bounty runes.
I do like that rocket set, though.
The space lady.
And here we go. The pressure begins. So a little bit of damage on the bottom side, sure, with the exorcism, but you've also got Elder Dragon form plus a siege creep up on the top side of the map as Vampire might be able to get this kill onto BB, although I'm just going to try TPing away. Decides against it and then decides for it, but ends up dying as a result of it. Also means that he's going to be
damage.
He's going to be in the grave as well by the time that 7-minute mark comes around too, so he's not even going to be able to go for the quick yoink onto.
They're going to try something here. They at least get the kill there onto XX Vampire, but this is just more time for Young G to be able to just get all of this extra damage. He's also stealing a lot of these souls. He has 5 souls now. So this next exorcism is going to tear a building apart.
Oh yeah. Especially like you think about those early exorcisms, those are the ones that you're really wanting to get the most out of. Probably the level 12 one is the most important by far, but we've been mentioning how important it is going to be for looking on this bottom side. Speaking of monodrama, he's got level 3 points in the liquid fire, and that's why he's able to do so much damage here.
That's a bit of a blunder there from one move. They all got stunned by the Cursed Crown. They're able to at least turn it around and get the kill there on Excess Vampire, and now Monodrama is copying it here from Grip. Looking to see if he can turn back around. Oh, Bashka walked back in here, and now Difference has come in with the Shadow Steps and just been able to take down the Tani, but it's BB that gets the double kill. So, yeah. That was
sure why he recommitted for that. I mean, even if he was able to take down the Shadow Shaman a bit more, still had the foul play available, so would have been able to avoid that lethal damage, and just maybe some of the nerves really getting to Nemiga at this point. A little bit of the inexperience perhaps showing.
Yeah. And especially, in these road to the international closed qualifiers, only a couple of series wins. And you're already starting to knock on the door, especially for these teams that are in the
try and get Bashka again.
Still a lot of aggressive moves early on here for both these two teams. And one move, they've just gone back in here onto...
Oh, Jakiro TP's into death.
that is another kill going away. You got one move, and I can just see Matt with his Vietnam flashbacks just staring at this Nature's Prophet, terrorizing Nemiga right now, just thinking back to that pub at 2 a.m. a couple of days ago. I'm not sure it's an exact one. Anyways, I think if Young G can turn the tides of the battle here, they're going to go up onto the high ground. No way of stopping this. Rip with the Hex into the chicken fingers.
Into the Ancient Deny.
Sacrificial. Oh, doesn't get it right. Sometimes foul play doesn't work in your favor.
Yeah. But it's fun to watch. Very frustrating to play against. Yeah. I mean, the important thing for me is the tower situation, right? Like I guess it's not that important to take away the enemy off-lane tower, considering you don't exactly have the greatest stack takers on the one move side. If it was the story for Nemiga losing that one, for sure it would be important, because you see exactly where Covis 9 is right now. Still doesn't have the Blade Mail, in fact, nowhere even close to it, despite being third on net worth, but I suppose it's only nearly 10 minutes in, so not the worst sort of situation to be in. But it's going to be very important for them to defend this this tier 1 tower up top, where previously it might not have that same level of priority.
Scanning for enemies.
Speaking of priorities, they're looking to try and put a lot of emphasis towards this middle lane and eyesight. Again, it's just made this early rotation for him. He's really just been able to be on the aggressive. He already has that Mage Slayer completed here. He's able to sidestep at least the Berserker's Claw there from Clovis 9. So again, one move, just being able to move around the map and lure these aggressive heroes, and it seems like this is where their bread and butter is, Matt. Being honest, looking at a lot of these players, really does feel like that eyesight needs to have these very active kind of cores, and they just want to have heroes that can just move around the map, do some things, get stuff done, take towers,
I mean,
take fights.
It's pretty clear that he's not playing for like the uber late game, right? Like, this isn't the build that you go for if you go for uber late game. He's got just lots of value, right? Mage Slayer, insane value for the cost. You've got a simple Orb of Blight, great. He's going into the Blink Dagger next, because that's not really the role that you're playing this game, to be this hyper damage dealer. You're just initiating the team fights, you're not dying yourself, you're nullifying a lot of the damage that they've got coming the other way, and you've still got the Corrosive Dragon to be dealing a decent amount of damage into these towers, and that's where you're going to get a lot of your net worth. So I think in an ideal world, for one move, this game ends in 30 minutes. For Nemiga, they want to try and drag it out for as long as possible, enable this Dark Willow to start scaling, enable level 3 Exorcism to come through, enable a Tiny to be at like his level 20, which is another one of his big power spikes. Right now, you'd have to say that one move, they're getting the situations that they want happening, just because, again, it's so much harder for Nemiga to make the pushes happen.
A little bit slow on the chicken fingers from Mr. Grip. You don't get the extra connection there.
He's got his Mass Serpent Ward available though, so could you choose to just drop it on that mid tower if they were wanting to? Also hanging around by the bottom power rune, which is not there, and it's denied by the Treant. Just another useful thing that Nature's Prophet has at his disposal, and there we go. Mass Serpent Ward's being dropped down. Could fortify, and they will. But it's still something pretty valuable, considering they've already lost one tower, so they could just choose to perhaps put their attention towards, finish off taking this mid lane and then just move somewhere else, move down bottom to try and take out that tower.
So again, just a lot of this early movement coming in here from BB to try and take down Cobras 9. And they found out the axe. Yes, the Blade Mail gets popped, but unfortunately for him, it is a very early Spirit Vessel coming in from BB, and that is just too much damage to deal with, mate.
Yep, straight into the tower as well. Again, like, what are you supposed to do to stop this? Minus armor from the Elder Dragon form, minus armor from the Blightstone, no glyph of fortification. They're probably going to back off just to be able to wait for that next Elder Dragon form to be available. You've got the Blink Dagger now as well, so it's just a matter of, 1 minute, then it's time to go again. Would be really nice if they can look to try and do it around the 14-minute Wisdom Rune as well, considering that's already what they kind of want to be playing, on the enemy side of the map, being aggressive, pushing into them as much as possible.
Yeah. Really trying to be on that front foot. We'll see. It's a hot early start here for one move. They are in the driver's seat to try and secure this series here, just for a little bit of a context, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this will go forward into the upper bracket semi-finals, which means they are simply 2 series victories away from sitting in a grand final, playing for their spot to the road to the international.
Here we go. This is that 14-minute timing that I was talking about. Dragon form, and there's the blink.
Once again, the chicken fingers are doing a lot, but the turnaround comes in here thick and fast, coming in from the Mega. It's a lot of damage that goes down there onto Eyesight, and it's Young G once again trying to hold the fort for his team. XS Vampire getting oh so low. They want to try and get the kill there, and they do eventually finish it off, but they trade 2 for 2.
I'm not sure if that was worth it. I mean, I think they went for that jump a little bit too prematurely. You know, like I was saying, you still had 15 seconds left on the Elder Dragon form. Maybe it's a different story if you've got that extra damage coming through to be able to, you know, take out that axe before he's able to get off the call. It doesn't give Nemiga the time to be able to come back and make a team fight out of something that probably should have just been a pretty quick pick-off.
Yeah. And obviously, you know, the axe just being that slightly bit more tankier just meant that that extra bit of time, the Ice Path was able to come in just in time there from Monodrama. We closed that one out there. So a little bit overzealous from one move, but they get themselves into a good position.
Again, I still do really like the overall item builds that they're going for on the one move side, just because you've got the Blink Dagger on the DK. That's great, because all they really want is the like one quick pick off into you probably win the team fight. Corrupted doesn't need a Blink Dagger. He just needs to live, basically. And I think the one situation where they could end up losing this game is if they just overextend themselves a little bit too far. You don't want to be diving behind towers. Another perfect placement of that Sprout just to be able to lock in the Jakiro there, even with the Quelling Blade, wasn't able to get back to safety.
Yeah, that's the problem. Playing against this Nature's Prophet, you're like, oh, I'll just get a Quelling Blade, and then, you know, sometimes you just get caught in such a perfect position that it's so hard for you to deal with. We're gonna see if they can make a go here on the Eyesight. Nope. Nice little blink away though.
He's still going for a
lot of members in the area though, Matt. This can be very spooky for Nemiga. If they get caught out, lose a tier 2 tower, the snowball can just kind of continue.
I mean, they can just put their attention towards mid. Why not? You've got a siege creep there. You've got a pretty heavy creep wave, and you've got great vision up on this this high ground to make sure that they're not going to be able to backstab you. I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't actually chosen to commit onto that, considering they didn't have glyph for another minute. So might be, you know, Iron wondering.
Jimmy could be trying to put some more resources in some different areas here, feeling like, you know, with the Elder Dragon form starting to cool down, maybe potentially just not having that extra bit. You want to overcommit to that position, because playing these aggressive kind of drafts, you have to be very, very tentative to make sure that you don't put yourself into a bad position. Rip. Stuck in a very awkward spot here.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like,
Eyesight.
They gave away the control that they had inside of the jungle, where they could have either gone for tier 2 bot or tier 2 mid, and now they don't have vision either. So where exactly is this kill potential going to come from? And they're the ones.
Goes in, gets a nice little Berserker's Call, catches out 2 there with the Terrorize, does XS Vampire, so that was a quick and clean kill. Eyesight will pop the Dragon form though.
Going to be able to get away, but oh, is he? Got Blink Dagger on Axe. He's stuck around. Blinks away. Jesus.
Okay. That felt like it was frame perfect, because I swear I saw him get called and then he still blinked away.
Middle tower.
Again, Aussie playing on C server could never be me. Never be dead. But this is where it can start to really come unraveled. You know, one pretty big mistake like that, not using the vision, not pushing the advantage when you've got the majority of your items, means that you lose a couple of heroes twice, you lose your mid tier 1 tower. It's a pretty big deal. And honestly, Young G, he's going to hit a big power spike once he gets this BKB and his level 15, because he's going to go the Crypt Swarm cooldown talent, just because he's playing as this Death Prophet with Aghanim Scepter already picked up. So he's just going to be spamming, and being pretty damn tanky. Like, and you're not even going to have to worry about the Spirit Vessel either from the Nature's Prophet, because he'll have BKB. So feels like he'll be in a really good spot, especially with a buffed up neutral item as well. He's been holding onto that Dormant Curio, and I mean, god damn, that Spectral Signet, Searing Signet is going to do a whole lot as well with how often you're going to be able to spam out these Crypt Swarms.
Yeah. So Young G trying to put Namiga on his back, trying to carry them through this series so they can march on in these closed qualifiers. He will have the winner of, I believe it is Aurora and Quantum. Yeah, Aurora and Quantum. So, I mean, if you want to get all the way to the International, even just getting to the road to the International, there's going to be some big names you're going to have to get through first. There's going to be a fight that's happening, and once again, Cobras 9 is just being outmaneuvered by the side of one move. What's that, twice in a row now that somebody's outblinked him?
No, he blinked in and he did the call at the right time. It just so happened that with the Aghanim Scepter on Difference, he used the pulse and he silenced the axe, so he wasn't actually able to get the call off. It was, I mean, maybe you can expect that he's going to use the E after the Dissimulate comes through, but it was so close to being a really good initiation.
Oh no, this is a bad time to be losing Young G. So close to that BKB.
How quickly it can all start to unravel now. And they're going to pop the glyph, and well, they will at least get it refreshed once this ends up ticking out, but they could still just whack into this tier 2 tower without too much worry. I mean, Tiny, for all intents and purposes, basically has nothing. Like, he's got a Shadow Blade coming out to him now, his first real big... I'm not sure why he's going out.
That is a big blink away there from Grip, and they've been able to find yet another XX Vampire, and they're able to take down Cobras 9 as well. And as you said, very quickly, this is starting to unravel. This is a toilet paper roll rolling down a hill. This is not looking fun if you are the side of Namiga, because you're at the point now where it's been, as you said, multiple engagements now that have not worked out. And basically, at this point, your Tiny's got a Shadow Blade and an Echo Saber. Is he killing anyone? No. That's for damn sure.
No, I don't think so. I mean, he might try, but not eyesight. And walking up onto this high ground, I guess they feel like they've got... Oh, he's even going to blink away. Did that Shadow Blade just run out? I think it might have.
I don't know.
He doesn't have any detection.
Yeah, Grip's got the good fingers, that's for sure.
So, and again, 21 minutes, Tormentor time. They were able to steal away? Yeah, they were. The Wisdom Rune, and then instantly into trying to yoink this one for themselves. Would love to have it for the Shadow Shaman, honestly. Nope, never mind, that's even better.
Alright. So, yeah, extra laser beam for the Watcher. So, it was a toss-up between Difference and Grip. Unfortunately for Grip, Difference is the winner. So BKB up now for Young G.
It's important, but he still needs that level 15 in my opinion. Like, it's enough, especially with this haste rune.
Oh, BB. In such a perfect position.
This hero. Oh.
And he just TPs away. There's just they can't even do anything about it. Oh, BB.
The amount that I hate that hero needs to be studied.
I can feel the rage.
He didn't even TP that far away. Like, he's already back with the rest of the team. He wants to try and re-engage with a smoke that they've got ready on Grip. Has the potential to go an Aether Lens straight after the Blink Dagger as well on Grip. I wonder if they might... What are they waiting for exactly?
Is there an
Elder Dragon, my guess, is 20 seconds away. Could just be that. And again, once you... It's a really rough decision. Like, do you expend the glyph now to try and protect a tier 2? Maybe, but probably not, just because you don't have that refresh. You are going to run the risk of just straight up losing, at the very minimum, one lane of racks if you lose a team fight. And that's a pretty tough position to have to be in. And look at this. This time around, it's not even a ballsy Roche attempt. It's just one that they have no way of contesting because of the net worth difference, and there's no AA, so you can't really scout quite as easily to be able to stop this from happening.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the power of having this ancient apparition being taken off the field. It just gives you a little bit more room to breathe on the map. So they finally take down this T1 Terror in the top lane, but all the while the Aegis has been claimed by one move. Bashka.
It's been the fact that they're there. I mean, it should be pretty obvious that that's where one move are going to be moving, right? Like, they've got the Aegis, they've got a big net worth advantage, they've got a tier 2 tower that can be pretty easily hit. Why wouldn't they be here? And it looks like the difference in Corrupted is just trying to intercept anyone that's trying to, you know, engage from the left-hand side. Bashka, is he going to walk underneath that sentry? Very close to it.
Tower is under attack.
Right. Only a couple of seconds left on the Shadow Blade, though.
Friends, he's been caught out. See if they're able to keep him alive, though. He is, especially with the pipe that go back in. Corrupted massive wisdom, catches out 3 members, and they just get eviscerated. The amplified damage is oh so strong. Young G, with that BKB, doesn't really get much out of it. The Exorcism is running, but he's running away. And now Grip, walking under this tier 2 tower, has found the Exorcist Vampire. They're just going to get on top of the Dark Reload Monodrama. Unfortunately, is going to cop the clicks from Eyesight. And Matt, I've seen plenty of games of Dota 2. I've cast plenty of games of Dota 2. And this one is looking dumb.
Yeah, it's Simcaller territory for sure. I mean, they make a pretty good initiation, honestly, onto the Void Spirit, but with how tanky he is, with the Crimson Guard plus the pipe, they're just able to keep him alive long enough that the turnaround can happen. Even the Sprout, the heal coming through from BB3, it's pretty deadly, this Nature's Prophet hero, and I never want to see it in these qualifiers again. Like, first ban, the other teams had it right.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like Nature's Prophet should have been on the hit list. But I mean, this is how best of threes go, right? Especially when it comes to first pick priority. You develop this mini meta, and I think the mini meta definitely was Ancient Apparition. And that was kind of the conversation that Namiga had, was Templar Assassin, Nature's Prophet, Ancient Apparition. We're gonna get rid of one of these three, and then the choice is purely on one move about which one of those remaining two that they wanted. And obviously they wanted the Nature's Prophet, and you can see I think the biggest thing is exactly what you said as soon as it was picked, is just the flexibility. Throughout the entirety of the draft, you can just sit there and go, do we know where it's going? Do you know where it's going?
It's never a bad Nature's Prophet game as well, is the other thing, right? Like, you can always make it work somehow.
Now it's just backs against the wall here for Amiga.
They can close this one out pretty easily, in my opinion. Still whole 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so happy to just put Eyesight on the front lines. 15 seconds on the Mass Serpent wards. Just hiding their time, even just having Corrupted here on the top side, making sure that he tanks up a bunch of these tower hits, keeping the Siege Creep alive, just to make it that much easier for them. And this is just going to be slow, even a slow death coming through. It's a pretty fast one, as Bashka just trying to get any sort of farm for himself, and he's going to need to get something.
The BKB, it looks like.
Silver Edge, baby.
Just a little bit too far away, so they're going to try and fight. The Elder Dragon form is 3/4 of the way through here, so maybe it is time for them to try and go in and have a crack at the dragon. Corrupted goes in though. He gets caught. Blink Caller comes in there from Cobus 9, seeing how much damage he can do. Gets on top of the Nature's Prophet, but it's just not enough. They've got no damage left here, Matt. The Tiny has to go back into the base, and unfortunately it's Young G against the world, and he loses his life 4 or multiple times this game. Cobus 9 goes down, and if I'm a betting man, I'm calling the G's to be dropped in just a moment. They're going to do the buybacks. They're going to try and have a final stand here inside of their own base. Omega looks like they're getting sent down to the lower bracket here by one move. who are moving their way through this base. The top and the middle racks are all gone. Now they're going to go in towards the bottom side, and got 30 seconds left until you have an axe back up. Maybe you can have one more fight before this game is over.
I don't think so. They're just going to push this way too quickly. Jakiro going down once again, and no buyback left for him. There should be mega creeps in about 10 seconds as you know, the power of tempo is way too strong. We were talking about that 30-minute timer that they're looking to try and play around. They've pretty much hit it exactly. You know, this is exactly what they were hoping for. This is not a super late scaling Dragon Knight, but with how dominant they've been, with Aegis just expiring, he's still got a BKB. He's queuing into a nullifier, but he ain't gonna need it. You know, this is just clinical Dota that I'm surprised Nemigo let happen.
Yeah, very, very clinical from one move, and I think that's a big positive for them moving forward in this upper bracket, because that's kind of the operative word, what they need to be, clinical. If they're trying to make their way through this Eastern European qualifier, because they have some big dogs that they need to fry. So they're going to leave the base. Maybe the fake back here. They've smoked up. They've definitely got all the tools available to them.
I mean, if there was any time to smoke, it's now. You've got to give Kovis a way to be able to find an initiation. You can't just wait for them to jump you every single time.
Going here on different, seeing if they can try and bait out a few more of these spells, and they definitely have. So, playing with their food is one move. And the Dragon Knight is hitting creeps. So, BB, appreciate the tip.
Ooh,
hopefully they get your carry player to come in a fight. They have just gone in for this fight, seeing what they can do. Versus Corrupted playing shenanigans.
I mean, he's in no danger. 4K.
Oh, yeah, they're not killing him.
HP.
They're definitely not killing him.
Poor man's shield as well, on top of everything. Come on.
Okay. They've gone back in here. Oh, another beautiful blink who stopped. They just found so many members holding each other in the back part of their base. And Bashkar, unfortunately for him, tossing the team member up into the air. And he was hoping that it was going to be a game 3 victory, but it's all one move in this game number 3 down, and they will move forward in the upper bracket and sending Nemigo down into that lower bracket with only 1 life left remaining.
Corrupted, instantly jumping out of his seat, giving handshakes to the rest of the boys. You got to remember, he
You have done a great service.
The quest for ultimate glory continues.
It's so good, you know. It's so good, you know. Here we have all 3 of them together. All 3 of them together, but it's just not consistent enough. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's good enough.
Wish I'd learned how to read. Wish I'd learned how to read.
Bow to your liege.
Just 30 seconds now.
You got rocks in my apologies.
The match of matches starts now.
No, no, no.
Denied.
Stings. Bow. Bow to your liege. Bow to your liege.
Dire structures are fortified. beast.
I'll take it.
Denied.
Not on my watch.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. There is little for Dire's middle tower. Should look to their bottom tower. Killing spree! Triple kill! Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Cover me! Finish it! Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is in danger. Radiant structures are fortified. There is nothing for Radiant's middle tower. Dire's top tower is in danger.
Fortune's changed.
Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack.
He was on, oh god, what was the China team that he was on? Clearly got a lot of different styles to be able to pull, you know, information from and different ways, but I will be surprised if we see him say more than like 2 words in this draft, because they've really put a lot of the focus onto Ike and what Ike thinks, and he's got a lot of respect. If you got a chance to do it, Ponder was actually streaming their open qualifier run, and you got a lot of insight into, you know, a lot of the different communication. There are really no egos there on this team as well, and you can see Ike's basically the only one talking during all of this. He's got a great mind for drafting, that even if things don't work out for him as a player, I could totally see him doing a great job as a coach.
Yeah, and I think being able to get those insights really just enables us to be able to emphasize that when it comes to these close qualifier games. So very excited to see what Cal Machata can bring into this game and bring into the series and these qualifiers as well. As you said, Potno having a plethora of different experiences across multiple different regions and being able to succeed in a lot of those regions as well. It's not like, you know, he was just bouncing around doing kind of nothing for the last couple of years. He was able to succeed in quite a lot of those teams. So
maybe not Alliance, but everything else he was doing pretty decent.
I didn't want to say it, okay? All right, god damn. I just wanted to, you know, leave it to the imagination.
Well, we can't do that. We got to spell it out.
We had to cover a lot of those games, all right? So
true. It's got to be scary coming up against someone like Malik as well, though, who's had a ton of experience, right, through a variety of different teams. He's stood in for Spirit. He's been on PSG Quest when they had their great runs. You know, he's clearly just got a lot of stuff at the very high level. I think, was it top 6 that they got at Riyadh one year as well, when he was playing with them. So he is no stranger to high stress, high intensity situations. You can see he's the one kind of leading. Look at all those drinks in the background. I'm a little jealous right now that they've just got anything that they could possibly want to choose from. I'm really interested to see how Yu goes as well, and he's gone by Yu, but a lot of people might know him as Violent, because I really feel like his heroes fit this meta perfectly. Like, when I think Violent, I think TB, TA, Morphling, and those are like the best heroes right now, or at least the ones that are likely to slip through into a lot of the drafts. And wouldn't you know it, actually all of them except the TA are still available. Even Nature's Prophet, he can make it work as a 1, and I would be pretty surprised if one of the teams didn't snap it up again, because it can go anywhere. You don't really need to be all that worried about how you're going to be able to make it work. But this is, if you had to pick one hero for mine, TB is that one hero for Violent.
It's like, this is the reason why they pay you the big bucks, mate. Speak and you shall receive. So looks like we're going to be getting a Terrorblade from Violent, which is going to be very nice for us to see. I do like this Batrider pick early on, coming in from Kamachata, just because they have a lot of players that can definitely move it around. I feel like it is quite a flexible kind of hero, and a lot of those Bat Riders that we've been seeing, has a lot of the power has been from a lot of its flexibility. So gonna have a Mars come in here as the response to the Terrorblade. I feel like that has always been, pretty much since Mars's inception, has pretty much just been one of those heroes that can just deal with a Terrorblade nice and early on. Has a lot of good mix of physical and magical damage, as well as good ways of being able to lock him down. And Chaos Knight, is this the illustrious?
Yes.
Okay, position 4 Chaos Knight that you were talking about in the green room?
Yes, indeed. It's just like a really solid hero overall, right? You kind of have to think back to why Naga Siren was picked a lot as a position 4 and a position 5, and still kind of is every now and then. Really fast, good stats, good right click, harass potential, and ever since the God, I'm gonna have to look back at what it's actually called, but the facet that lets your Chaos Strike split into 2, Cloven Chaos, it just feels like it's a little bit more versatile of a hero, where you're able to make a lot of different trades happen. You've got a lot of burst potential as well, especially when you consider like 1 point Reality Rift, you get that minus armor, and then Mars God's Rebuke is actually going to slam people pretty effectively. Might be a little worried that you've got double melee, but I don't think against a TB and an Oracle that's a huge area of a concern.
Yeah, especially because you've got good ways of being able to bridge some of those gaps as well. You've got Spear and Rebuke to be able to get people away from you. You also have good gap closers to be able to, you throw in the Chaos Bolt and the Spear back into a tree. Can kind of close.
It's a pretty easy setup.
Yeah,
for sure.
So it's not like they're too disparaged where they are, but the axe is a good response here. A lot of very short range heroes that really want to be up in your face, so you have a lot of good counter players coming in from the axe. And obviously, I feel like that is probably one of, I don't want to say one of, but it is definitely a Malik hero. When I think of heroes that he plays, axe is one of the ones that really comes to mind. So I'm excited to see a whole lot more axe go through these next couple of days of these qualifiers, but more just strength cores just coming in here with the Sven to finish it off.
They're pretty much, we were talking about comfort in the previous series, and this is basically what they ran during all of their open qualifier run. Like the Bat Rider is played by Ike as the position 5. Ponlo played the Chaos Knight pretty frequently. Sven was the most played position 1 by Rinsick. And it's basically just Mirage's hero that's still yet to come. And I mean, there's a lot of heroes that he's still played that are still in the pool to be able to choose from. There's DP, there's Shadow Fiend, there's Void Spirit, there's Leshrac, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. I feel like it could be a great Leshrac game.
Yeah, I really feel like that's kind of one of the heroes that just looks really good into pretty much everything that Liga has right now.
When you consider, like, you've got a ton of stuns, you've got Arena to keep people held in place, you've got a lot of magic and damage to go up against high armor from both the TB and the Axe, you've got AoE damage to deal with Willow. Feels like a great Lesh game.
And you've got a lot of the amplification. Amplification. You've got Warcry to be able to play around with as well, the move speed and the armor. Really big things that Leshrac wants to try and have, but sometimes doesn't really have the space in the inventory to build. Yeah, I'm really loving that Leshrac pick. We'll see what they want to go for here. So Liga will get rid of the Death Prophet, just provides them that little bit of extra tower taking ability, allows them to kind of rally behind a hero. I feel like Leshrac and DP fall in very similar spots. I think, obviously DP has that silence to kind of change up instead of the stun, but very similar heroes in the vein. But what about Liga team? Where we're kind of leaning for them now with their potential final hero?
I feel like they're going to need a little bit of initiate. I don't know. They've kind of got a bit of a do-nothing draft for mine. So I need something that is able to react to when eventually Cullen Charter is going to start running at them. So is that going to be something like an Ember Spirit where you're able to build a Mage Slayer and kind of delay things out a little bit? Is that going to be something like a Tiny where you do have a fair few melee-ish heroes, so you're going to get great value out of like an Avatos combination? A Kunkka I think would have been great, but it's already been banned out by Cullen Charter. Pangolier is still a possibility for mine.
Yeah, okay. They only really have the Lasso that can deal with the Rolling Thunder. Or Sada. Okay, they're going to go for a Shadow Fiend. When you said the Shadow Fiend as well, I felt like that was another hero that really just combines really well with the Arena of Blood, as well as just being able to provide that extra bit of team fight and that extra bit of burst damage, and the minus armor as well. Yeah, you are correct with that. Got a lot of minus armor with a lot of the heroes that are floating around. So.
5 seconds.
And again, if you've got like a do nothing draft, you can just sit back as a Shadow Fiend and right click towers. What are they going to do about it? Like the onus is on Liga team to do something, and it's really just on a race. Like, what is he going to do it with? There's no Storm, there's no Puck because you banned them out. You don't have any real tower taking potential outside of this Terrorblade. It's going to need to be someone that can accomplish a lot of these things. Like and any sort of melee hero is going to have a horrible time into this SF as well. So what can you choose? Like, is it a Dragon Knight where you're just able to take towers a little bit, withstand some of the pressure that the SF is putting onto you? Something with a high amount of damage so that, okay, Pango's okay, but I'm going to need to see some rotations coming through from MRLS on his Dark Willow to be able to really hinder Mirage's game, because I think that's going to be the biggest telling point of how the let's say 10 to 15 minute mark of this game is going to go, or 10 to 20. If Mirage is, you know, just snowballing and getting a little bit out of control, it could start to look very rough very quickly. However, if you're able to have killed him a few times off the back of MRLS and Respect, then it's a very different story, because I really feel like both Malik and you are going to be playing pretty passive games, at least for the very beginning.
Yeah, I definitely feel like you is going to be playing an extremely passive game. Want to try and farm up towards that very critical mass that the TB can work towards. So I think for me, I'm definitely sitting in the same boat as you. It's all about the Dark Willow to see what she can do, kind of rotating around this map. And I feel like also trying to kind of match what the Batrider and the Chaos Knight want to do as well. Like, they're going to naturally want to be heroes that are going to be moving towards power runes and kind of just putting a lot of pressure on a lot of these other lanes, you know, being able to secure those first couple of minutes for the side laners and then just walk towards that middle lane. And as you said, get Mirage off to such a nice start here. So I like the comfort that we got here from both of these two teams, and I feel like the game plans are pretty straightforward as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really interested to see how both teams approach, for example, the power runes. I think that's going to be a pretty big deal for both of these, because you've got great ways to be able to build up a bunch of stacks. You've got great heroes at being able to take a bunch of the stacks. And we mentioned before, as we do get into the game, we're seeing a few Grandmasters here. We've got a Grandmaster Mars, we've got a Grandmaster Shadow Fiend, we've got a Grandmaster Terrorblade, and a bunch of Platinum and Master tier heroes. So comfort, comfort, comfort is the name of the game, except for Ponlo playing his Chaos Knight. But one thing that we mentioned with you, aka Violent, in that he is going to be very passive. The one thing that I think he does better than a lot of other Terrorblades, and I know he's not like a top player, is that he knows how to make that distinction of when to use his meta, not just for farming, not just for team fighting, but converting it into an objective as well. Like, you're never going to see him just use it for one sole purpose. It's always going to be for 2 or 3. So I'm interested to see how well he's going to be able to execute that, because they did very much draft around him. They banned out the Darkseer as well as the Doom, which Kalim Charter had used as responses to the TB in the past throughout these qualifiers.
The ones who wait all the way.
Yeah, that has been a big bane in the Terrorblade side for a long time. And as you said, a lot of these targeted bans really trying to enable some of these players. So that's what they're doing here for Liga, trying to make sure that Yu's having a very good time. So seeing what Calm can do.
I think it's you are, not you is.
Anyways, there's a fight. A race goes in. Nice little shield crash. Fortnite, man, taking quite a lot of damage. Seeing if he can crank some 90s up this hill, and he does. Gets away.
He's got a salve coming out to him. He will be A-OK. I think it's 2 for 2 in terms of the bounties, so not horrible. That certainly shows that this double melee is in a little bit of danger if you are not perfectly in position. Oh, okay, so Ponlo's actually going for a little bit of a different build than what we normally see. So he's going Aetherlands first, which is pretty standard, but then looks like he's building into an Aghanim Scepter next. It could still change, as One Eye Man will be okay. But yeah, like normally we see something like an Orchid.
I'm trying to think, like, potentially there is an interaction with the presence of the Dark Lord.
Also, just if someone gets called, you just use your ultimate and then, you know, takes that away a little bit, the damage threat.
I'm trying to like think like a way too far outside the box of like Ponlo doing some like Giga Brain, like he's cracked the code of like double presence of the Dark Lord, just minus armor out the wazoo, and then Matt comes in with a logic bomb of you know, counter initiation, I guess.
Do you think the like cogs having souls should come back, like those sorts of interactions?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it was such a, I don't want to say like a nothing interaction, but it was like such a like it was something that you spent time killing those souls in the fountain instead of contesting a rune. So that was like a choice that you made, rather than it just being like, oh no, like your Shadow Fiend just gets, like, obviously he gets 3 souls, but like you also miss out on 2 heroes, or potentially 3 heroes, because of the way that you used to have to do it with the deny, right? So Yeah, 100%. I like weird interactions, and I like people abusing weird interactions. That's what Dota's built off of.
I'm just looking at Violent up here on the top side. He just got 2 denies straight in Mars's face underneath the tower as well. So very nicely done. Off to a nice little start he is. So is Mirage, just looking to continue to try and put the pressure onto a Race who honestly isn't having too bad of a time himself, considering, you know, Shadow Fiend, how good he is against a lot of the melee heroes in the pool these days. Just making sure to pressure him at the right times to make sure that he's not going to get that flag bearer creep for free, but still ends up securing it for himself.
Yeah, just having the double jump on the shield crash just means you can secure so many more of those creeps. It's just very, very hard to deal with because you obviously don't want to Shadow Raise at the wrong time as well for Mirage. Yep. And just have it all soaked up by the barrier.
Nicely done as well to be able to leave Malik on his own in the lane. Ends up getting a stack from MRLS, maybe just assuming correctly that it's worth giving up the Lotus pool for the purpose of getting a double stack up.
Especially because they are so important for a hero like Axe, right? Where just being able to accelerate towards that next item and kind of remove that awkward window where we were even talking about it in the last game. You know, you make the choice of Blade Mail or Blink. Sometimes that can be make or break, but if you reduce that window, if you do make the wrong choice, and you can kind of make up for some lost time. But
I mean, either way, they don't want to fight on Liga Team is the thing. Like, they just want to sit back and do absolutely nothing and hope that they're able to get away with getting into those items. And so, you know, the ability to be able to make some of these... Ooh, who's got the faster fingers? It's a Race, and I was about to say this might be very, very bad for Mirage, but able to get away just in time. Won't be able to secure the bottle refill though, so might be forced to go back to his own bounty rune, and that's, I think, exactly where MRLS is starting to patrol towards. Hanging out the fact that it's still there.
Okay. Or maybe he might walk all the way over there.
I think it would have been worth it, to be honest.
Running into Ike instead. Maybe feeling like there could have been another way. Oh, Ike with the bounce up onto the high ground.
Cheeky. Hold on. Mid lane. Mirage is going for a little bit of a deep dive here.
Could be an overextension, especially because the big barrier that comes out from that shield crash. So Race didn't have that extra bit of damage. Didn't want to swashbuckle into a Shadow Fiend. It looks like Malik was able to get the kill there onto Malik on the bottom side of the map after Ponlo gets the first kill onto Respect a little bit earlier on into the game, and now we are seeing Rinsick a lot of damage, and Yu's able to take down Ponlo on the top side of the map, who are trying to make a go there onto Yu.
Understandable. I mean, has to be a little careful here. Just a couple of seconds left on the God's Rebuke cooldown. Of course, he doesn't want to go too deep underneath the tower himself, so he should be able to get a bunch of denies here on the Mars. You can tell he's hungry for it.
They have stick charges too, so you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, but not if you've got a Chaos Knight right there ready to clean up a bit of a free kill. And I mean, this is what happens if you've got rotating around Oracle. He's going to be helping out as well, of course. He's got Prognosticate as mid lane. Bit of a dive. Yeah, this is what we said needed to happen. Ponlo, great positioning though, to be able to yoink away that regen rune. Might end up dying for it, but I don't think he'll really care all that much. It's just about denying the Pangolier the ability to be able to make a big level of impact throughout the game. And wants that regen rune to kick back in, but the Fortune's End ends up dispelling it. So yeah, ends up getting the kill, but it does mean that Pango doesn't exactly have the most resources to be able to do anything now at this point.
Yeah, I think it would have been very dire straits if Mirage walked back into that lane and it was a full HP, full bottle Pango that he was walking into after dying. So at least Ponlo does make it so this lane is at least salvageable for Mirage. It's doing relatively well, being able to keep well ahead on the CS charts, and it's kind of what the Shadow Fiend does, but as the Liga team were well aware, kind of just send a lot of the emphasis towards that middle lane, try and get that Pangolier boosted forward in a lot of these extra early levels. get towards that diffusal blade, and then he can start making a lot more space around the map.
Level 4 on Ike as well, so I wonder if he is going to look to try and connect through with the Sven once Sven hits his level 6, just to be able to get that little bit of a boost for the God strength. Start to slam out some of that damage, but we're seeing too many stacks being built up for Charter? Not really. I mean, the ones that have been made by the Sven underneath the tier 1 tower. Maybe a little bit to the left-hand side near the Wisdom Rune, but it's really what we're seeing. What we're seeing here with Malik being able to reap the benefits of Amaryllis and his frequent trips away from that lane. And the fact that the Axe wasn't punished when this was all happening is a little surprising. So he is doing a totally fine job, even though Sven is farming, and that's all well and good, but you're not actually getting the kills in addition to it. That's when it starts to get a little bit more dicey.
Well, no, in trouble. He's able to stay alive there, so the Purifying Flames is able to heal him up just a little bit here. There are a few stacks that are floating around here for the Radiant side. Looks like they're going to try and make a go on the top side. Ike will make their rotation towards top. Arena of Blood's going to go in here. You does have the Sunder available as well as the 12 stick charges, and they just fight him all the way to the end there, but they don't have the damage. Fortnite Man did not have the God's Rebuke. Mirage is going to walk forward there onto Respect and be able to take down the support. So it is Respect and Ike who will trade places, but they really wanted that kill there onto you.
They're going to be able to get this D-ward off instantly as well. I mean, it's just one of those things where they just got a little bit too antsy. It was a long TP coming through in from Mirage there. Otherwise, there probably was a kill onto the TB, and it would have been huge, you know, especially considering you've got the ability to really start to snowball if you get off to a good start on the SF, and well, it hasn't really been happening all that much. So advantage Liga team, in my opinion, at this stage, even though win probability has a very small advantage, only 4%. But again, they don't really want to be taking team fights, so if they're able to get a few more of these kills for free, they'll take that every day of the week.
Exactly. Being able to absorb this pressure, be able to not lose out when it comes to objectives. I think that's the big thing for them, making sure they don't lose these early tier 1 towers, and enabling a lot of these, I don't want to say greedier heroes, but you know, these Bat Riders and these Chaos Knights get out to those early EXP and gold leads, where that's where they can really take over the game, right? Like if you have a Bat Rider, he gets a very early Blink Dagger, especially as a 5, that's when the game gets very, very hard for you. So
yep, absolutely. Although has to be a little careful here. He's positioning, but really wanting to make sure he doesn't allow that illusion rune.
He's going to pay the price, just walking into the river and just getting taken down by the supports as well as a race.
And I mean, the fact that they're getting a bunch of these kills at this stage of the game is very important, right? Like, you've got level 6 on MRLS, and that's a pretty big deal considering you've got level 4, almost level 5 on the Bat Rider. I want to see him put a little bit more emphasis into his own, at least, experience that he's able to play around with. Dodges out the call nicely. Just trying to be annoying at this stage. But yeah, if he's level 6, then you probably aren't able to get those Pango rolls off quite so easily. You're just going to lasso him every single time.
Just puts that little bit of extra pressure back on the side of Liga. And you can just see Yu's just doing such a good job at constantly sticking up towards his top side, keeping that farm rotating, going through. Has just popped the Metamorphosis once again.
Precious bounty.
We'll continue to put this pressure back on the Fortnite Man, so he can't rotate off this top side of the map and try and help out Mirage, who is now falling back into the stacks in the jungle. So building towards that Kayasha.
Malik's getting way too much, way too many stacks going uncontested, more being built up as well. He's got the chipped vest as well as the blade mail finished up at 11 minutes, or even a naked one as well. He's got the phase boots to be able to combine together with it. Again, yes, the Sven is farming, but I don't think you really care that much, just because you are going to have ways to be able to deal with him once you get some of those early items. So he just got the blade mail finished right then, and he's already got 750 gold on top of it. So this is looking like being, honestly, if he's really on point, I guess he doesn't really have the stacks to be able to do it. I was saying, could you potentially contest with a Blink Dagger the 14-minute Wisdom Rune on the Kalimchata side of the map? Probably not. He probably doesn't have the real estate to be able to do that at this stage. But definitely like 15 and a half minute siege creeps, looking to try and play around those to be able to win a team fight and then take a tower. That's absolutely a possibility.
See if they want to play around those timings. So right now, very slow start for both these two teams, as you know, we were saying, Matt, just wanting to sit back and farm here for the side of Liga. And they're just holding on to this pressure right now.
They're just trying to bait someone to come in to defend this. Good use of his illusions though on the top side by you. Just trying to keep Fortnite Man away. He ends up going in here. SF could look to join in, but he's just used a couple of his Shadow Razors, so I'm not sure if they would have the damage to kill the TB anyway.
Especially with the Falcon Blade plus the full Yasha completed. It's got a lot of stats that are floating around now, so that extra armor, yes, it is quite a lot of match damage that can go through, so have to be careful of that.
Look at this smoke coming through though. They're trying to find someone that's looking to pick up some farm. They would have loved it to be Rinsick, but won't be the case. They'll just be able to take a Bat Rider kill.
Yeah, I was looking for this Sven, but Rinsick is very deep in the jungle right now. Just hitting some of those creeps and trying to stay on top of the CS charts.
I'm going to need to see a little bit more happening from Kalimchata though. Like they've just been perhaps a bit too passive. Oracle just sitting up here trying to allow this tower to go for free, but I think he's going to have to concede this one. Although using his Phantasm Illusion just for scouting.
Yeah, I can't imagine them contesting that. So just trying to build towards some of these early items here for Kalimchata. Just trying to get that 8th lens there for Ponlo, as well as the Blink Dagger up early on here for Fortnite Man. So with that extra tower, they get themselves ever so close. I'd imagine it's pretty much go time once they get the Blink and even close towards an 8th lens for Ponlo.
So again, I don't think they'll be able to get there in time, but it is that 14-minute Blink Dagger that I was talking about before. So this is kind of nuts from Malik to be at this stage. Do they have a smoke to be able to play around with? That's the real question that I have, because they just took mid tower, so it's not like they need to play around that. Bottom tower is probably going to die soon anyway. Right now, Erase just wants to stick around for the power rune. Gets a haste.
Oh, okay. Ponlo just walks out of harm's way.
And I mean, he's who you want to get caught by this. Like, this is... Letting a CK die is totally fine. You don't want this courier to be scouted out, for example, returning back.
He was close. He didn't get caught. So you do survive if you're the Shadow Fiend, but you do lose another member in Ponlo once again. A lot of deep wards come out here from Liga, and they're just putting the pedal to the metal. They're just going to leave you to his own devices, it seems, and they're just going to try and run around as this 4-man death squad.
I mean, they're pinging Fortnite Man, and he's doing a good job of shoving in this top side of the map, but he's got a Blink Dagger. So I'm wondering, like, at what stage are they actually ready to try and play around that? I mean, you've got... Okay, this is probably it, right? Blink Dagger on the Sven, Bat Rider. He's got Urn, doesn't have Blink or anywhere close to it, but I think that's totally fine. He's just trying to put a lot of attention onto himself, and yeah, they're going to instantly go for a smoke here, look to try and connect with Mirage, and... hold on, just having a look at this Observer Ward that sees the courier move down to the bottom hand side of the map, so they have a rough idea of where Rinsick is looking to try and play. He's just going to use himself as bait, I think, in the lane, knowing that the rest of the team is hanging behind him. Ooh. Wondering if he might go for that Blink Arena. Would have caught 2 at that stage, but won't be able to do it just yet. Doesn't seem like they're fully connected with what actual objective they want. I mean, they just moved across the map and had a potential for a 5-man team fight. Maybe they think they're further behind than they actually are. They've actually got a net worth lead at the moment.
I mean, especially with how far ahead Rinsick is, like, surely you got to be feeling pretty strong if you're the Sven right now. Blink Echo Mob at 15 minutes. Maybe seeing now with the Terrorblade, he's just picked up the Mantis Cell, you're feeling like might not be that far ahead. Malik's had a very, very good start, so you're feeling like everybody else is a little bit behind the 8 ball in comparison to that Axe. But as you said, not being able to connect onto that objective just yet. You're going to continue to go out to push a lot of these creep waves away. So Fortnite Man, I believe he got a glimpse of a race there. Does not have Blink Arena just yet, so I don't really have anybody to connect with this either. They are trying to get themselves into position here. Charter, God Strength, they're going to go in. They're going to see if they can take down the Pango. Nice quick little kill there on Race. Now, looking towards the next couple of motions here. Ponlo getting very, very close to this. They're just going to throw out the lasso there onto Amorales. And Malik will jump in onto Ponlo. Doesn't really get much done, but now with the God Strength still available here for Rinsick, they will take down Malik. And that's a lot of gold now going in the pocket here of Callum Charter. And surely they're going to be feeling good now.
Yeah, got to be feeling a whole lot better off the back of that. You know, this was really the timings that they were hoping for. The quick blink in, burst down. And, I mean, to be able to catch out, maybe they were just waiting for a higher priority, more killable even target, because, you know, you compare the Pango to the Axe. Axe has about 20 armor. Pango, I guess, has pretty similar, but 600 less health to be able to play around with. So, considering how impactful a Pango can be in the middle of a team fight, and you know, they have the potential to be able to wipe him out in the 3 seconds that it takes for a TP to happen. So, looking not too bad, as Fortnite Man should still be okay. But again, I'm just continue to be impressed with how well Yu is able to play around the map with this Terrorblade, right? Like he never just rests on his laurels and is just a farming TB or just a pushing TB or just a fighting TB. He does it all. And that's why it was, in my eyes, still a very, very worthy first pick for the team.
Seems like he does have quite a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders right now. And we'll see whether or not he can deliver for the team this game. So far, they're definitely not down and out, but the TV is the insurance policy. They're looking to see if they can potentially continue to push towards this bottom side and try and find a little bit of a stronghold here for Liga.
They're actually
more emphasis on this tier 2 tower, Ponlo.
Yeah, just to be a little careful, especially playing around that creep wave when there's an Axe around, but doesn't look like he'll be punished at this stage.
Yeah, looks like they're trying not to dive these tier 2 towers. It is very spicy kind of place on the map to be jumping into, especially onto a Chaos Knight. All it takes is for him to survive Mars. He had hoped, but they've been able to find out Fortnite Man. When it comes to terrorizing the Fortune's End as well, they do have the slam. Big Mirage gets it done, gets the Fury as well, and Malik just bounces into the Arena of Blood. Fortnite Man will walk away as he pops the L dance and says, "See you later to Liga." They're going to look to see if they can take down a race here. He will be able to get away for now. Ike with the bounce back into the lasso. And it's Callum Charter who get 4 for nothing.
Yeah, you just see the combination coming through there with the CK double stun, right? It just means that blink in, Requiem, just so much faster.
He's down here on the bottom side of the map. He's very, very low here on Fortnite Man, so they have to be very, very careful. They do not have the Requiem of Souls, and you will just walk in and say thank you so much for that. They are being
like just trying to bait.
Careful about how low they are staying here. Pomlo's going to come across. They have to be careful about the Thunder here. Beautiful little man to dodge there onto the Chaos Bolt, and Ponlo is just walking into a meat grinder.
Yeah,
and they
knows how to play the TV. I mean, it could have been just such a... I mean, they got a little bit greedy, and they even get another. Amorales just gets a solo kill onto the Shadow Fiend to be able to clean that one up. So what was looking like something great for Callum Charter suddenly turns into, it was all right. Just considering it was a bit of an unforced error coming through there.
Yeah, you could see, obviously, you know, trying to make that play there onto you, they just didn't have the lockdown. You know, they didn't have the arena. They got the Mars Spear to cancel the TP. But after that, you have to be very, very careful about playing around the Sunder.
I think it's fine if the Sven's there, but he wasn't. He was on the complete other side of the map with... Oh, hold on. Speaking of Sven, I was about to say, I thought he might look to try and engage a little earlier, but maybe they'll still be able to pick up the kill onto Malik.
Charter, they still want to try and fight here. So Fortnite Man drops down the Arena of Blood, but with Rin6 BKB starting to wear out here, does not want to try and go back in and fight. They at least get the False Promise coming out there as well. So Mirage, beautiful Blink Requiem, is able to catch out both of the supports, takes them down with a few clicks of the razors. And Callum Charter fighting around each other. A very nice set of execution. They're looking nice and strong here. Callum Charter, you know, albeit except for that small little unforced error against you.
Yeah, it happens. They're going to be able to get a Tormentor off the back of it, and well, probably not going to go for the TB kill once again. Nice little bonus there with the sticky napalm now dealing some structural damage. So if you really wanted to get cheeky with this Blink Dagger, I could potentially try and get a little bit of that going. It's a 7k net worth lead now, just 21 minutes in, and this is just a stack for fun, basically, but it's looking pretty solid.
I think there's a lot of good synergies and a lot of good individual skill for a lot of these players as well. So definitely could be a recipe for success, but as we said throughout the entirety of this broadcast, there are some absolute juggernauts that are waiting in the rest of this region. So being able to get through Liga team is step one, and they still have.
So I'm just trying to think.
To get through as well.
We've had a couple of fights now that have gone against Liga team off the back of Blink Requiem, basically. So BKB is the item that they're going to need to have to be able to contest this, but Axe is the only one that's got it completed. It's coming out on the courier right now. So that's the area that I'm a little concerned about, because if you don't pre-pop that BKB, the Chaos Bolt stun is long enough that with the Yasha and Kaya, with the cast range reduction, it's going to be enough to be able to burst through before you're able to pop it during the stun.
Ooh, they trouble me. They do miss on the Arena of Blood, but they've got enough damage to be able to deal with it, and that is a beautiful use of the Arena of Blood to keep Ark alive as well. So they God Strength and they take down a Pango. So you probably more than say that was worth, especially with a race being another call for the side of Liga.
Losing a tier 2 is not amazing, but I think they'll be happy enough to concede that one. I mean, all of their team fight essentially was used, though, on Callum Charter, as actually Mirage getting caught out here.
Yeah, he got found by Malik. He has to be very, very careful. Wants to try and pump the Requiem, but with BKB being top tiered by Malik, they're going to have to try and use everything to get their Shadow Fiend out alive, and they do. So Malik uses the BKB here, and there's not really much that they can do with it, and they will just disengage here. So Callum Charter are in a very, very good position. They got a lot of resources out of Liga. They didn't lose anything for it.
It's an 8k net worth lead, but I really still feel like this game could go either way. Like, it just takes one really good team fight for both of them, and I feel like Yu is farmed enough that he's just going to be able to run down a lane, take out another tier 2 tower. I mean, you've got the glyph refreshed, sure, but to me now this starts to swing towards, all right, top Roshan. That's really where both teams are going to be putting a lot of their focus. And I'd have to say it's advantage Callum Charter, because they've still got their tier 1 tower to be able to TP to in case, you know, buybacks are needed. They've probably got a slight, they actually don't have they've got a bit of a vision advantage, I'd say, around the pit area. So maybe the priority for them is just going to be shove out mid, shove out top, get ready for Roche, because it's coming top in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like that will be the next point of contention. Both have pretty good teams that playing around
solo kill
the Roche pit as well, and she said Bomber with the solo kill.
Ooh, just dodges out the call.
Extra illusions. Yeah, Mr. Ponlo gets himself a big thumbs up from the team as well. Just a Chaos Bolt and a whole bunch of illusions. Pops the Phantasm, says see you later.
Yeah, you got a bit lucky with the Phantasm there. Able to create 3 off the back of it with his innate. Oh, down bottom, they're deep in here. I'm not sure if they're willing to pop Rolling Thunder just to kill Ponlo, though. And again, this is the advantage of playing with something like a Chaos Knight. You're just so tanky. You're pretty fast as well at being able to get away from a lot of these gank attempts. And even now, he's able to put a couple of points into the Chaos Strike, where you might be able to get the lifesteal if you're lucky from a quick right click and being able to escape off the back of that. But even just the order that he's gone for these components of the Aghanims. Point Booster, Ograx. Like, he wants to make sure that he's just that much harder to kill at the very start. And I feel like Fortnite Man's kind of in a similar boat, where he's gone the tough enchantment just for that little bit of extra armor, for example, to be able to not die to the TB and the Pangolier. But looks like it's going to be gank attempt into Roshan is the name of the game. Still very risky to just walk on in there. Just use the CK illusions for scouting.
We'll smoke them up. See if they get eyes on anything. We'll see a race at the top side of the map. 30 seconds till he has a TP, but by then the smokes will fade. Haven't gotten vision of anybody else yet, so they'll lead them. Alright, we're looking towards the bottom side, and it looks like Rinsik has been able to find the Dark Willow. Morales will unfortunately bite the dust.
And they get the D-ward off as well.
Fortnite Man got a little glimpse of where Respect was going. He did. So he finds the Oracle in the trees here, pins him to a tree, and Mirage says thank you for the soul.
Still not enough though to be able to go into the Roche pit, but I feel like you've got pretty great wards down. You got to take advantage of that. So they can look to try and play around this top side. They will absolutely look to do so. Not sure if Erase is going to be able to catch up to that creep wave, so he might need to just bank on cutting the next wave coming on this top side of the map and maybe using the glyph to be able to prevent that. But they're actually looking just to say, screw it, let's just run into this Roach pit, especially now that they see the Pangolier is nowhere near the team fight. So that's just going to give them confidence.
They 100% found him. They found Erase in the bottom side of the map, and they were able to get him. Fortnite Man shout out. He gets the Blink Spear. They get the Roche as well. They take another core, and I mean, Callum Charter, they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and charging to a game 1 victory.
To be able to get both of those things is kind of nuts. You know, I thought they might have to commit to either one or the other, but they just get it all. You've also got a BKB, though, coming out now for you with level 20, with amp damage, so they didn't really use anything huge, though, to be able to make that happen. Maybe just thinking that Sven is going to be back and going to pick up some farm, which is true. Okay. The God Strength isn't available. I don't know if you want to go in on this. They will, though.
Fire here onto you. He pops to the BKB. Do they have the extra bit of damage? No, they do not. He turns around with the Sunder as well as the False Promise. BKB's popped to plenty. The Amplified Damage Rune is still starting to run here on this Terrorblade. You have to be very, very careful here if you are Rensick. Ponlo just pops the clicks and goes down. They've been able to find out the Sven. The first life goes down. Metamorphs is still ready and raring to go. There's a lot of time to be able to play around in a lot of these fights as well. You walks forward, wants to try and find the Sven once again. So, Callum Charter in a dominant position, but Liga just say, no, we are going to catch you unawares, and they take down Fortnite Man, and they thought it was a good fight for them. But with the BKB being popped by you, it was just all over Red Rover.
It's just the Sven with no God Strength. That was the difference maker, right? Like, extra 190%. Maybe you get lucky with an extra Daedalus crit off the back of that, and you does die, but certainly not the case. You even had the Gale Guard available as well to be able to withstand a little bit of that damage coming through as well. So I think they just need to be a little smarter about, like, yes, you've got some great combinations, but it's gotten to the point now where the CK stun plus Requiem isn't going to be enough. You need the Sven there to be able to take out this TB. He's way too big. And he's even going into a Butterfly next, so as soon as that's revealed, you have to imagine that MKBD is going to need to be on the list. As I hear a Rolling Thunder, it's just onto a pos 5 though.
And take down Ike here on the Batrider, who's trying to
top lane. Fortnite Man
waves on the bottom side.
I feel like players are getting much better at that. You know, they reveal on the lane, they hit the tower for 2.9 seconds, and then they TP away. So even if your TP rotation is instant, you're still going to get away. Yeah.
Just the amount of times people being caught by those TP rotations, they've finally started to develop the min-max.
I feel like Tormentor should be coming up pretty shortly as well. I think it was taken around the 21-ish minute mark, 21:30 maybe, so would love to get that for Fortnite Man in particular.
Seems like Callum Charter are definitely looking towards it.
But I mean, look at those couple of big pickups. Aghanim Scepter plus the Daedalus coming through from the TB. Can't imagine there's too many more items that you're really looking to try and save up for. If the time is now for Liga to try and make something happen. They just need to make sure that the lanes are shoved in enough that any sort of movement that they make isn't going to be too obvious. Smoke coming out here from the Willow. Yeah, now's not the time to farm, Malik. Now's the time to go. But no one really is revealing on the map. Having a look at Liga's perspective, completely dark on the map right now. Fortnite Man briefly shows, and that's where they're going to make a beeline for.
See if they can find the Mars here. He is unfortunately left on an island. So Fortnite Man try his best. He's going to BKB an arena.
All right, maybe thought the boys were coming. I mean, maybe he was just trying to ice some... Oh, just able to get away on the Sven there as they were taking the Torment. Or at least Fortnite Man gets the Aghanim Shard from that, so not the worst.
Something extra.
Has to be very careful of sticking around on the bottom side though, Rinsick, because he is standing right next to the Tormentor. He just walked past a dire active Watcher, as there is no SF here, and there's no Oracle there anymore either.
Just use the double combos, blink in, lasso, requiem, see you later. So, again, it seems like there's a lot of counter punches that are going between both these two teams. It feels like one team gets a small advantage, the other one comes in with a counter punch. And we kind of go back to this even state of equilibrium, where it doesn't really feel like either team is starting to pull ahead. And I agree with you, it feels like that the net worth chart is a little misleading because of how strong it feels like you is. Same with the Sven, to be perfectly honest with you. I feel like both of these two carries are both in that kind of godhood area where if they're left unchecked in a team fight, they will literally kill everyone. And there's not much you can do about it. So
I do have to wonder though, like now you've got the arena coming back up in 2 seconds. You've got the BKB coming back up in 5 seconds for the Mars. You've shoved out this top lane effectively, and he's got the Aghanim Shard now as well. Ponlo's got his Aghanim Scepter. So is this now the point where you look to make a move of your own, stick Fortnite Man out there as like, oh, he's bait, he's really killable, but then you get the reveal of that Aghanim Scepter, and then suddenly, you know, when you look to commit Blink Call, Rolling Thunder onto him, you've got that extra second or two that you need just to be able to survive. But I'm a little worried that Mirage isn't there with the rest of the team. They need this damage.
He's gonna go in.
Oh, he doesn't get the false promise off.
And they just delete absolutely everyone. Now Malik's been called out as well. They do have that BKB to be able to try and play around with though, so Malik is able to run away from now. Low does hit that Phantasm, gets everybody out of dodge for now. Will eventually lose his life though, so it's not like it is awful to naught.
Oh, one hit
forward. And that was a big old shot coming in from Rinsick.
I want to guess, how much damage do you think it did?
He has 1200 HP, so I would say...
It was more than 1200, a lot more.
2200?
2378.
Damn.
In one hit. God damn. God Strength's nearly off, though, so... And he does have level 25. I'm not sure if that was off the kill or beforehand, but yeah, that extra 50% God Strength damage is pretty deadly. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see exactly what happened in the previous fight. I thought Oracle might have been able to get off the false promise, but I think perhaps part of that was Fortnite Man getting the arena off and just limiting the vision that the Oracle had at the time, so he couldn't actually false promise the Pango.
Quickly looking up and seeing the indicator of no vision.
Afterwards, yes, I just thought he had like maybe 1 second to turn around and ulti the Pango, but maybe it wasn't enough.
Yep, that's a big crit. That's a one tap.
So what's he going for? He's going for Abyssal Blade next. Okay, don't hate it. I mean, that's one way to be able to stop the freaking Sunder from coming through.
Next cosmetic idea, Valve. This one you're getting for free. Overkill, like skin. You overkill someone and it shows you. Like how much.
Where does it show?
Like on top of the person that you kill. Like a PA like sword on the Arcana. I heard a lasso. And that means that Ike is able to blow up Morales.
Ponlo's a little bit in danger if he ventures too much further forward. Should be okay. Everyone's going to... Well,
they're trying to fight towards the top side, though. A race. He's able to walk forward. Fortnite Man pops up BKB. Does have the TP available. They're going to go in and fight. And it looks like Rinsik is going to
false promise again.
Delete him. He was halfway through the animation there. For respect. He tried. Just wasn't there in time. It's a lot of damage that comes in from the Sven. It looks like the Demons ill just to get themselves away. So respect just ever so close to getting that false promise off. I think if he gets that false promise off, that's just like a turn fight, and they just kill Rinsik as well.
Yeah.
So
they oftentimes are running pretty low on TPs on Liga team though. Like I don't think Malik was there to be able to join in just because he was lacking it at the time. But now with I mean, there wasn't really anything huge popped other than, I guess God's Strength is pretty big still at this stage of the game. I don't know. I feel like even without it, you know, it's gotten to the stage where Rinsik is just threatening enough that it's not the be all and end all unless you're worried about TB specifically. Everyone else can still just two-shot him.
And also get to the point where it's going to have to be this dance between both of the two carries where they're both as petrified of each other at one point. So it's all really going to come down to what the teams can do around them.
So it's a really tough decision to have to make, and of course we can't see what neutral item choices they got, but Rinsik just went away from having the serrated shiv, which gives a chance for a guaranteed true strike, which is going to be great against the butterfly, but instead he went for the one that guarantees a crit. So with the giant small every 15 seconds. So you don't even need to worry about the potential for a crit coming through. You will be critting when you're looking to try and initiate. Yeah, it's probably not as much of a crit as what the other option is, but still it's pretty deadly to be able to have that option available. Smoke on smoke. Is the one getting caught out here? Nah,
they're aware.
The smoke didn't break, so they're not going to take the bait.
They are aware.
Roche is alive up top as well, and Mirage's illusion sees it.
Just seeing if there's any more of these awkward relations between both of these two.
No smokes left on either team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got another one in Ponlo's inventory as well, or his backpack.
Oh, they're going to walk up the high ground here. This is a beautiful position coming in here from Liga. Ponlo will walk in. We'll be able to drop some wards. He gets full vision of them. Watch it here as...
Oh, the Lotus!
Oh, that's a huge Lotus. All the time to do with the Hex as well. Being able to catch out Fortnite Man. He has no BKB. There's no Phantasm for them to play around with either. Rinsik's going to go in towards the background, and that Butterfly is doing so much work already for you. And there is just nothing left for them to do here. They will just try and disengage. Ponlo's going to try his best here against the race. Now Mirage is going to go forward.
Finally.
Get the Requiem of Souls, and then you can just see that false promise just being able to have that disengagement. Now going to go in, catch out Ponlo. So there will be no Chaos Knight for this fight. 54 seconds for both of these two players as they sit and watch, and Liga team will walk into the pit.
It's all about the engagement. You know, it was what was the net worth lead at that point in time? I think it was 18k, shrunk down to 16, and now they've got Roshan that is going to be going the way of Liga team, as well as another pause coming through. Hopefully everything's okay with the connections coming through. Is another tip coming through. Old teammate to old teammate.
Seems like they are having some problems with some things, but looks like they're getting through it nice and quickly. So Yu's able to deal with that and be able to get through.
Hold on. Ooh, this is not good though. He's lost the gem.
This is the courier.
2 gems now on Liga team, which is pretty huge, honestly. Like, that was the one kind of saving grace that, or at least they kept their gem, but not going to be the case. And, you know, quick 6k net worth swing, even having a Satanic now available as well to be able to just stand and man fight against the Shadow Fiend. What's the BKB durations looking like? 7 seconds for TBs. Sven's down to 6. Not surprising. it's just going to need to be the case of
really does just rely on it.
I mean, he's just going to be queuing up the once the Abyssal Blade is there, he's going to be queuing up the fact that Blink Stun is going to be the initial, and then prior to BKB hopefully coming out. But again, it's really just about this Oracle. You know, False Promise is always going to be something that you're concerned about. So it just comes down to how disciplined is Respect. You know, he's played in a variety of regions as well, right? Despite being Belarusian, I believe. He's had time in Western Europe as well as Eastern Europe, so he doesn't have just that one play style to go from either. Maybe he learned a few things on his time with Into the Breach, where he was able to sit back a little bit more, maybe play a little bit of a different style than what he's normally used to. What's he got coming out? I think it's Aetherlands, probably, coming out on the courier.
Extra bit of range. I'll play a little further back. Tumbler's Toy as well, with the keen-eyed, so obviously very much in the
that's a huge cast
in the
range.
business of having long cast range.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big range, that False Promise.
Yeah, and Blink. It's like a full screen easily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, so again, despite an 18k net worth lead, first team to lose all of their towers is Cullen Charter. And they're just sticking the beefiest boy on the front lines. Hold on, they get the right TB.
They are going to drag him all the way in. Beautiful disconnection there with the Arena of Blood coming in from Fortnite Man. They do take down Respect in the background. Malik goes absolutely delayed. Now they're going to see if they can try and win this right here against Hughes. They will be able to take down the Terrorblade in his first life. No Metamorphosis now for the Terrorblade, and he's stuck inside of the base. He will just bash. It's the bash though, and that is a big kill there for Rinsick. He's going to stand and fight and see if he can win this, but he will just do a lot of damage to the Sven, and that will be it. It is
all about the initiation.
Losing these first couple of fights as they try and walk up towards the high ground, and they are just now really at the chance of potentially trying to take this game number one.
Tip is incredibly warranted there for Ike. I mean, that is not the fight that you are going to get without that amazing lasso. You know, you see the Manta split, he sees which one is the real one, grabs it, and just the burst damage potential. Even a really nice False Promise coming through, probably a little bit late on the arena coming through from Fortnite Man, not able to deny away a lot of that vision, but it's just not enough at the end of the day. The damage output from the Sven and the SF is just enormous.
Yeah,
they'll finally get their own tier 2 tower.
This is the power of the Batrider, right? Like, it's been like this for, I mean, as long as I've been watching Dota 2, you know, pretty much being able to just catch someone with lasso and just being able to have these heroes that just do so much burst damage, and that's kind of the power of the draft that you've got here for Cullen Charter. It's just the fact that this Sven, if he just gets time to beat down on the Terrorblade, even though he has Satanic, even though that he has Butterfly and all this other stuff, it's just very, very easy for him to chop through that. There's no fight back.
This is the way that I want to see Batriders being played as well as a support, right? Like, he didn't just sit back and passively farm and take away, you know, his cores farm. He got out there. He was really aggressive with the farm that he was able to pick up. He was always, like, preventing the tower from going down too easily, enabling Sven to actually take the safe farm. Like, that's the sort of gameplay that I want to see. Sure, the flashy stuff can happen in fights, but it's just that basic understanding of, hold on, they're pinging out where exactly he is, but they're not really in a position to do anything about it right now, as he's even got a BKB now on Ike. So when he goes in for these deep jumps, the only way that they're going to be able to stop him is an axe call.
And that's just, you know, being able to have that as a response, especially when, you know, a lot of the time it's blinking for stuff instantaneously. It's going to be,
and even if he does call, I wouldn't be surprised if he outworld staffs himself as well, just to be able to dodge the axe call. Like, it's a possibility, honestly, with how well he's playing.
That's something. That would be something. So it looks like Ponlo is just spamming the Ags off cooldown to push out waves. Which, I mean, I don't hate.
Push out waves, give a lot of information through, as well as the DC coming through. Malik will take it too. Maybe things affecting Kazakhstan at this point in time. Who knows?
Potentially. So hopefully all the players can get back in the next couple of moments and we can get back into this game of Dota, which has turned into a very interesting game, considering how strong that Kalmachata looked in the early couple
What's
of...
the win probably? 80%. Yeah, seems about right.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that they haven't put more emphasis onto taking this Tormentor, just because you've still got 3 heroes in Kalmachata that don't have Shard, and SF is one of them. You know, with how well he's being able to use the Shadow Razors at this stage, and the fact that he's got the Dazoon Bloodright tier 4 item that increases the area of effect, that seems pretty huge to me.
Yeah, especially with the combinations that he's been able to pump out in a lot of these fights. You know, even potentially being able to give the Sven Shard as well. I mean, it's, you know, at the end of the day, it's a bit of a freebie, but it just kind of helps a lot of these other heroes survive, especially when you have like all these different illusions and all these other kind of tankier heroes against something like a Terrorblade, where that feels like that's where a lot of their damage does come from, is the TB and the physical damage. So you keep them alive and can go a long way in these team fights. So
are they trying to bait this Tormentor? Because okay, a few people are coming down here to the bottom side as well. I'm sure they're saying to Brinsic, bro, you're farmed enough. Get over here. Let us get this Aghanim Shard. It's going to be so much more valuable. It's about 3 hits it, yep. And probably the worst of all the heroes gets it, to be honest. I mean, it is nice to, I suppose, push out waves a little bit.
I mean, it can, you know, potentially be that that extra bit of damage that pushes them over the edge, getting a kill on the Terrorblade. You never know.
Sure, let's go with that.
Trying to be
mind a Boots of Bearing from him, actually. Would be pretty great.
I like the AC choice.
It is,
but I do agree with you. I think that Boots of Bearing would do a lot of work for them in these fights. Because I guess it is one of those items that the Sven wants, but doesn't really have the inventory space for.
It's just a matter of who's going to make a mistake first. I mean, you got to know that something's happening here on Liga with how deep that top and mid lane are pushing in. Someone's going to need to respond to this. He's far away from the team.
EKB. Ooh.
He's just trying to bait out abilities right now, and they've gotten out the Rolling Thunder. He's got a Refresher on Pango, so it's not the guarantee that you might expect. He's also got Dazoon Bloodrights, so it's a lot wider stun radius of that Rolling Thunder. Someone's going to need to deal with this top lane. It is way too strong. The 45-minute creep wave, so you've got the double siege there as well. And that's the one that was being hit into previously. Ooh, no.
Yeah, Fortnite Man losing his
still got buyback. He didn't have the components of it, so it's fine. Again, one of the advantages of the CK Ags, you can just use the illusions to push out the waves. You don't need to put anyone in a risky position, as it's actually TB that TP's back. No vision of him at this point, but once he reveals there, wonder if that'll be an instant ping and they'll just try and sweep across the map and maybe take tier 2 top. Maybe wait for the TB to just push out a little bit too far. Don't think that Yu is going to put himself in harm's way anytime soon. What item is he going to get rid of, by the way, for this Swift Blink? I don't know. BKB? Pop him and switch it up. Look
who they found. It's the Pango. Malik's the next one on the bucket list for the side of Kalmachata. They will go in towards the OD stuff, but it's just not going to do enough. It's like half a second.
He could have used the false promise there, but deemed it not worthwhile. Hold on. Might be able to see the Willow.
Morales doesn't catch. Very hard to check out the mini-map with all these different fake Svens and real Svens. And
these two don't have buyback, by the way, for a minute. That's pretty enormous. Like, if they realize this, they could very easily look to get 2 lanes of racks minimum.
They're out by a couple hundred gold. The question is right now for Callum Charter is what kind of fight do they want to take here? Looks like Fortnite Man was a little bit on the aggressive. He's put himself in a pretty bad spot.
Ends up getting a Greater Lotus fed over to him. And you looks like he just wants to try and cut this creep wave as much as possible. Get that backdoor protection kicking back in, but they'll get one lane of racks. Will they go for a second? They're going to respect it
could be
enough.
looking for a second. They want to try and get this fight going. That's a hectic that goes down to the BKB. Nice little use there by you. They do get respect there by the corner of the Requiem. They aren't able to collect onto the Oracle. And it looks like it's all just a little bit of fun and get. They're taking down respect now with on the buyback. They're looking to try and get this kill through onto the Terror. He pops a tank, but it doesn't matter. He got booped away from Ike, and they're able to clean him up. And now into the Shadow Realm. Go
Good axe are coming.
The Dark Willow. Being able to come back into this fight. They could blink in. It's only
all illusion
catches. They're all going to buy back. They want to try and get this fight going. They're just going to leave Ponlo to his own devices, and it's the Chaos Knight. That is the only prize that Liga gets out of this. They lose the lane of racks. They lose their buybacks. And not much else for it. But maybe, just maybe here, Matt, this buyback can be worth it. No BKB and no God Strength for the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, I suppose they're going to need to go straight into the Roche pit, though, if you're assuming that they've used absolutely everything. You've also bought up all the control. Hold on, Mars farming underneath an observer ward.
No, Fortnite Man was stuck in no man's land, and he's dead.
He can buy back, though.
The buyback.
Yeah.
So if they see this, they have a nice little ward there as well. Good little creep cut there coming in from Ike as well. So they will at least see them walk through the river.
I think he might want to buy back pretty damn soon.
They have smoked up. They're walking their way over there. He does not have boots of travel, so his TP is going to be to a tier 3 tower. He's going to take ages to get here.
I see Axe.
They're going to get, as we said, they found Malik and they blow him up. They have not the buyback just yet, and that is a one tap once again by Rinsick. Fortnite Man, ice in his veins, not buying back just yet, understanding how important it can be.
God, how many smokes do they have? It feels like they've got an unlimited supply, but that's the last one that they've got for Callum Charter.
Hoarding them. How much longer do we have left on the God Strength? Not that much time left here on the God Strength, so this is time to go, but it looks like they've scared them out of the pit.
Oh, hold on.
Been able to buy their time and hold on to the buyback of Fortnite Man.
So still has 10 seconds left on it, otherwise I feel like they might have gone for an attempt there. That's a very ballsy move, big.
Yeah, they're just walking towards the pit. The Sven's going to be able to get the Aegis here. They've taken down Ike. As you said, it was a ballsy move, but it opened up the space for the Roche. Rinsick, he doesn't have enough space for everything. The banner, I think leave the banner.
He's just baiting.
They want to see what this fight is going to pan out here. Ponlo walks in, gets the Crimson Guard going. Malik's about half HP. They have to be very, very careful about where these fights go. The big bit get popped. Malik did down and dodged out by the OC. See what fight they can get going, and they have just walked up onto the high ground and tried to catch out you, but you gets himself away from the fight. Now they're seeing if they can take down this Terrorblade. Puts the BKB, wants to try and stand and fight outside of the Blood Arena, but it won't be enough. He loses his life to the Abyssal Blade, and GG is called. Liga lose game 1, and Ponlo and the crew march towards game number 2 after a confident victory.
Very confident victory. 0 deaths for Rinsick as well on the Sven. It really is starting to become one of those heroes that need to be bumped up a lot in priority. We talk about
Radiant are scanning.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Fortify their structures against attack. Radiant should look to their middle tower. To their bottom tower.
Rulers, cut.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger. On the hunt for Radiant, Dire's bottom tower is under attack. 5 seconds. It is
That's true. You've got the man, the myth, the legend, the Fortnite man. Going in a lot of those fights like an absolute madman. But as I was saying at the end of the game, like when it works out, it works out. You know, sometimes you may question mark what they're doing, but a lot of the time it does work out. It kind of reminds me quite a lot of watching Amar. A lot of the times I feel like there is some times where you watch what that guy does and you go, what are you doing? And then a few seconds later you're like, oh, that's what he's doing, and it ends up being a massive boon for the team. So I'm excited to see what Callum Charter can do, even if they don't come out on top of this series. Like, I think even through a lower bracket run, these guys can do quite a lot of damage and get quite deep.
Yeah, me too. I really feel like the thing with Amar that's always stuck out to me is how like decisive he is in his.
Still there. Nature's Prophet still there as well. Quite a few heroes. Bristleback is another one that hasn't been banned. It was 100% pick ban coming.
Into an Undying, but I feel like Fortnite Man is very comfortable on his Mars as well, so you can just use that. And then what else could you look to potentially have into this? I mean, I wouldn't mind an early-ish Death Prophet pick as well with an AA ban, just because Mirage can play it and I. It's not even like a full committal to the mid lane.
Has Mirage also played the Mars as well, or is that purely just Fortnite Man?
Just Fortnite Man.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. Seems like they've got an arsenal behind them about how they want to play.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Now, again, yeah, good ban on the DP. Could you into an Undying? It feels kind of weird, but again, like I wouldn't hate the Chaos Knight again here, just because again you don't lane into the Undying. You like the CK is so fast that you can just pull. You know, like 320 movement speed, I think it has. Maybe it's even 325, something ridiculous. So it's just one of those things where you just don't have to lane and you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's 325 versus Undying's, I want to say 300. Yeah, so you're always going to be able to come out on top in terms of that.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that you touched on going into that first game. Was Callum Charter just seemed to really want to stick to their lane and drive that lane as fast as they possibly can. And if that means picking Ponlo the Chaos Knight again, I mean, they did a double melee lane last time against a TB plus Oracle. Again, not as disparaging as something along the lines of like a Dirge, what they can do to double strength melee cores. But if they just do what they did last time, just constantly pull, you know, Ponlo can continue to walk around the map and do his own thing and get that experience somewhere else, then it can still work out very similar.
I'm just picking the Nature's Prophet here. I don't care. It's too good.
Yeah, I think you just ban whatever and you just pick Nature's. Do you ban AA and just pick Nature's?
Yeah,
I mean, AA Dirge feels like a pretty bad support duo though, right?
It does, actually. So maybe I wouldn't be worried as much about it, but I don't know. It's just way too good. Yeah, sure. Storm can pretty easily kill something like a Nature's Prophet. What's another option they could go for? I know they're known Bane pickers. Disruptor as well. Decent against an Undying. Willow, okay. It's not bad, right? Terrorize into the arena for a bunch of free damage. Brambles, very easy to set up for spear combinations. Again, you can just go boots and all the wave. Keep saying it, but
10 seconds.
It's the way to answer it, so
yep,
it's certainly a possibility. For Liga team, I feel like we're focusing on Kalanchata a fair amount, and for good reason. You know, they do play a few unorthodox heroes. I wonder what they're going to be considering here. Like, is this... Could they just pick a Pangolier early enough into the draft? I wouldn't hate it. Don't hate a Kunkka either, though.
Mm-hmm. I like the Kunkka in response to the Dark Willow Mars combination. You can always just throw the boat into the middle of the arena. Even if you don't have vision, that's perfectly okay. Like, you just be able to get that run buff flowing for the rest of your team and really kind of have these tanky heroes that want to fight in an area. Dirge and Kunkka. Obviously, Kunkka is very good at keeping people in an area. So nice little combination there. And then just going to go with the Muerta, just a hero that has that extra bit of damage in regards to it. Can also be a flexible hero as well. The calling can be very, very strong against a lot of these heroes like the Dark Willow and the Mars. So liking what Liga team has given to... Whoa. Is Omni-Knight a hero?
Yeah, they play it as a position 5 fairly frequently. Okay. The thing is, though, like, it's not like Decay is dispellable. And, I mean, maybe they just want to avoid a lot of the early damage just through the Heavenly Grace. The Kunkka might be able to dish out onto them. I'm not sure. But it is something that Ike has played a decent amount. So, sorry, the Repel, not Heavenly Grace. Changes the name all the time. With this Muerta,
back to Repel.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this Muerta is going to be 4 or if it's going to be a 1. Like, Into the Mars playing a ranged 1 feels a little weird, but again, you're playing with an Undying, so that's probably what they want to do anyway. And you don't really care about, like, Omni-Knight ulti, for example. You're still going to be able to do damage into it. Same sort of thing with Sven with Warcry. Like, you're still going to be able to do damage into it as long as you can get things done prior to the BKBs coming out, for example. And they do still AA. Okay, I mean, if it's against an Omni-Knight, I can totally understand it. And it solidifies that it's going to be a Muerta 1 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So...
just feels so weak to me.
Do you run Undying as a 4? Like, I know against an Omni and a Sven it feels pretty good, but also you kind of want it against the Muerta. Sorry, with the Muerta.
Yeah, and I guess Dirge Kunkka lane, does that... I mean, it potentially could be a pretty deadly lane. You know, you just get the Decay stacks up, the Kunkka gets some free farm, gets to that level 5, hit somebody with an X-Torrent combo, and you've basically killed them with a Tombstone setup. So, and then it could definitely be something that they want to try and go down. But we'll see how they do shore up their lanes. I'm just, yeah, I feel like over all the years that we've seen these drafts like this, and there's a very weak support duo, it just, to me, it just feels like that's just a recipe for disaster. At least they've gotten out a lot of the heroes that really would be able to abuse this kind of support duo. Your Shadow Fiends, your Lenas, your Terrorblades, where, you know, you just have these supports that don't really do much to you, and you can kind of just run over the top of them. So I like how they rounded up with the puck. They've got a lot of team fight for the side of Liga, and I think that's a big boon in their back pocket, is they have so much team fight and so much area setting that the Muerta can pop ulti and just stand there and just shoot.
I'm not sure what these last 2 bans were all about with the Lifestealer and the Ursa. I really don't feel like they were ever going to be able to be picking those sorts of heroes. Like, it felt pretty obvious that Muerta was going to be a 1. Now at this point, I'd probably go for something like a Pangolier, just something that is able to reliably start team fights and just roll back and forth over whether it be the Puck or the Muerta or the Undying, just to be able to disrupt a lot of these team fights. I feel like
you go the Dragon Knight? Because there are some half-decent heroes on the Liga team against the Dragon Knight, but I feel like that lane just sets you up for so much success, just gives you that another avenue for initiation in combination with the Mars.
Even Ember, but I don't know how I feel about Ember into... I guess you have a decent amount of magic damage against the Muerta, right? But yeah, DK works, Pango works, Ember works. I'd be fine with any of them.
We'll see
Tiny,
what they want
even?
to go down. Yeah, Tiny for Mirage could be very good.
Anything that just does AoE stun that can, like, get onto the backlines.
Yeah, that's basically the criteria I was looking for. It's just another AA killer where, like, you know, you can get Mars to set up a much more of a team fight circle for the Sven to start hitting phase, whereas if you just get one other hero that can kind of just jump towards AA and even, you know, worst case, just spook him a little bit, you know, give him the heebie-jeebies.
I have a lot of faith in Ike and the way that he's going to be able to play this, but he's going to be priority number one for the Conquer and the Puck, right? Like, they need him out of these fights, because if he's alive, whoever Muerta's attacking, he's just going to repel him. And if you've got Pierce the Veil going, it's going to do basically nothing.
Let's see what they want to go for here. Callum Charter. I feel like Liga teams draft is relatively well-rounded. I think they are lacking a little bit of the lockdown. But with the calling, X-Mark, Torrent, okay, this is the Ember Spirit. Yeah, I mean, the three options that you put forward, I feel like were all perfectly okay. This just gives them that little bit of extra area lockdown as well, a little bit of that extra magic damage to try and take down the water, which is a 4. It's a 3 Dirge, and it's a position 1 Conquer.
That makes a lot more sense to me.
Okay.
Just to have the Undying into the double strength lane, you know, like get rid of the Omni Knight, get rid of the Sven, makes a lot of sense. Really does slow down Rinsik's farming potential. When you said it's a 4, I was like, hold on, it's an Ember 4, but no, it's a, you know, it's working out that way. And I guess it does make sense as well, just having the Conquer into the Mars as well, because I was saying, you know, one where it does make sense, but you also run the issue that you have where it's like, well, as soon as you pop the arena, you can't really do anything as a range core, and that's often the time that you're going to be using Pierce the Veil, so on and so forth. I do like the Ember Spirit ever since they buffed the Chain Gang. I think it can affect up to 4 units now, which is kind of nuts. So I really want to see what they're able to make happen with it. Yeah, 4 units. So if you're able to lock down multiple people inside of an arena with the Sven stun, it just makes it so much easier for all of this chaos to happen, basically. And that's really where I feel Callum Charter have been thriving.
Yeah, and especially with the Ember Spirit as well, it really does kind of abuse the lack of lockdown as well. So, you know, maybe if they're using a lot of this these extra spells on the Ember Spirit, then that just gives the Sven the free time. And obviously they've got Ike on this Omni Knight, so the limited amount of lockdown, yeah, you may catch Mirage in a couple of times, but you have to be very, very careful about utilizing it on him if the Omni Knight is around. So there's a lot of good avenues that we've got here for Callum Charter, but I also am really enjoying this Liga draft. Obviously, outside of the support duo, that's something that I think I can kind of look past for this game. I just kind of like the way that they can kind of play around all of their team fight ultis. I think if all 5 of their heroes are pressing their spells, I know that sounds kind of stupid, but if all 5 of their heroes are pressing their spells in a team fight, it feels pretty hard to fight into, you know? Like, a lot of these ultimates are very kind of scary, and there's a lot of things that can go right for them.
What about this first team fight, potentially?
Let's see. Mirage is the one that's going to walk forward. Ike is basically just challenging them. Everyone just said, all right, see you later, mate. And they say goodbye.
I'm interested to see how this one plays out. I think a big part of the success is going to be off the back of Mirage specifically. I mean, this is a great Mage Slayer game. You know, when you consider you're going up against a Kunkka with Tidebringer, remember it's the spell damage that you're reducing, so that's going to be incredibly effective at just reducing a lot of the damage coming back that way. I'm really interested to see how Malik is going to go in his lane as well, considering, again, going up against a couple of strength heroes. As an Undying, shouldn't have any issue with picking up a ton of farm here. It's just a matter of where is the actual kill threat going to come from.
All right, so Apollo and Fortnite Man just tried to put the pressure on you as he was going for the creep block here. So They are just going to push the creeps underneath the tower here for Mr. Fortnite Man to actually get himself that rebound of the next wave. So see how these lanes go. Mirage versus Erase. Mirage did a good job in the first game. There was a little bit more of the support rotations coming in the favor of Erase. So have to keep mindful of that in this Puck versus Ember matchup.
Has been so annoying. He brought Respect down to like 50% HP already, and it meant that he wasn't actually able to get the block off onto that hard camp the first time around. So very nicely done, and he's just trying to harass them from afar as long as he can, although he misses that Shadow Realm hit, but
yeah,
no one's perfect.
It's alright. We'll forgive it.
I am in your debt.
Especially with a lot of these lanes going relatively well so far for Liga. Morales is doing a good job of just making sure that Ike is just not able to get in his face. And I guess that is kind of the positive of changing around how these heroes are situated in the game, right? Like making Malik having this core undying just means that having this range support, you can actually start to play this lane properly and put a lot of pressure on Rinsick, because that's one of the big things that we saw in that first game, right? Was Rinsick was relatively untouched, had a decent amount of these stacks to fall back to, and was able to just farm up a storm and didn't die. So
yep, and that's what an Undying is going to do. Like, he's kind of the anti-carry in this situation. As soon as they saw that it was, the double strength, it just really sold it for them. This is the way that we need to be going about this.
It is going to be a very hard lane for Rinsick, but it's all about the transition out of the lane for me for these core Undyings.
Hold on, Morales might have been in a bit of danger, but will end up getting away. Yeah. Doesn't TP all the way back to base.
And he went to the tier 1.
Yep. Should be able to get back in time.
So the real question that I have for this Undying is what kind of build is he going to go? Is it just like auras? Like, do you just build Greaves plus Pipe and a Crimson Guard and you just kind of press the buttons? Like,
it's hard to say, right? Like, a lot of the times people like buying even a big dagger just to be able to really get in there.
He's in lots of trouble here. Gets X marks as well, so Fortnite Man is going to get pulled back, and it will be the Tidebringer that will claim the first victim. So Fortnite Man just staying a little bit too far out there, and at an early level in the X marks the spot gets the kill there for you.
Nicely done. Good value from just the 1 point into it. Actually a little surprised at how well Erase is doing in this mid lane. Most of the time you pick an Ember Spirit to be able to counter out the Puck, but it's basically a full wave of creeps ahead of this Ember Spirit right now.
He's doing a good job. Just keeping nice and even. I think the biggest thing for me is Malik is really starting to streak ahead. Right now, Rinsick, who's really starting to struggle, and potentially seeing with this fight in the bottom side, they want to try and make the go here onto Ponlo, so they will get the Cold Feet, the Dark Realm, the Shadow Realm. We'll be able to at least keep Ponlo safe for now, and yeah, Rinsick is really starting to feel it. You just see Ike made that rotation towards the middle lane, trying to secure a few more of these runes, and Rinsick is just copying it, and there's not really much that he can do here. He's just trying to hope to see if they can try and get this kill here on Amorales, and they will just be able to walk out, and Rinsick will just say, see you later, and Ike, it is all up to you, buddy, to see if you can get this kill, but the zombie slow is a little bit too much, and Ike, once again, is just copying all of this damage. So they use a lot of spells from both these two teams, and nothing really much came of it.
He's going to need to walk all the way back to base as well on the Sven, just to be able to have some HP and mana to be able to contest into this lane. It's almost getting to the point where you just want the full magic wand, or that little bit of extra survivability for the lane, because of how much Malik has just been spamming.
We'll see what the recovery plan is going to be here for
Cold Feet.
This Cold Feet combo is just doing so much work for them. Fortnite Man copying a lot of damage once again from that Tidebringer, and is
Tidebringer in 1 second
here. Close but no cigar.
mean, Admiral's Rom is such a busted passive to give the Conqueror. It's like, well, every now and then we're just going to make you take 20% less damage. Oh, and you move faster.
Okay, that's a big kill to be able to get in the top lane. Mike with, what, 2 levels of purification? Yeah, just bonked him.
I believe so. Just need the 1 point in the purity, really. You're not really looking at right-click contest as actually a bit of the business here is actually going in onto the Ember.
They get to level 6 beforehand, and that is a quick kill there from Erase. Ponlo is at least here trying to contest, but there is just so many heroes here in this mid lane, and as you said, just getting that regen rune just means that now Erase not only gets that kill, will now have full HP and mana, and Ponlo walked into a very awkward situation because he wanted to try and take Respect down and walk away, but this is his life as well, so a big early lead here for Liga.
Every single lane is going incredibly well for them.
Yep.
It's hard to see an avenue for them to be able to come back from this big of an early deficit as well. Like, I see no stacks being built up. I see, you know, you don't have a power rune to be able to play around with. No big item timings are going to be coming anytime soon. Of course, we're only 7 minutes in, but even then, like, triple bracer for Fortnite Man. He just wants to try and stay on his own in this lane for as long as possible, have a bunch of extra regen for himself, and I mean, maybe once they start getting the phase boots, they're going to have a little bit of extra damage to pump back the other way, as Race should be fine.
Just gets away from that. So, for me, it's really about these first couple of rotations, whether it be from Fortnite Man or whether it be from Mirage in that mid lane. So we'll see who walks where to take a bit of pressure off. Ike is trying to soak up all of this experience in the top lane, trying to get towards that level 6.
I know they're playing it for fun, but they are, I mean, not doing like the little things like swapping out their magic wand when they're using the bottle and things of that nature. So I wonder if this early start might have gotten them rattled a little bit, because I know that's something that they would normally do. Hopefully, for their sake,
plan is.
Luck's on their side. They really need this power rune to be able to deny away from the puck, most importantly, and that might mean that Mirage can just be left on his own for a little bit more, you know? Like, he doesn't need people standing right there. He's got the raindrops, he's got the bottle with a shield rune in it. Should be a-okay.
Again, fairly passive early game for both these two teams. As you said, Mirage now with that shield rune means that he can play a little bit more self-sufficient in these lanes.
Only just walked past a sentry ward twice, I think. I'm not sure how he couldn't see that one. That's blocking the hard camp in the Ancients area on the dive side, but well, fairly successful as Rinsick is even just getting bullied out by the enemy Pos 5. Lucky for him, no Ice Blast available just yet. And Ike's actually going to try and cut some waves, maybe? Try and prevent them from losing this tower early on, because Rinsick is really going to need these areas along the top side of the map to be able to farm, but they know that this is coming. They know the lane has gone very well, so Respect has placed an Observer Ward up near the Twin Gate, an Observer Ward that's going to, you know, catch him out when he's trying to move back and forth between those camps to farm. I think he's just trying to double up these waves so that it does push in a little bit more aggressively.
Just trying to deal with this as much as he can, and again, Fortnite Man just goes down in the bottom side. Full boat torrent combination, and Yu is just at such a high level right now. It is very hard for them to try and contest him.
Again, it just comes down to like, what do they do is the thing for me. Like, how are you supposed to come back into this? We've got Mirage going for a Blade Mail coming through next, so is that going to be what recovers this game for you? Are you just going to really, I mean, we know that they're good at like dangling themselves out there as like something threatening. Actually gets the amp damage as well on Mirage.
I'm gonna try and see if they can get this extra kill here onto Erase, but with the extra pressure, oh Mirage, very close.
Didn't end up using the magic wand just yet. Would that have been enough? No. Chip Best with some mana regeneration, so would have had that extra damage needed to be able to take out the puck. Still done a pretty good job over the past 2 power runes to be able to deny them away from Erase. Of course, a kill would be better.
Look, we try and make the go here onto the Dirge, and they will put a lot of emphasis on trying to take him down. And they will eventually get rid of him. They give it to Mirage, and they will give the Tombstone to Rinsick. And the Ceaseless Dirge will just mean that Malik will respawn.
Conker's in an
Malik
arena.
aware that he respawned?
Okay, eventually.
Just he was AFK for a moment. Again, Fortnite Man goes down.
But it was inside the Radiant jungle. You know, it's not like he died in the lane, so it does drag you away a little bit from that area. And by the way, he is going for a Radiance on this Kunkka, so already super hard to kill, and just got a lot of that passive damage coming through as well.
Yeah, I like it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Somehow, though, the net worth lead is shrinking.
Radiant have fortified
The result of all of this. I mean, mostly the result of Sven just being able to have a little bit of time to be able to run back into the jungle. I think he might have got that doubled up creep wave at the time that was pushing in, although like in a bit of a precarious position here.
As you can see, we can CP away here, but they've got enough damage to be able to take him down. The repel and the TP out was a bit ambitious.
So, still though, like you had to use Dream Coil for that, and AA Blast, and you got the Power Rune. Erase misses the Brambles, so able to survive through that one. Otherwise, he might have been in a little bit of danger. So little wins coming through. Like, yes, Pike dies, but it's your 5. That's kind of your job. Your Sven is farming. You used a couple of ultimates. They have only just taken their first tower. So it's not really out of the question for Kalamchata to be in a reasonable position at, let's say, the 15 or so minute mark. I mean, you still haven't got any of your first big items coming through just yet. Blade Mail in about 500 gold for the Ember Spirit. Fortnite Man working towards a Blink Dagger for himself. Still about 1600 gold away, so it'll be quite some time. And Rinsick still only has the Masked Bandits to be able to play around with, so still plenty of potential for scaling. And they're just going to put Rinsick out here as Fortnite Man, unfortunately for his sake, goes down for a 5th time, 0-5 and 0.
0-5-0 is not a start that you want here on Fortnite Man. Oh my god, what a beautiful dead shot there from Morales. And they do not want to have that smoke. Walking up into the high ground where you've got no vision, walking into a pot can be very, very scary. So they will just TP out. Unfortunately, Morales has the dead shot. So Pond Low, you will be the sacrifice. So
you'll even get the D-ward off as well. Made sure to place it on the low ground so it would be out of range of the sentry up on that high ground, but another sentry just ends up getting rid of that one. So how quickly things change. 2k net worth lead, balloons out to 4 once again. It's
just at the point where, you know, you're going to see a few more of these items start to come up for Liga. We've already got the full armlet, getting ever so close to that Radiance. Like, you is just going to be such a problem. I would have loved to have seen Malik go for a Halberd instead of Crimson Guard early on here. But Crimson fulfills the same role.
Maybe just
I feel
thinking
Crimson's
that,
better against lots of small instances of physical damage rather than large. Large physical damage.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just for his own survivability. You know, lets him stick out there, lets him try and take away, or he might be scouting for stacks that the Sven might be able to be farming up at this point in time.
Alright,
Malik might die here, but never mind. He's only going to be going back the other way. Oh, nice dodge.
Oh,
nice try.
He did not dodge out on the AA Ice Blast, getting clipped by the debuff. He does lose his life, and Liga are just doing a fantastic job at just continuing to keep this beatdown going. And this is what I was talking about when I said I really enjoyed their draft. I feel like they've got a lot of synergy between their heroes. Outside of the support duo.
Maybe just trying to protect their tower, but Fortnite Man TPing back. Maybe he just wants to quickly shove out this lane as well, knowing that they don't have the Dream Coil, they don't have the Ice Blast. That'll bring him a whole lot closer towards that Blink Dagger. So again, they're approaching the point where they can actually look to try and make some sort of team fight happen. You've got the Urn of Shadows, you've got the Blade Mail finished up. Not really close to the Blink Dagger on the Sven, but I think if he can get up to level 12, he might still just look to join in with the rest of the boys, and they're going to try and win a team fight around that mid tier 1 tower, I think. Maybe look to prioritize the power rune first.
These next couple of fights, all it takes is you to turn up. I think
he's got the Radiance now as well.
Very problematic, yeah. Armlet Radiance at 16 minutes, like how do you kill him? I honestly don't think you do. Without him killing multiple people.
They've only got a little bit of time to be able to do it. Gets the deny off in the tower, so that's good.
Okay.
Question on my mind is just, where is Fortnite now? You know, like, Courier's coming out to him now. He wants to try and get these creeps pushing in onto the tower, but he has to be very careful with his positioning. He's walking up into exactly where Malik is. Might be okay. They actually cancel the TP on Kunkka, I believe. No, he actually still showed up. But he's going to be able to get away in time.
He definitely hung around.
They did, but they see Rinsik farming here. Maybe they choose to go for it. He's very close to that Blink Dagger himself, just about 120 gold.
Okay, Ike in the middle lane, seeing if they can try and get this fight going, but it is a lot of this stun duration that just goes in, and there is so much damage for them to deal with. And this Ancient Apparition hero seems like he is just a pretty good hero. In combination with Dirge, just he hits the Decay, Ancient Apparition hits the Bone Chill or the Death Rhyme. And you just have no HP. Your HP is just gone, and then you get Ice Blasted, and then you take one bit of damage from a spell, and you're dead.
It's just the dream coil for mine, right? Like, at this point in the game, you don't have BKB, so you can't run out of it or do anything to be able to contest against it. So it means Boat's always going to hit, AA Blast is always going to hit. You have the potential of being dead shot and snapping the coil. The calling is always going to hit. So what other options do you really have? And plus, on top of all of this, you got the Ice Vortex just buffing up the magic damage that everyone's taking. So I'm a little surprised that they went for a fight at that point in time, because you need Rinsik there. He needs to be the one, not necessarily starting the fights, but just being there to be able to jump on anyone that's even slightly out of position. Like, you would take Amaryllis at this point.
Needs up. That's the one. And that is a lot that Rinsik just got. That's a lot of cash money. How much did he get out of that? Almost 1,000 gold.
Yep.
All right, Rinsik. Feeling good with that opening kill with the gold strength.
That was Puck's Blink Dagger reveal as well, so wasn't able to get anything off the back of that. Has an Arcane Rune as well, which should still persist after the after he comes back from death. So you've still got the potential to be able to make another play, but just gives them a tiny bit of breathing room to be able to say, all right, well, we've gotten through one fight, we've slowed them down a little bit, closing in the net worth gap a little bit, and I think the most important thing moving forward is just take out this bottom tier 1 tower, and that is something that Erase is not wanting to allow them to do. I'm not sure if he can get a kill on his own, but he's going to attempt it maybe with AI Ice Blast, but it doesn't look like he sent it off just yet.
Kind of playing around a little bit with his food, seeing if you can maybe potentially bait them to stay a little bit longer here as a race. But this Buck is going to be fairly problematic to deal with.
Like, again, just pretty easy for him to just shove in these lanes. A couple of decays, wave is gone. He's just gone full Aura Bot like we were expecting.
Oh, they're in trouble. Look at this backstab that's coming in from Liga. It is just X-Mark, Torrent, Repel, everything. He at least gets a Remnant away, but can Mirage stay away? That's the real question. But he does. And Ike will bite the dust, but it's 6k. 20 minutes into the game. There is a long road ahead here.
He's not really the one that you're concerned about dying, though. Like, he got the repel off. That was the big difference, that fight. It means your Ember Spirit doesn't die. It means he doesn't give up the ton of unreliable gold that he's got. It means that he's able to get closer and closer to, looks like a Radiance that he's going for, just to have a little bit more of that damage going back the other way. Don't hate it. Wouldn't hate a BKB either, though, so that you're not completely relying on the Omni Knight to be able to do that for you.
He's going to take down Malik here, so he's very big and very scary. So they are able to deal with the Dirge. The AA Ice Blast is going to completely what? No, okay. It's going to hit on the Ponlo.
Should be fine. And it's just delay, delay, delay. That's all that they're trying to do. Although, he might be able to get a quick kill here onto the Muerta. Nicely done by Rinsick once again.
Alright, so
they've got
Rinsick's
vision, but it's just daytime.
Been able to get himself at least 2 kills now, and seems like a little bit deja vu from game number 1. You know, Rinsick's just kind of sitting back, just farming around, just hitting creeps, killing heroes. Fortnite Man now has his blink in his Yules, going to build towards that BKB. And especially for somebody like Mirage as well, it's going to take him a little bit of time to get back into this game. I do definitely agree with you. I probably would have liked a little bit more of that HP, especially as we're seeing now. I guess it's not getting too scary because Erase is not going that full kind of damage control build. He's going to go to the Lincolns first, so I guess he can't get blink stunned. I mean, that's the only real thing that needs to be scared of. He can get Yules. He can get speared though.
Yep.
Oh, it comes up. So
Chain Gang as well. Of course, he can just phase shift it, but still. Hold on, he'll be caught out here on the puck. Just a Willow, not the worst. And they're going to take that time to be able to clear out this bottom tier 1 tower. TPs are coming in though. To get away. Oh,
TP from Malik. Alright. What are you doing? Oh,
the Ukes. Oh,
I think he overduked.
Oh, nice try. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
He's out.
You know, utilize the repel. So they're going to try and make a fight towards the top side here. They want to try and get you. He's going to be very, very difficult to get though. Conker, before he gets his boat off, it's going to be very, very scary. Now with the armor, gets out on as well. Wants to try and TP away, but it's the Yule Scepter up into the air. They're going to keep the Conker here, and they're going to get the kill as well. Fortnite Man, unfortunately, is probably going to bite the dust. Yes, he will. And the final item on the menu is respect. And again, it's a 5 kill streak.
Do they Tormentor? They can Tormentor off the back of this. They've still got about a quarter of the duration of the God Strength left. Looks like they want to try and go for another kill, but I don't know. Rinsick is probably saying, bro, I don't have my amped up damage anymore.
Doesn't have amped damage, doesn't have his BKB either. So they're going to lose Ike, and they're going to lose the Tormentor as well here. Apollo is going to throw some vision on the Tormentor at least to see if they will want to fight that a little bit later on.
Mirage smoke pops.
Mirage has his own radiance up now as well.
Yeah.
So a little bit more of that extra burn damage. Okay, so he's going to get the BKB. Well, I'd imagine it's what? BKB Ags for Mirage potentially here?
Yeah, seems good to me.
Just trying to see what the timeline is here for Liga. Do you start to feel the pressure if you're Liga with some of the heroes that you have? You know, you've got Malik here on the Undying. Does he lose his usefulness as this game goes on? Amplified damage rune though comes in from Erase. Wants to see if they can take down Fortnite.
Oh, perfect.
He was up in the air. That's a perfect Brambles there. Does not hit the terrorize though. So Ponlo's going to see if they can try and get this fight going. Fortnite Man is able to pin Malik there.
Alive.
All as well. They keep them all alive thanks to Ike. They want to try and come in now. They're going to get onto the backside.
Oh, they found the puck.
You can find out the puck, and they do. They get the 2-tap, and that's a see you later onto the puck. It's a raise.
Malik
a raise from this game, and Malik getting kited out. There's a lot of damage that Ponlo can do here. They have to be careful of the zombies though. Not all too much HP on everybody left remaining, so they're just going to leave it be. God Strength now is starting to wear thin. They want to go forward. Rinsick comes in. He's able to catch out there onto the Muerta. Has to pump his BKB to stay alive. And they will just eventually get kited out. They have to just fall back here. They can't overextend too much. The puck will be up in another 20 seconds. No BKB and no God Strength from their Sven.
Radiant's top tower is under
I need to back up
Walked
at
in
this
and
point.
gone towards the Tormentor.
Follow. Very ballsy position to be in. Being able to back off in time. I want to see. I mean, we're not getting a moment's peace, but I really want to see that that previous gank attempt. Should be okay.
Ike is around in the area. It looks like they want to try and fight. I don't know if this is a good place for you to try and fight. Rensick goes in. Now they get the chain coming forward as well. Need to try and see if they can get this first kill. They do. Rensick though, BKB in God strength again. There's not that many utility left for this side of.
They'll get respect though.
Charters do get respect, and they look for another. So the AA as well as the Mortar go down. God strength is back up.
Got another.
They can cut around the conquer. Fortnite Man's getting oh so low. Misses out on the God's rebuke, but they eventually get the damage and they kill another. Liga, they're starting to crumble here, Matt. They're starting to fall apart. They haven't been able to complete what they started, and it is just Fight City, and it feels like it fights all on Common Charters terms. It feels like every single time they are starting a fight, it is their fight to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's right next to tier 2 towers. It's right where they've got all of this vision, and now they're going to get that Tormentor as well. Pondo moving away just in time to be able to avoid the death from the reflection coming through there. It's going to be Ike's. Not bad, honestly, for an Omni Knight support to be able to get that double purification coming through. Man, Fortnite Man, he is 0, 7, and 6, but he's doing a great job of just, again, dangling his life out there. They can then want to have to go for him, and he's just surviving that little bit of extra time that, you know, the rest of the team needs to be able to get there. You've got Link Dagger now on the Sven. He's level 20 as well. He's eclipsed them in net worth, and he still hasn't died a single time.
Yep. Morales as well in that that previous fight that I saw from the replay. Actually died to a neutral creep.
I still want to see that previous gank attempt on Fortnite Man up the very top, because he used his Yule Scepter to snap the Dream Coil. He got the distance perfect, that when he Yulesed it up, it actually broke the Dream Coil without him taking any damage. So if that doesn't work, I feel like it's a big play, but it seems very minor. But I think the next sequence of like 7 kills going Kalanchada's way don't happen if he doesn't survive that.
It's exactly what you're saying, right? It's just it's all about the dangling, and then the rest of his team can do the tangling, so they can continue to keep this game alive. And there was, what was it, almost 10k about 8 minutes ago, and now they're ahead by a couple thousand gold. Yeah, so yeah, the difference.
And you've got a BKB on the Ember, and you've got
close to 10k.
Level 18 on the Ember as well. And they want Roshan because they've got basically everything up. Daedalus, by the way, on Rinsick.
Yeah, Daedalus BKB at the ready as well here for Mirage, and it looks like Liga are tails between their legs. Okay, that's a little bit of an awkward one there by Fortnite Man, but he at least gets the AA out of the way. They do take one down. I want to see if they can try and deal with this tombstone though. It's fine healthy. And a couple of auto attacks, see if they can get through this. Fortnite Man's getting oh so low. They get everybody up and healthy thanks to Ike. Now we're looking to try and take down this Mark. Fortnite Man is the one that goes down, but the Undying, he is getting clapped by this Sven, who's been, again, a very hard hero to deal with. He will just tip you all away. Morales wanted to try and get that kill there. The BKB just wore off, and he will be able to get the kill with Mirage. Does he have a way of getting out of here, though? He is silenced up, and without that BKB and no mana left, he will have no way of getting out of here. He almost took you with him.
That blade mail at the very last second, just waiting for the Radiance to tick that little bit further. I think he resigned himself to his death, but maybe thinking that he could take the Conquer with him. Not going to be the case, though, and it wasn't the perfect initiation from Fortnite Man, to be fair. Wasn't able to land that stun, meant that you were able to get that Ice Blast off, but still, I like the confidence that they're showing to be able to just continuously go for these kills.
Yeah, I think the thing is, for me, as you said, just not having that clean initiation just meant that Fortnite Man, you can see here, obviously having the entirety of this Ice Blast on him, gets him nice and low, just doesn't really have that good way of resetting it. If that's like a nice, quick, clean kill, they probably don't re-engage if you're Liga. correct? Like, you know, you're in a fight like that where your AA just gets instantly tapped and you just go, okay, like we're not going to fight this anymore. We don't have Ice Blast. But the fact that it was a little bit of a longer engagement just meant that this fight was going a little bit further. As you can see here from Mirage, he definitely had opportunities to be able to pull out of that fight at certain points, but wanting to commit to see if he could take someone with him. So
I think his charters still had like 20 seconds on cooldown or something like that, so he would have had to remnant away and all that, and I just don't know if he had the mana to be able to do it. It's almost level 20 though, which you know, consider maybe Searing Chain's damage is what he wants to go for, considering he has got the Chain Gang. I know Sleight of Fist hero damage is generally pretty good, but I think he's just concerned about living in these team fights for as long as possible, considering Blade Mail, Radiance, even just the Aghanim Shard that he's been able to purchase up, just that general AoE that he's got.
See what he does want to go for. Look, yeah, he does Searing Chain damage, so makes a lot of sense here. So Liga have been able to wrangle back this lead. Looking at some of the items that are coming up for them, the Puck has the Lincolns fully completed as well as the Parasma. So definitely hitting these absurd levels of damage here for a race. He's actually quite hard to take down as well. 2100 HP.
Fortnite Man has to be careful here.
Blew away. Does have Yules and BKB, but looks like they found a juicier target instead. They've been able to find out the Sven here. Torrent goes up in the air. Rinsick is able to at least get the repel, so doesn't have to pop his BKB for that, but a lot of these fights are going down. They found out the Parker race.
There's a shield grip to the left as well. Yep. Making sure he can grab it.
Fight it here, so it looks like they have been able to win that race, was the Ember Spirit.
What now, though? I think you did use the Dream Coil, so it feels like a pretty alright fight to want to engage onto if you're Kamchata, but is it something where they just need another item? Doesn't seem like they're too close to being able to pick up anything in the not too distant future. Honestly, didn't seem like the worst Roshan timing. You know, they were kind of around it. They've got some decent vision. You didn't have Dream Coil available, but really thinking that they just need some extra little bit of oomph to be able to try and make something happen. As they're really playing on the knife's edge here.
Does feel like they were trying to pull a few strings, maybe trying to make that rotation from Liga towards the top side of the map so they can walk into Roche, because that looks like that's what they've done. They've hit the God Strength and they're trying to take down Roche. If there's no response here from Liga, they were able to at least deal with a bit of their lanes. And they are just starting to into it here. So they will eventually get clipped by it, but at this point, Aegis is already gone.
Doesn't have the shard either on Respect. I think that's the big difference, you know? The reason that people are always wanting to go for the early Torment is particularly if you've got the AA. Means he needs to queue it up for himself and buy it. I'm not sure if Link Dagger is the best overall option for him, but maybe just wanting to make sure that whichever target they initiate onto, you're not going to get Guardian Angeled, Repelled, Purification, whatever it might be. They found you. Doesn't look like that.
Ballsy not to pop the BKB there. Ponlo was getting close.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Blink Dagger quite yet on Ponlo.
Looks like they're going to try and commit towards this bottom side. Maybe trying to catch out.
Are scanning for enemies.
Rinsick.
Like in Fortnite Man's positioning, he's just waiting to see who makes a move and kind of pressuring in that top tower as well. He's trying to bait someone to TP back so that they can get an outnumber going through, but doesn't look like Liga have taken the bait at this stage. Just using you to straight on right click into that tower.
And then seems like Kim and Shard are more than happy to play this a little slow. They understand that a lot of these team fights can go one way or another. All it takes is nice initiation on one team. Ike, hold on. That is a shield rune that is on Mirage here. Ike is around the corner, so they will drop the repel. Pops the BKB as well, though, so maybe he's put Ike in a bit of an awkward situation. He has Mirage. They want to see if they can get this fight going. Arena of Blood goes in towards the backline here from Fortnite Man. This is a little awkward now for the Kamchatas.
Should be okay though. Again, you've used Pierce the Veil, you've used Tombstone, you've used Flesh Golem, you've used Dream Coil. So yeah, they've used a few things themselves, but still kind of feel like you can go back in. The main thing that you would be holding that BKB for would be Dream Coil at this stage. My eyes are on Rinsick. Doesn't seem like Rinsick wants to fight just yet. He wants to be able to finish up that Swift Blink first. Got 2.5 minutes left on the edges.
Interesting that Mirage didn't get X marked there. Not sure why you didn't X mark him, but that's okay.
That's why he gets the
tip. Should know that the BKB is on cooldown.
You know what, sometimes we saw all the Kazakhstani brothers at the start of the game tipping each other, and maybe it was just a little bit of good vibes coming through there.
Yeah. Try to hit him with the I was gonna say something that would have sounded extremely etch. Tried to hit him with the 360 nose scope, the 3-pointer, the swish. Just hit him with the torrent boat combination without the X mark.
He's got enough for Ags, by the way, on Mirage, and he's got a freaking Arcane Rune.
Yeah, that's a lot of remnants that are going to be going out, especially with the Chain Gang as well. It's going to be a lot of damage that's going to come out from this Ember Spirit. I think the question is now, if you're the side of Liga, is there any kind of item that you're waiting for on the horizon? Like, EU is huge. Like, this Conquer's massive. Is there anything that you're kind of
EU is huge.
Is there anything that you're looking at in the future to try and kind of tip the scales in your favor? Is it really just the AA shard that you're potentially waiting on?
Probably not, to be honest. Like, it feels like they just want to wait out this Aegis and then wait for Conchata to make a mistake, you know, wait for them to overextend a little bit. But how much time are they going to have with this? They've got a minute left on the Aegis. They've got Ember's Courier spawning in 15 seconds, sorry. But they're not going to need to use it because he's just ran all the way back to base. Alright, this is it. You got to make a play right now. You got 48 seconds to do it. Quickly shove out the wave.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Well, they have the I was gonna say they have the Ember.
I'm a little worried with how split up they are at this point in time, though, on Liga. Like, yes, you don't want to take a full-on team fight, but also don't want to be caught up.
Well, no, man, be able to find out one, the AA goes absolutely bye-byes. There is no way for this AA to get their way back in here. They do have that AA Ice Blast now after the little buyback. Have to be very, very careful, though, if you're you. You're going to come forward here for Mirage, getting very, very low. AA, once again, just trying to throw out this Ice Blast, see if he can clip out onto the Ember. It doesn't get it done. Rinsick is again trying to walk away as well. Malik's getting very, very low when it comes to that mana. It is very, very scary for this Undying. Once again, 4-9 will walk up into the air though. He's going to try and get himself away, but he will not be able to make it. The Omni Knight goes down as well to a raise in the back line. So it looked like it was a good start for them. They just can't convert this into any big core kills.
Yeah, they got the Hex onto the AA instead of the Puck. It would have been a completely different fight if you're able to take out a race. But of course, he's got the Lincoln Sphere as well, so easier said than done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do at least have the glyph for this high ground.
Dunks in Yules as well as the Hex. Ways to pop it himself to see if they can get that kill on the Puck. Because I feel like the Puck is the real scary hero here. Yes, Yu does quite a lot of damage, but you can kite him out. You can try and get around him. You can do so much more. The Yules comes up into the air here on Yu, so he will be stuck a little bit here towards the tier 3. So Mirage will be able to pull these creeps back. They won't lose the tier 3 tower, and it looks like Rinsick wants to try and go in here. The Puck is TPing away, but they haven't been able to convert it.
Okay.
Ooh, bit zealous there on the God's strength. X-marks someone. They're coming back. It's going to be Malik. They want to try and go back in here. 2 taps the Undying. Thank you very much for you. And Mirage is going to keep going forward here. Does have the Aghanim Scepter. Wants to try and find Amoralis. He's able to find him, so the X-Marks is not going to work out. But now up onto the high ground goes Rinsick. Does not have anything to play around with here, so he has to pop the BKB to walk away, especially because the God Strength has gone away. Okay, looks like they're going to try and and see if they can get this fight going, and then Blood will go down. They take down the Immorta, and they will also try and take down Fortnite Man. He goes dead as well. 85 seconds without his life anymore. Looking to see if Ponlo can walk away from this fight, and he will. There's no way to stop that TP. And again, it's just a lot of these tiny little skirmishes here, Daniel, where it's going one way or another. Nobody's really getting that perfect opportunity to cut down any of these big calls, and especially with Malik having that ceaseless dirge, you get a big pick off in taking down the Undying, but you can't do anything about it because he instantly respawns.
We've got 4 different Outworld staffs in this game as well. I would have to imagine it's just trying to dodge out, like, for against Liga team, the boat combination plus potentially the AA blast if you're really on point with it. And then from the other side, what is it, like Sven stun onto you, I guess, would be the main thing that you're trying to dodge, or maybe Cursed Crown, maybe Syringe. Yeah, I guess, maybe. It'd be really rough though, the range on that is quite large.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Such a close game still. It's actually 76% win probability for Liga team. I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's only a 4K net worth lead. They haven't lost any lanes of racks so far. So it's not like the lanes are going to be passively pushing in. The damage is only going to ramp up further and further. Whereas I'm not sure if I see, outside of its ags for a race, like where is the extra damage coming from at this stage of the game? Okay, look at Yu's quick buy. Rapier, that's where it's coming from. It's getting to that stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like for Yu, he's reached that critical mass of, yeah, I'm super tanky and it takes him a long time to kill me, but I don't kill anyone just yet.
I also feel like, do you feel like Undying's items have stayed pretty much the same for the past like 20 minutes? Because I do. You know, we see a Blink Dagger and a fresh-ish BKB, but that's not really what you come to expect over 20 full minutes, you know?
Yeah, it definitely feels like he is starting to fall behind, especially, you know, in comparison to Fortnite Man, who has very similar net worth, but his net worth effectiveness is a lot more than what it is for the Undying, right? You know, the Blink, Yules, BKB, and Hex, like, that's basically guaranteeing you allowing the Sven to just delete anybody that they catch with the Hex. So
hold on. Big smoke coming through here, potentially catching out Fortnite Man.
BKB? Does have a repel around him, so they will be able to at least get this first arena going down. Malik, though, has to be very, very careful. They're going to come in here with Rensic, seeing how much damage he can do. He's trying to chop through the Undying. He's able to get through him with the Abyssal Blade. Now, Sven might be in trouble on the Omni-Knight. Sven is oh so low. He loses his life. 100 seconds on the Asylum with no Rensic, and this could be all off the back of Mirage doing so much work in the backlines, takes down these supports. So it is just the cores that are left available here, and Ponlo going to see if he can get himself away from you. Yu still has that BKB, but with the damage that comes in from arrays, it is enough for them to take down Ponlo. So, Sven, no buyback.
What did he die to? Majority Puck was doing the damage to the Sven, and honestly, Erase is doing a phenomenal job so far.
That doesn't even have that angle of the Puck.
Yeah, that'd do it. Similar sort of thing with Mirage.
Yu does have to be careful. That is a nice little dodge that comes out there from Mirage. Ike is here in the back line as well. They will pop the BKB here from the Conqueror, and Mirage is just going to stand his ground, especially with that repel. He wants to see if he can take down the Conqueror here as well. They have not gotten in.
Oh, he goes back in
zones, and he will be able to take down the Conqueror. And unfortunately for Mirage, I think he just overstepped his bounds just a little bit because Ike doesn't have buyback. Ike bought back. There is no repel. You have to be very careful here. If you are the Ember Spirit, he wants to try and take down a race who will just go into the OD Astral Spirit realm. Let's see if he can take down a Puck. So Mirage holds. They lose a tier 3. He will have to use his buyback.
Remnant charges. That's the thing. Like, he would have kept going if he just had anything left to be able to play with. And I mean, he had a fair amount just because of how many kills he was getting. What was it? A triple kill solo, basically, on the back lines, just through existing as this Ember Spirit. I mean, he's got the Veil, has, I believe, now Shiva's Guard completely finished up as well. Just going to be amazing just for providing a lot of vision in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, just that extra bit of amplification as well to try and deal with the Conquer.
The pressure's up, by the way. I feel like you kind of just go for it for Ember, surely.
Yeah.
Force the Ember Spirit, Conquer to buy back. Respect is making his way over there.
$15 away. They have found him out. They can find a race. They have not been able to pop his minions. Right now, they're just going to go in onto the back line, go directly onto the dirt sheet. I want to see if they can take him down before he gets down any of these spells. He doesn't get anything done. Rensik's going to go directly on top of the Ancient Apparition and see you later. That is 3 members of Biting the Dust. Extremely quick here for Liga team. And now you 100% walk into the pit and you will give an Aegis to Mirage. Roche has roared, so they know exactly what's going on here for Liga.
Surely Erase can't do this. Surely not.
He's going to walk in. They get the snap on the first bit of the Dream Call. Erase is still sitting inside of that realm, and the Aegis goes the way of the Ember Spirit. And there will be no stealing today, sir.
Cute little attempt, for sure. Even could potentially punish the puck if he goes for the power rune, but it's top.
There's a shield rune for Mirage, so it gives him a little bit of extra freedom.
I wonder if he's even just going to stick himself out there, you know, shove this lane in really effectively. There's still a tier 1 top, by the way. You know, it's honestly worth just going in and 3-clicking it at this stage on the Ember Spirit just to take away one of their TP points.
So it was a nice little attempt there from Erase.
Oh, Pogba might be in trouble. Dream Coils him as well.
Not much that he can really do here for Ponlo. He's kind of just wasting time, I guess.
Got it terrorized, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's just you don't TP in on the Muerta if that tower's dead. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, that's true. So now we go back to the wonderful late game Dota conundrum of how many creeps can I hit while this Aegis is up. And I guess
who's going to overextend first, basically.
Yeah. And if I was a betting man, I would say the first person to make a aggressive movement is going to be Fortnite Man.
Oh, for sure.
He's going to be looking for something.
He's going for that victory royale is what he's doing.
It's too early in the morning for you to say that to me with a straight face. I know you straight face that too. All right, Mirage. Looks like he missed the chains combo. On respect.
Can we call when he uses the BKB? Can he's popped his chug jug?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm never saying that. There's a fight, so we can talk about there. So the Abyssal Blade, big old Lotus Force to be able to get that Abyssal Blade going back onto Remsik, so he's used a lot of his BKB. He has to use that refresher. Wants to try and take down the Dirge, but he's TP away. The Nightfall will be able to get himself away, but it's the spot, and he gets himself back into the channel though, but it doesn't matter. So he's going to lose his life. They've been able to keep Remsik still alive. He wants to try and get some more of his HP back in, and he stays alive. Yu goes down. They're looking to see if they can try and get this kill here with a race, and they do. They turn it back around with Malik trying to go in and take down Mirage as well, who's just burning through this Undying, but he gets so much of his HP back, they're just going to leave him here, and Malik is going to turn and fight against Mirage. He wins the fight. Fortnite, man, you got to help your buddy out. Respect is able to take down Ponlo as well, and it is a very terrible fight if you are looking on the side of either of these teams. The Ember Spirit is losing their life again. It's a race who is unstoppable in these fights, and it is just the determining factor for every single one of these fights has been a race. And I think if this game's going to go any longer here, Danog, you have to start looking towards this puck. You have to kill him.
But how do you do it? You know, like, I feel like that's part of the reason why you've even gone the Yules for Fortnite, man. Like, yes, it saved him a few times, and it does allow you to, in theory, set up for kills onto a race, but he's got that freaking Lincolns. He's got an Outworld staff as well to be able to play around with, so unless you're literally queuing things up perfectly with a Yule Scepter into the Scythe of Vice, you ain't killing this puck.
And I think that line is going to mean that Liga, they're going to try their best here. So here's a Arena of Blood from Fortnite, man, to
for the vision
catch out on the park.
He just wanted to get rid of the vision so that the Rax wasn't hittable. As simple as that. He doesn't even have a refresher. Like, he's going queued up, but have to have thought that it was valuable to have that, especially with Sven respawning in 5 seconds, maybe just expecting that they wouldn't stick around while you've got Rinsick coming up. Just 2 deaths again for the man on the Sven.
2 impactful deaths, so that's what happens with these calls in these late game scenarios, is every single one of these deaths can be oh so impactful.
I do wonder, like, I think Mirage has got the right idea with his itemization, going for a Wind Waker next, as opposed, and I kind of want to see Fortnite Man do a similar sort of thing. There have been a few times where he's just lost like 75% of his health because he's had to sit inside of this Dream Coil with, of course, the piercing debuff immunity talent to it. Whereas if he can just snap it mid-air, then it feels like he can actually look to rejoin a team fight a whole lot more easily. And he's already got the Yules.
His top tower has fallen.
Have to see what these next round of items are going to bring us down on, because we are at 50 minutes. We're ever approaching the event horizon that is tier 5 items. Whether or not they're needed is a completely different question.
Another smoke out. Who are they going to be able to catch? I mean, Ponlo's kind of deep on his own. The smoke breaks. I'm not really sure what the expected outcome is. They smoke themselves. He doesn't have blink for himself.
No. He goes into the Shadow Realm, so he's buying a bit of time here, but that's all that it really is. He at least has buyback. They're going to see if they can get this fight going. Rensick is sitting on the sideline here. He wants to go in with that BKB as well. Walking forward, gets nullified, so look at how much damage that's going forward here. He's just standing and fighting. He wants to see if he can get this game done, but unfortunately for him, that looks like it is done.
Where are his
not
boys?
the way that he had wanted. Everybody else is sitting in the backlines, and that's just not the fight that you wanted to have here. And Ike will be losing their life as well, and this looks like it is a blunder at the 52-minute mark.
I'm not sure what that was. You know, that was just a couple of people doing their own thing completely away from the rest of the team, and, well, you've got a big wave of creeps inside the base. Nothing really to stop them from continuously pushing forward. Ember Spirit doesn't have BKB, and luckily for him, he has that Wind Waker. What now?
Can I go forward here onto the park? How much damage they have? They've been able to keep him at least on towards the wall for a long time. Hexed up as well, but just need that extra bit of damage, and Ponlo loses his life as well. And Danog, I think this potentially could be a game that we go to the 3rd.
I think so as well. It's going to be pretty fitting as well. It has felt a lot more even than we saw in the previous series, even though that was a 3-gamer as well. It felt like both teams could go either way with the outcome of this one. Oh, just misses on the spear there.
From Fortnite Man. So
just trying to delay.
Hold for 30 seconds. And they will have Rensick back. They do have a blink as well, so they can buy an extra couple of seconds. Fortnite Man's going to try his best. Walk forward, seeing how much damage he can do. Not really able to do much here as well. So they're just going to keep cleaving through these tier 4 towers. The racing's going to keep going forward. Fortnite Man
needs to go in.
Best. They have not been able to do all too much. So they're just going to go in towards the back line here. They're taking out the Ancient Apparition, looking towards the Ancient here. Sitting oh so low. A racing's just focusing on towards the Ancient, seeing how much they can do, and it is not going to be enough for Rensick to hold on and try and keep this game alive. It will be a Game 2 victory here for Liga team.
Radiant team pick.
Tested heroes of the patch so far, so totally understand why. I'm just thinking any vessel builder is something that they have to be considering as well. This is fine, not necessarily a vessel builder, but something that's going to do fine enough in the lane, and again, it does give them that flex that they're wanting. You have to imagine it's an AA ban though coming now for Kalmachata. I mean, they could leave it in if they just wanted to get it for themselves. They have the first pick after the ban phase, and they've got the last ban of the ban phase as well, so it kind of puts the onus on Liga team, if they don't want to play against it, to get rid of it right now.
Yeah, exactly. Forcing them to, I don't want to say waste a ban, but utilizing a ban on something along those lines. So I feel like this probably potentially could be floated by both of these two teams. Because I feel like Kalmachata is most likely just going to, I don't want to say go straight for Ancient Apparition if it's left in, but it's definitely got to be a thought, right? And just being able to have that Ancient Apparition pick into being able to cover it after the 1-2 punch from Liga. Definitely.
I mean, it's just an easy combination to land, right? You've got X marks. You're guaranteed going to land the Ice Blast as a result of it, you know? Puck just made it giga easy for them to do it basically every single time, especially pre-BKBs and post-level 25 on Puck. There's just no response to it. They're taking their time, though. Really just debating what do we let through.
What are some of the problem heroes that they've had to deal with? Do they feel concerned about this Mars anymore? I don't think so now with the Conquer being picked up.
No, not
a
really.
few other Fortnite man heroes that he can go for.
He likes his Timbersaw. That could be an option. You could Doom as well. I think that's actually been banned out a couple of times against them. There we go. It just feels good overall, right? Like it's a way of having that negative AA. No, CK, okay. I guess that is one way to be able to beat an AA though, right? Is like have illusions and stuff. AA sucks at having to deal with those.
Yeah, that's true.
Also very vulnerable to just straight up dying. But I mean, against a Death Prophet, you can just stay way back from a lot of these team fights. And again, X marks. So, you know, you can Yules, you can do whatever you want. You're still going to get at least clipped by the Ice Blast as this DP. So I'd still be going AA if I'm Liga team. Yep.
Yeah, okay. It felt like it was such a straightforward slam dunk for either of these two teams, I think, but much more so for Liga, just having that, as you said, just such easy setup for them. I think the one thing that
maybe this is bait though, right? Like they could just put DP 5 now. Like you're using this AA to counter the DP, and they have played DP 5, and then they just pick a 2 that they're much happier with. Like, I'm not going to say Lesh, just because, you know, some of the lifesteal that you're going to get is going to be counted out by the Ancient Apparition, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was thinking also for Kalmachata as well, having this Chaos Knight, that if you eventually get to a point where it's a very good position 1 Chaos Knight game, AA hates that. Like that's such a tough matchup for him where Chaos Knight can literally just one tap him and there's nothing that AA can do. So potentially it could be bait. Usually a lot of the times with those very obvious picks, there has to be a reason why you let a lot of this stuff through. So let's see what Kalmachata wants to go for here. It's just going to be the Mars for Fortnite, man. I was thinking about whether or not they wanted to go along the lines of like a Centaur. Obviously you do have problems with the Bramble Maze as well as the X marks the spot, so that could have been a reason why they went for something a little more straightforward. And I'm just going to go back for the Mirage Shadow Fiend, and it looks like you are correct. This is a support Death Prophet, or potentially, support Death Prophet.
Yes.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. It is Dire's band.
Lena.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. How might this rebalance the fight? Dire's turn to ban. Seconds remain. None on this stage shrink from a fight. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Seconds. 5 seconds. Who will enforce your will upon the battlefield today? 5 seconds. Prepare for battle. Just 30 seconds now. The battle begins. Dire's top tower is in danger.
Disappointing.
system. One less to
eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Denied.
Me.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. The Dire stand on the hunt for Radiant forces. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was hot.
danger.
What a bounty!
Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Don't burn your fingers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning for enemies. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Radiant should look to their middle tower. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Who turned up the heat?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is in danger. Dire's bottom tower is in danger.
Money to burn.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is no more.
I'll take that.
Double kill! Top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Is no more. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Scanning for enemies. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree!
What a punk.
Black curtains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. middle tower has fallen.
Regeneration.
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is no more. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Are scanning for enemies. enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just don't tell my father. I'll take that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is no more. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks is fallen. Radiant's top barracks is free. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks is fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is dead. Double kill. To the dire go the spoil.
Yes.